Good morning. Welcome to Sunday morning of the Northwest Junior Championships. We have a rematch this morning. Rose City Rosebuds, I-5 Roller Girls are meeting back up here. That's just how the bracket goes.
You know, at least they're getting 2 bouts out of the trip.
Absolutely.
And I-5 getting 3.
That they do.
Getting their money's worth. Oh, yeah.
So yesterday, as you remember, I-5 beat the Portland Rosebuds, advanced to the game yesterday at 6 o'clock where they played against the Seattle Derby Brats Galaxy Girls. The Galaxy Girls, of course, won that game, meaning I-5 comes back to this game this morning in the placing game to play against the Rosebuds.
Second verse. Maybe different than the first. Who knows?
Maybe.
It's early. Anything could happen. Welcome to Cliche Land.
Right now, I would say that this is anybody's game.
Could go either way.
It really could go either way. I have seen stranger things happen.
As I'm sure many Derby fans have.
So while we're getting ready to go, of course, you can probably see there's not many officials on the track yet. I want to talk about Chuck Hendrick's pants today. Chuck Hendrick, Hollywood Chuck Hendrick, one of the coaches for I-5 over there. Yesterday was wearing some nice white pants. Today he's wearing a nice, looks like a suit pant.
He was also wearing flip-flops yesterday.
And I want to see if he's going to repeat what he did yesterday, where partway through the bout, those pants became pegged at the knee. And I think he was sending signals because every now and again I'd look over and one of the pant legs would be at the knee, the other at the ankle. And it seemed to kind of switch off. So I was wondering if he was sending out plays like that or
or if it was just sheer unattention to detail.
That is entirely possible.
Well, yes, the gentleman that coaches there for I-5 Roller Girls, very dapper today indeed.
That they are. I-5 being formal today. Now we have everybody on the track. The swoopy whistle means it is time for Derby. And it looks like we're going to have green on the line for the I-5 Roller Girls, number 101. That is Joella DeVille for the Portland Rosebuds. Whistle blows. The game is on its way now.
I-5 taking the line up at the front, knocking Joella DeVille to the inside, recycling her back, and green up at the front, not to the outside there. That was Big Mac doing what she does, running green to the back now. Both jammers still trying to fight their way through the pack.
Haven't quite gotten out of turn one. Joella DeVille recycled there by Karmic Death. And now we have the lead jammer. Green able to make her way out on the apex of turn 1 and 2.
Joella DeVille now through the front of the pack as well on her initial pass as Green is working on points. Working that outside lane, gets around. There is 4 points for I-5.
4 up for I-5. I-5, as we have seen so often in the past, deciding to keep things going. Rely on their blockers, trying to keep Joella back. Joella getting 4 points there. Green now on a second scoring pass while she makes her way around the track.
And Green taking that hit from Big Mac on the inside, picking up 4 points and calling off the jam.
So there we go, 1 in the books, 8-4. Lead, of course, held by the I-5 Roller Girls. Yesterday morning, we saw a lot of penalties very early on in this game. It looks like both of these teams are just kind of skating calm. They've warmed up yesterday. They remembered, oh yeah, this is roller derby.
And we are going to have number 33, that is Bad Advice, taking on Frank the Bunny, number 66 from I-5.
Frank the Bunny on that inside line. Looked like she had a line. Unfortunately, that was closed down by Portland.
Rosemary's Baby and Fatality, as well as Starship Trooper and Smacky Kennedy holding Green back. Also, Frank the Bunny getting held back as well, but she's one more to get around, gets around Fatality. She is your lead jammer for I-5.
And there is our first penalty. A Portland blocker sent off. I believe that was for out of play.
Frank the Bunny through the pack for 5 more points there.
Nice grand slam there for I-5.
And Rosemary's Baby and Fatality setting up that wall in the front, but Frank the Bunny sneaks by on the inside. There's 5 more for I-5.
Frank the Bunny throwing a little bit of a stutter step in there, causing a mistiming of that block. Nicely done on her part.
And she steps through on turn 3 there. 5 more points for Frank the Bunny.
Bad advice, making her way through the pack. And that is her initial pass. Frank the Bunny now on her fourth scoring pass. Enters the pack, grabs 1 point, and calls it off. So a 16-0 run by I-5 here at the start of the game.
And we've got number 55, Karmic Death here, taking the star for I-5 up against, can't see the number, but I want to say that might be Mace of Grace.
That could be.
Yes, number 26, Mace
It
of
is.
Grace.
I could kind of see a 6, but it didn't match any of the numbers.
Announcers like to take many stabs in the dark from time to time.
We also don't have a monitor up here, so what's on the feed is not necessarily what we're seeing as far as the scoreboard goes.
Bear with us, it's early.
It is. Karmic Death recycled there by number 266 on Portland. That is the Barbarian Librarian.
And there goes Mace of Grace picking up a lead jammer for the Rosebuds. A wing and a miss there by Sierra Sagos. Mace of Grace now hung up in the back. Here comes Big Mac running Karmic Death to the back of the pack.
Nice hit there by Big Mac on Karmic Death on that recycle, but a little bit of a swing and a miss as Karmic Death did a little ballet move there on the inside line.
Mace of Grace getting her proverbial bell rung there by Mad Taco and Sierra Sagos, pardon me. And Sagos going to the penalty box there. I didn't see what the call was.
I-5 with 2 penalties or 2 blockers rather in the penalty box. 2 penalties in the blocker box.
You know. We've got number 2 Green lining up for I-5 to take on Juella DeVille, number 101 for Rosebuds. 1-4 pack advantage here to the Rosebuds, and Juella DeVille capitalizes and picks up lead jammer.
That she does. Green, meanwhile, trying to make her way through that diamond formation. Rosebud's peeling people off, pushing her to the outside, and now they're going to recycle. Maryland Manslam joining the fun on the track.
Rosemary's Baby and Smacky Kennedy doing a good job of running Green to the back there after that hit out, and here comes Juella DeVille looking for points. She's got to get around Maryland Manslam. They called no pack. They got to let her go. And that's 5 more points for Rosebuds. Green out of the pack now, going to come around and look for points, but not before Juella DeVille calls off the jam.
So 10 points up now for Portland. Portland doing what they did yesterday. They get a little bit behind, come back to within 5 or 4 or 5. And they actually had the lead yesterday at the half. So staying in the game is Portland.
Indeed, and we have an official timeout here for some track maintenance.
There's the whistle for the official timeout.
I knew it was going to happen. I could see that loose string on the track.
So right there is probably what we need right now. Black Rock Coffee. They care about 2 things, people and coffee. Well, 1 out of 2 ain't bad for me, coffee. Check out the only Black Rock Coffee Bar in Seattle, located at 143rd and Aurora, very close here.
My lovely host that I'm staying with this weekend asked me this morning why I don't drink coffee, and I think it's just because it's a little too adult for me.
Really?
So I'm going to stick with my aunt because it tastes like liquid Skittles.
Very nice. Well, you know, a friend of mine many, many years ago said that Seattle has some of the best coffee because it has to.
Exactly. Indeed.
While we're here, want to mention Rat City and Seattle Derby Rats would like to thank the Shoreline Market and Jimmy John's for generously contributing to feeding all of the officials and volunteers that are giving up their holiday weekend to support the championship tournament. And I wanted to say a very special Happy Father's Day message out to all of you fathers out there today. I am one myself. I got to buy a Yoda tie for my Father's Day.
Yeah, very nice. Very nice. All right, looks like we got the rope all taped down again. And we will get back underway here. We're going to start off with Frank the Bunny jamming for I-5 up against Bad Advice for the Rosebuds.
Frank the Bunny with a little bit of a run-up on that start. Portland right there on the line, pushes her to the inside. She's going to try that line again. Meanwhile, up at the front, Bad Advice working on that 3-wall, but it is Frank the Bunny able to find separation within that pack. Get her shoulders through, and now she is your lead jammer.
Bad Advice knocked to the inside, outside of turn 2. There's going to get recycled to the back. Karmic Death giving her a hard time, but she gets around the front. She's now through on her initial pass. Frank the Bunny working on points here, trying to get around Big Mac, and she is through for 4.
Through for 4, and there's the signal. Calls off the jam. Taking the 4 and out, 28-19. About 22 and a half left in the period. And looks like they're going to hand that back to 26. Mace of Grace for the Rosebuds. Number 2, Green for I-5. 4-3 pack advantage for the Rosebuds.
Mace of Grace up at the front of the pack, trying to get around Sierra Sagos, Karmic Death. And looks like Fatality is on her way to the penalty box. And we have Mace of Grace going to the penalty box as well for cut track.
That we do. We almost had a cut track over here on this side too, but Green able to keep her skates in. She actually kind of fooled the Portland blockers. They thought they had her out. So they dropped back to cause the recycle. That released her.
Barbarian the Librarian and Smacky Kennedy escorting her to the inside, but she's through now for 5 more for I-5.
3 blockers working on the penalty kill for Portland. I-5 getting up in there, trying to hold one of the blockers back, able to do so as the jam ends. And the jammer was released just as the jam was called, so no freezing the jammer for them this time.
And we'll start this next jam with a full set. No one in the penalty box. We've got number 66, Frank the Bunny in blue, jamming for I-5 up against Juella DeVille, 101 in white for the Rosebuds.
5-on-5 roller derby. Hey, there's another one.
All right. Everybody here for this early morning party. Frank the Bunny up at the front, trying to get around Big Mac. Never an easy task. Taking a hit from Barbarian Librarian, but she is through. Lead jammer going to I-5.
Lead jammer going to I-5. Juella DeVille tried to get around, get some points, but nothing up for her. 0-0 run with a great call off there. Score stands at 38-19. 20 minutes left, or thereabouts, when the whistle will blow.
Karmic Death here on the line for I-5 up against Bad Advice for Rosebuds. 5 taking the front line. Wall of white jerseys being driven by Rosemary's Baby. Sweeping Karmic Death side to side.
Bad Advice. Bad Advice into the center of that diamond, trying to find her way through, challenge those arms. I-5 pivoting around, trying to get her to the outside line. Nothing doing. Bad Advice, one to beat. She's through. Lead jammer Portland.
Karmic Death getting recycled again by Catnip all the way to the back. And the pack starts picking up pace just as Karmic Death gets through on her initial pass. And here we have Bad Advice easily on the outside, taking 4 points and calling off the jam.
4 and out. Just keep it going. Both of these defenses, very tough, very tight defenses. And just as yesterday, I think this is going to come down to who can keep that up the longest. Now we're going to have 17-17 Starship Trooper for the Rosebuds, and number 80 Mad Taco for I-5.
3-on-4 pack advantage here to I-5. Looks like Fatality sitting in the penalty box. Mad Taco going to the penalty box for cutting the track. Power jam here for the Rosebuds.
I think that was a forearm.
Oh,
Looked
was
like
it?
he might have been. It's the way ATG does his forearms.
Noted.
And a clockwise block with someone of the Portland blockers to the box as they're trying to get their jammer released. Starship Trooper still having a little bit of trouble. Recycled very briefly by Bankin and Sega. Bankin tries to push her to the outside, keeps the skates in, does Starship Trooper. Getting a little bit of help there from Rosemary's Baby. Now she's up front. And not your lead jammer. So we're going to have a full minute more of roller derby in this jam.
Mad Taco out of the penalty box just zips right through that pack, and now she's looking to do it again, but slowed down briefly there by Fatality, but not for long. It picks up 4 more points for I-5. Back block being called on Elaphobia here.
And rightly so, because that was a back block. And cut track on Mad Taco that time.
That's a legitimate cut track.
That
too.
is. We even heard that up here. So the power jam extended for Starship Trooper. Mad Taco still with the, well, she had the only 4 points on the board. Now it's 4-4.
And I-5 with a full penalty box. Only 2 blockers on the track. That would be Frank the Bunny and Sierra Sagos.
Now Starship Trooper getting the 5-point pass. 32-42 pulls Portland to within 10 as the jam ends.
And I-5 will start the next jam with 2 blockers in the penalty box. Rosebuds with 1 in the penalty box.
So slight advantage to Portland there. They both will have jammers on the track. And I-5 sending green to the track, Joella DeVille for the Rosebuds.
Head ref Rock having some words in the penalty box. He is really great at explaining to these girls why they got the penalties that they got, helping them learn and not just penalizing them.
Absolutely. Also very good at telling the coaches why their skaters got the penalties they got.
Cut track called here on Joella DeVille.
Right at the end of the jam. I think she cut the track just as the jam was about to end.
Indeed. And typically she'd have to do a whole nother lap around because she was past that point of no return, but because it's between jams, well, we'll give it to her.
It's just kind of mean to make them skate around at that point.
Indeed. So we've got Frank the Bunny here in a power jam. Joella DeVille sitting over in that penalty box. Attempted stop there by Big Mac to no avail, and here comes Frank the Bunny looking for points.
Portland tried to do that 2 front, 2 back that the adult leagues have had great success with, and didn't quite seem to work there for Frank the Bunny. Frank the Bunny once again around for 5-point play. The power jam is over. Both jammers back on the track as Joella DeVille coming out of the penalty box to join the pack that was conveniently right in front of her.
Getting rocked there, Frank the Bunny by Fatality. But she gets through. She's got 5 more points for I-5.
That she does. Barely keeping that foot inside as she was stepping across that apex.
Spin through the pack there. Joella DeVille is through on her initial pass out of the penalty box. Frank the Bunny, very careful to not get the cut track there, climbs to the inside and calls off the jam.
Yes, if you slide across the infield, it's probably best to just kind of crawl back into it.
Sometimes you just have to cut your losses.
So hello to all 11 of you watching out there.
11?
11.
Wow.
11 of you
That's
at
a lot for
this
Father's Day
hour
morning.
of the morning on Father's Day. One short in the pack for I-5, but that really doesn't seem to matter for Karmic Death as she gets lead jammer. Kind of leaping over legs to get it. Bad Advise completing her initial pass for Portland.
Bad Advice coming in looking for some points. Oh, with a spin and two heads collide there. That did not feel good for either of them, I'm sure.
One of them a little slow getting up. That has to kind of make your morning a little more interesting. Karmic Death getting in there. 4 more points up for I-5, an 8-4 run there, 63-40, 13 minutes left in the half.
We're going to have Death by Beth, also known as Bankin, on the line.
Death by Beth Bankin.
Can I just say Death by Bankin because it sounds like bacon and I want to die by bacon.
That sounds like a really awesome way to die.
Starship Trooper here jamming for the Rosebuds up at the front wall of blue. They're being driven by Frank the Bunny, Sierra Sagos, Martial Law. And I can't see the number on the fourth one there, but they are doing a fantastic job putting the slow down on Starship Trooper, pushing to the inside.
Starship Trooper almost had it. If not for that clockwise block, she would have been around on that pivot.
Yes, great awareness there of where she was at and saving herself from that penalty.
And another recycle penalties on both sides now.
Yeah, Big Mac just sent to the penalty box. Fatality running Bankin to the way back.
And there's the cut track. That's one of the problems there with the very strong defenses is your jammers become more susceptible to those cut track penalties when things really aren't in motion.
Indeed. When here we've got the Barbarian Librarian and Fatality trying to slow down Bankin, but to no avail. Bankin now your lead jammer.
Bankin has lead 4 on 4 in the blocker core. Portland trying to do a little bit of penalty kill here.
Nice hit there by Smacky Kennedy, knocking Bankin to the inside.
And speaking of penalty killing, there is the penalty killed. No points scored on that one.
The Arasagos going to the penalty box.
Bankin trying to find a line.
Starship Trooper getting around Martial Law now. She's through on her initial pass.
And that's what she was waiting for. Bankin was waiting for some screens from her friends. Unfortunately, Portland able to read that. And Fatality with a huge hip check.
Yeah, that's she does that a lot.
She does.
And she's very good at it.
She is very good at it. So Rose City calling a team timeout. They're going to go over there and discuss things a little bit. 67-40 with 10.5 minutes left to go. Want to remind you all to visit Fast Girl Skates for all your roller derby skating supplies, or at fastgirlskates.com for all of you there on your computers, which is just about everybody who's currently listening to this voice.
I take a second to thank the Rat City Roller Girls for hosting us this weekend. We are coming to you live from the temporarily renamed Sparkling Cider Room.
Yes, the Sparkling Cider Room for this weekend of Junior Derby, not the champagne. Said it.
Wah. But yes, very fabulous venue here. They've been taking great care of us. And it's a beautiful day here in Seattle.
That it is, and I just want to point out that Chuck Hendricks, when he came here, his shirt was nicely tucked in. Now it's becoming a little looser, and I think that is just how Hollywood Chuck Hendricks is.
Yes, trying very, very hard to keep it together. We're going to have Juella DeVille lining up here for the Rosebuds, taking on Karmic Death for I-5.
Slight advantage in the pack for Portland. One blocker in the box for I-5. There we go. That is the very definition of a scrum start there. Nicely done by Joella DeVille. Finds that line on the outside. A little hop and a skip. Past the pack. She is your lead jammer.
Karmic Death gets around Rosemary's Baby, and now she's trucking around coming to look for points, but I have a feeling Joella's going to pick up hers and call it off.
That was the very definition of directing traffic, taking her blocker and putting her into the other one to get past. Pick up the 4 points and call it off.
Mace of Grace here lining up for Rosebuds up against Bankin for I-5.
Bankin taking a couple of steps back, get a little run up on that Portland wall. Mace of Grace engaging straight into the middle of that diamond, trying to find her way through.
I'm
Gets
just
her
going to wedge
shoulders in.
myself in here.
Well, you know, once they're in the middle of there, they can start challenging the arms. They can't hold you back with the arms because it's a multiplayer block. So if you can wedge yourself between those bodies, you kind of got an advantage.
And both packs here just in a standstill.
Yes, there we go. Finally able to get through is Mace of Grace, able to wedge one of those skaters to where she lost a little bit of footing and got around. Then a direction of play popped her loose. I-5 now down 2 blockers.
Gets around Marilyn Manslam there and picks up 5 points for the Rosebuds.
Benkin throwing a nice little hip check there, recycling the jammer.
Oh.
And a clockwise block. That is the danger of jammer on jammer action.
Indeed. Leaving I-5's jammer Bankin to the penalty box. And that's going to be it for that jam.
That is, but a couple more points picked up by the Rosebuds. 51-67, only 16 points as we come down to about 8 minutes in the first half.
Bad advice lining up here for this power start for the Rosebuds.
Rosebuds in passive offense formation, but I think they're probably going to get in there and mess it up.
Yeah, if Big Mac and Fatality have anything to say about it, I don't think they know the meaning of the term passive offense.
And that was the evidence of it right there. Big Mac just kind of got up and then like, no, you're going over here now. End result, Bad Advice getting lead jammer now up there in his scoring pass. And that is the end of the power jam. So an initial pass allowed by I-5 before they get in there, killing the rest of the power jam. 5 points up for Bad Advice.
Sneaking up there on I-5 with only down by 11 points. Bad Advice looking for more of those, but taking a hard hit there from Mad Taco. A little bit slow to get up. Three more points there for the Rosebuds, 59-67.
Nice 8-0 run by Portland. Now pulling to within 8.
Joella DeVille lining up here for the Rosebuds, taking on Green for I-5.
And we've got 4-on-4 in the blocker core.
Oh, joy. And Joella DeVille up at the front wall of blue, and she breaks through. She's your lead jammer for the Rosebuds.
Able to angle her way through the middle of that diamond. Like I said before, they had to kind of separate and let her out.
Joella DeVille now coming around looking for points. Picks up 3 points. And falls off the jam.
Tried to get her hips around that last one. Not quite able to as they were running forward. Well, that reminds me of a rule that I just heard recently. Did you know that it's possible for a jammer to score without passing anybody.
You know, I think I saw a headline of that floating around on the interwebs. Unfortunately, I haven't had a chance to read it yet. So
Well, I need to read it a little more clearly, but basically it has to do with the blockers running forward at the end of the jam and getting out of play. But either way, now we have Watson for I-5, Mesa Grace for Portland.
Fatality, Barbarian, Librarian, Smacky Kennedy, and of course Big Mac shutting down Watson there at the back of the pack. But number 26, Mesa Grace, being shut down at the front of the pack as well. Almost
Maryland
30
Man
seconds
Slam.
into this jam and still no lead jammer.
Maryland Manson, Mad Taco, and Beth Bankin shutting down the front of that line. Mesa Grace recycled.
Mesa Grace now giving it another go, trying to get around those blue jerseys. Bump to the inside is going to get recycled back by Karmic Death. And there goes Watson. Almost a full minute into the jam before we get a lead jammer there. I will never cease to be amazed how these young skaters can be small but take up so much space on the track. You think you can get around them, but then you try and you can't. Looks like we've got Smacky Kennedy on her way to the penalty box.
That we do. So one blocker down for Portland. Both of these teams just massively difficult to get by.
Big Mac, Barbarian Librarian, and Fatality now working over Watson.
Watson getting a little bit of help from Karmic Death, and she says, "No, I'm gonna call it off.
That's enough of that business."
We're up by 4 on this jam. We'll go ahead." So 9 points separating the two teams, 3.5 to go.
That's math I can get behind. If it gets more than 10, don't do numbers well. Not this early in the morning, especially. We've got Frank the Bunny here jamming for I-5 up against Bad Advice for the Rosebuds.
Frank the Bunny, try a little bit of inside out. She gets recycled, but that is going to take number 777, Rosemary's Baby Rosebuds, to the penalty bench. And with only 2 blockers on the track, Frank the Bunny able to get through. Bad Advice, meanwhile, still having trouble with the Portland wall. Frank-
Right through on the inside there. Frank the Bunny, like they didn't even see her coming.
You know, I don't know they did.
Bad Advice is now out on her initial pass, while Frank the Bunny making quick work of the pack again, picking up 4 for I-5.
And Frank calling off the jam. She'll take her 9 points. And if it was 9 before they gained to 9, that means it's 18. I can math.
I'm proud. I'm glad one of us can.
Well, it was both below 10, so I'm able to do it fast.
And it looks like we are going to take another official timeout for a brief moment of track maintenance. Would like to point out that the Seattle Derby Brats, Galaxy Girls, Emerald City Reservoir Dolls, and the Inland Northwest Pixies will all be traveling to Lincoln, Nebraska for the JRDA Championships. That's going to be July 9th through 11th, and you'll be able to tune in to the live stream. The streaming information will be coming soon, so keep an eye on the social medias, the interwebs. Will have that information, or you can go over to juniorrollerderby.org. It's gonna be amazing.
That it will. So, just got a text from one of the viewers. Sounds like the audio is cutting out a little bit. And we have our technical crew working on that. So we'll be able to talk to you about what you're seeing on the track. Or about other things as we see fit during official timeouts.
We could totally go back to discussing people's outfits from
We
up
could,
here.
we could. Portland, I love those jackets, very shiny.
Yes.
Not going to lose them at night
Or from space, for that matter.
or from space, yes.
Looks like we'll start out the next one coming out of this official timeout with both teams with a blocker in the penalty box.
And I know you guys can't hear it on the feed, but it's a really nice Rat City, of course, sponsoring this event, which means that we get to use their music license. And we get to have music at a junior event. So rare these days.
Of course, would like to take a second to thank all of our spot on officials this weekend, the refs, the NSOs, the other announcers. Thank you guys all so much for being here. I know none of you are listening right now, but if you see them later, give them a high five. Mad Taco here up against Joella DeVille. Oh, and a pile up there at the front of the pack.
Joella DeVille working very hard. Nice little pivot. She is your lead jammer. She's through. Mad Taco has still having trouble there in the back. Gets a screen from her team. And now she is off to the races. Big Mac picking up a penalty there in the scrum.
Joella DeVille deciding to call off the jam before she might have accidentally got a cut track.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah, probably. We're going to have time for at least one more jam here in the first half.
What? There's a minute 20 seconds. That could be 4.
True.
Ah, got it. So I have now been told that if we're not talking, your audio cuts out because we have to filter out the music because we can't broadcast the music.
That's funny. Usually they cut out the mic when I start talking.
I have often wondered if I just sit here talking to myself.
Oh, I don't wonder. I know that I talk to myself all the time.
So a no pass, no penalty, no 5-point pass on that one for Green. She'll take her 4 points. Massive Grace still stuck there on the I-5 wall. Green skating right by on the outside line.
Big Mac now out of the penalty box is trying to break up that wall, but now she goes back to playing defense, trying to put the stop on Green, knocking her to the outside, forcing the call off.
There we go. And that probably will be the last jam unless we get a team timeout here. And we're waiting for it. And there we go. Halftime, ladies and gentlemen, your halftime score, I-5 90, Rosebud 64. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. Go ahead and go make your microwave popcorn, get your morning cereal, maybe a second cup of coffee.
Take the dog for a walk. A quick walk.
A quick walk, yes. And we'll see you back here. Bye-bye. I'm alive. Are you alive?
I'm getting there.
Maybe after you drink that amp.
The second amp, my morning.
All right, just a few seconds left to go before halftime is done here. I-5 Roller Girls in blue, Portland Rosebuds in the white and purple jerseys today. But then I would imagine most of you on this feed probably already know that.
How's our numbers looking? Are we up to 12 now?
Well, we were up to 12 earlier. I can't see it right now, as the my monitor over here simply shows the camera and the
16.
overlay as opposed to the actual feed.
We have 16 viewers.
16, wahoo!
Hi, viewers. All right, Juella DeVille here up against Karmic Death. Karmic Death up at the front and right around on the inside, picking up a lead jammer.
Karmic Death able to spot that line on the inside, duck around some hits and get through.
Juella DeVille gets past Bankin, and she's through on her initial pass, and here comes Karmic Death looking for points.
Karmic Death recycled very briefly by Barbarian Librarian before making it into the middle of the pack, calling it off, as those points were in danger. Protect the points.
Protect the points. Save the cheerleader. Save the world.
You know, I don't see any cheerleaders here today.
Sorry, another nerd reference.
No, I got it.
We're all cheerleaders for roller derby.
We are, including the master of time and space.
Exactly.
There we go, bad advice now out there for Portland Green for I-5, and we're just going to talk over each other.
Yeah. Green pushing up against that black wall of white, being driven by Fatality and Big Mac, Smacky Kennedy, as well as Mischievous. Regrouping now to the front of the pack, and a tough hit there by Fatality, but Fatality goes out of bounds as well, and now Green is through on her initial pass.
Not the lead jammer.
Fatality there, and that was number 66. I think that was Frank the Bunny taking a big hit.
Mischievous there, getting in the way of her own blocker. That kind of hurt there. Bad advice. Trying to get her way through, giving I-5 time to recycle.
Big Mac here trying to bridge the packs here. Bad advice now working on that triangle defense.
Got the tripod, trying to get her way into the middle of it, challenge those limbs as opposed to those bodies. Green, meanwhile, on the outside, she'll pick up 4 points. There's the thumb. Now it's 5.
Nice job by Bankin there, getting in there and breaking up that white pack to allow Green to make it through. And again, Green through for another 5 points. That advice passing that star over to Big Mac, who breaks out of the front of the pack. Big Mac now your jammer of record for the Rosebuds.
That she is. Big Mac taking the star and deciding, no, I'm going now.
Cut track, though, called on Big Mac, and that is going to be her 4th penalty.
That's true. During halftime, we looked at the tail of the tape. We have a few blockers who are in a little bit of foul trouble. 3s and 4s across the board. All in all, much cleaner game than yesterday morning.
Must have been that rainstorm that came through yesterday. Just washed all that funk away.
Washed all the penalties away.
Cleansing rain. We have got Karmic Death here starting off in the power start for I-5.
As you remember, Big Mac sitting in the penalty box for Portland. Karmic Death, little bit inside out, going to the outside, moving to the inside. Around Rosemary's Baby. She is your lead jammer for the I-5 Roller Girls.
Catnip with a nice hit there, trying to slow down Karmic Death, but it only worked momentarily.
Karmic Death once more, 1 more to beat. Oh, that was a big shoulder hit as she came around off that spin.
Rosemary's Baby, very good at those shoulder hits.
But Karmic Death made her way around Barbarian Librarian. Last line of defense on that pass. Barbarian Librarian deciding, no, not this time. I'm going to recycle you.
Big Mac passes the star over to Juella DeVille and immediately goes into blocking mode, forcing the call off there. And that was a 7-point jam there for Karmic Death.
Indeed, I-5 putting together a couple of runs here now, 119 to 65. Kind of pulling away here at the beginning of the second half. And they have Bankin on the line for I-5.
And that is number 26, Mace of Grace, jamming for the Rosebuds up at that front wall of blue. Bankin picking up.
Nicely done. Bankin able to force her way through that wall, getting the lead jammer. Not far behind, though. Less than half a track is Mace of Grace.
Rosebud setting up a wall in the back, and oh, come in very hot face plant on the back of one of those blue jerseys. That did not look like it was fun.
No, it did not. That was a very hard hit right into one of those skaters.
And she is visiting with the medics. We might have a bloody nose there. I would not be surprised.
No penalty assessed, though, and we are back underway. That was a little bit of a... Yep, that was a definite false start.
Yeah, and I was just about to mention how surprisingly good that Rosemary's Baby is at jamming. She did some great things jamming yesterday, but little miscue there. And we've got Karmic Death in a power jam for I-5.
I think she was probably trying to count down the 5 seconds in her own head instead of listening to the whistle.
Yeah, that rarely works out in your favor.
Karmic Death, meanwhile, 5 in the sky up there for I-5. Second scoring pass so far, 10-0 run on this power jam. Rosemary Baby coming back out of the penalty box, powering her way through the I-5 wall right up front as they waterfall forward.
And when she jams, she is just one of those jammers that just pummels through the back, and opposing blockers just fall by the wayside.
Yes.
It's quite beautiful.
You find that there are several blockers out there who actually are very effective jammers when they really need to be, and most of them have that same "I'm going to power through this pack now" mentality.
Indeed, and we have got number 33, Bad Advice, on the line for the Rosebuds, taking on number 2. That's Green in the blue for I-5.
Green now working up against the front wall. Bad Advice trying to find those seams. Push to the inside now. And that was a multiplayer block and a clockwise block. So just like that, 2 blockers down for I-5.
Looking good here for Bad Advice, who is not far behind Green.
Green made her way, got lead jammer. 2 blockers of I-5 tried to get in there, but they saw the jammer coming, not able to get in position to stop her. So that's 4 points up for Bad Advice as she takes the front position, not your lead jammer.
Now we've got Linsanity going to the penalty box as well. 1 blocker and 1 jammer on the track for I-5, making it easy for Bad Advice to cut through that pack, picking up all 5 points.
That we did. Green is your lead jammer, but she is back in the back of the pack and taking on a blocker roll. There she goes. Now she's through.
I think she decided she was going to hang back and help her solo blocker there on the track.
Yes, while waiting for one of the other blockers to come out of the penalty box before picking up the jamming duties once again, but that gave Bad Advice a chance to pick up several points.
I-5 comfortable enough with their lead that they can give up a few points to spring some of their blockers from the box, but that's going to do it for that jam. 13 points for Bad Advice there.
Actually, I think that may go up.
14, yep.
There we go. That's what I was looking for. 17-5, because you got that 4 in the sky just at the end of the jam.
Indeed.
18-5. some amount to 5.
Words, numbers.
Absolutely. That's
Joella
why, that's why they pay us the big bucks, right?
yeah. Joella DeVille here up against Karmic Death, and Joella DeVille picks up lead jammer for the Rosebuds.
Karmic Death. She's got a 3-wall up front, one more to beat there. Nicely done, keeping her feet in, dodging around the hips, completing that initial pass. And a 4-0 run by Portland, taking a 4 and out. 87 now to 142.
You know how much I love to sound cliche, but there's still plenty of time for the Rosebuds to turn this around. We've got number 66, Frank the Bunny, jamming for I-5 up against Rosemary's Baby, number 777 for the Rosebuds.
You know, you see it, you say it, and it is kind of a cliche, but in roller derby, it really does happen. A 40 to 60 point run can just be rattled off like nothing.
Indeed.
Rosemary's Baby now throwing off that jamming ability of hers, makes her own screen and gets around the pack.
Oh, and a nice hit out of bounds there on Karmic Death, sending her to the back of the pack.
Now Rosemary's Baby on a scoring pass, pushing that pack forward, trying to gain some separation.
Both jammers. We are 45 seconds into this jam, and Rosemary's Baby is working on her first scoring pass here. Oh, and now Frank the Bunny is out on her initial pass.
That she did. Rosemary's Baby finally breaks through the pack, calls off the jam. And Maya Sagos will pick up a penalty. Or is that Sierra? That is Sierra Sagos.
5 points there for Rosemary's Baby. Karmic Death lining up here for I-5. Bad Advice lining up for the Rosebuds.
You know, I take that back. I thought I heard the penalty whistle. I thought I saw her getting to the bench, but there is nobody in the penalty box.
Everybody's here to party. Karmic Death gets around Big Max. She gets no pass, no penalty, not your lead jammer. That is going to go to Bad Advice.
And Bad Advice will wisely call off the jam, keeping Portland, protecting the score because you don't want them to get ahead farther. Words.
Indeed, and you want to keep the momentum going in your own direction. Obviously, Joella DeVille setting up here for the next jam for the Rosebuds, up against Green for I-5.
Once again, a full complement of skaters on the track and a scrum start right there at the jammer line. Green tries to thread the inside, not able to do so. Pushed in, she'll be recycled.
Big Mac says, "You shall not pass."
And Joella DeVille sent off for a back block. That is going to create another power jam for Green, the I-5 Roller Girls. Big Mac starting off the penalty kill with a recycle.
There goes Green around on the outside. She is lead jammer.
That she is. I-5 doing a great job of getting in there, separating out that wall, making it easier for Green to get through where she doesn't have to face 2 or 3 skaters at a time.
Pushed out of bounds there in front of the penalty box by Big Mac, recycled to the back. I-5 blockers getting in there and mixing up that wall of white, but there was a hell of a hit there by Smacky Kennedy. Nope, that was a Big Mac. Oh, no, that is Mischievous. There
That
we are.
is. So Mischievous, Big Mac, and a few others in there.
Smacky Kennedy.
Very nice penalty kill.
Had a Moonlight Bandit in there as well. Only picked up 5 points on that penalty.
Mace of Grace now on the line for Portland, and that is Karmic Death for I-5. A
Rosebud setting up the wall in the front of the pack. I-5 with a 4-square defense. Karmic Death with a jump and a hop through the pack picks up lead jammer for I-5.
So one thing that I'm noticing with the way that I-5 is positioning themselves right at the start of the jam, and Portland getting right up on them like that, they're basically taking two of their blockers out of the equation for the I-5 jammers, as I-5 is taking that inside line and only engaging those two jammers that are on the left.
And it is a strategy that seems to be working.
That it is.
Right up the middle of the pack, but still taking a little bit of a hit from the Barbarian Librarian and recycling to the back. Looks like the Rosebuds lost fatality to the penalty box for 30 seconds. And Karmic Death picks up another 5 points and calls off the jam.
So about halfway through the second half, 157 I-5, 92 Portland. As we are here in what I believe is the fourth place game. No. So whoever wins this one will play at 4 o'clock against the Reservoir Dolls. So I-5 with the potential to be playing 4 games this weekend.
Bad advice here held up at the back. Fatality rejoining the pack and Bankin trying to fight her way through the front. Bad advice knocked to the inside, as was Bankin, both jammers being recycled. Multiplayer block being called here. And that sent I-5's pivot to the penalty box.
So one fewer skaters in the pack for I-5. Maryland Manslam recycling Bad Advice very briefly there.
And Bad Advice taking the hits here, staying in bounds. She is now your lead jammer, almost a full minute into that jam.
And this Portland wall here is just brutal.
I wonder who they learned that from.
I don't know. I hear that they may be the junior crew of a some kind of famous roller derby league.
Yeah, they might learn from a few people that are kind of a big deal.
Kind of a big deal in roller derby, yeah.
Now we've got Rosemary's Baby going to the penalty box. She'll start the next jam sitting in the sin bin. And for those of you playing announcer bingo back home, you can mark that square.
You can.
Joella DeVille here taking on Karmic Death. 3-on-4 pack advantage to I-5.
Karmic Death going to the outside line that time, engaging all 3 of the blockers, able to get on her body. Now stretching things out, lead jammer is I-5, Karmic Death. Able to beat the last line of defense. Joella DeVille about half a track behind now on her scoring pass.
Got Watson in the penalty box for I-5 here. And the jam is called off. No points, either jammer there.
Karmic Death thought she was going to have a couple, but she is now in the box. Penalty called right there at the end of the jam.
Starship Trooper reporting to the jam line for the Rosebuds to kick off this power start.
Each team with 1 blocker in the box, so 3-on-3. I-5 skating forward, giving a little bit of distance there. No pack called. There we go. Lead jammer Portland.
Maryland Manslam going to the penalty box for multiplayer block. Rosemary's Baby rejoining the pack.
And that'll give 2 blockers now for I-5. There we go. Starship Trooper, 5-point pass.
Catnip and Big Mac, they're just clearing a path on the inside for Starship Trooper there. My guess is they're going to do something similar here with only 2 blockers on the track for I-5. There's 5 points.
Starship Trooper with a nice spin around the last line of defense.
Oh! Fatality getting in a little tussle there with Sound Guardian. You don't get points for taking out a referee.
No, you do not. Karmic Death came out of the penalty box there, got her initial pass, but no points. So a 12-0 run for Portland, bringing the game to within 50 with just over 10 minutes to go.
Number 2, Green in the blue for I-5, taking the line up against number 33 in the white. That is Bad Advice for the Rosebuds.
Bad Advice engaging the I-5 wall up front, able to muscle her way through the front two, and unfortunately did it with a forearm. So she will go to the penalty box.
Almost past that point of no return, but she kept 1 foot on the right side of the line.
Looking to the official, can I go?
And I love that about the juniors, that they usually know when they've committed a penalty, and they always report to the refs like, I'm so sorry. They're so polite most of the time.
Until they're not.
Green now having to get around the Barbarian Librarian, Catnip, and Smacky Kennedy, and there goes Bad Advice through on her initial pass. Green still working on a scoring pass here.
I am not seeing any lead jammer indicated here. And a grand slam now for Bad Advice, picking up 5 points the hard way.
Mischievous failure to reform, going to the penalty box.
Wanted to stretch Green back as far as she could. Unfortunately, did not listen to that whole out of play thing.
Bad Advice on 10 points so far this jam. Definitely putting a dent in that lead by I-5. Here comes Green now out of the penalty box.
Green with a no pass, no penalty being called by the ref adipose. And that will complete the initial pass. Now she's going in to score. Bad Advice also on a scoring pass, making her way up the front. And time finally runs out. 4 more points, 5 points awarded for Portland. Where's that I-5? 5 points for I-5. My apologies. 14-5 run. Portland winning the jam, 121-162. And now we have a timeout.
Just like to let you know that the JRDA is partnering with USA Roller Sports to bring roller derby to the AAU Junior Olympics July 12th and 13th. This event will feature teams from 6 U.S. regions and 2 from Canada. The Northwest All-Star team includes players from the Galaxy Girls, Reservoir Dolls, I-5 Roller Girls, the Pixies, and other leagues from the region. Streaming information coming soon, so check out the JRDA's Facebook page or juniorrollerderby.org.
That they do. Several of the awesome skaters on that team being seen this weekend. And last weekend, a few more. The co-ed division had their regional tournament. And Mob City, of course, sending a lot of people over to that tournament as well. Junior Olympics, part of the Olympic movement. It's an awesome thing to see.
It is so exciting. What is also exciting is that we've got Juella DeVille taking on Karmic Death here.
Juella DeVille engaging right there on the I-5 back.
3-on-4 pack advantage here to the I-5, but one standing in the box for Rosebuds.
Oh,
but
nicely done.
Juella DeVille says, pack advantage what?
Juella DeVille bounces off the back of that pack and then finds that inside line as they started getting caught up on the Portland blockers up front.
Karmic Death is out of the penalty box. Joella DeVille picks up her points and calls off the jam.
4 and out, down by less than 40 now is Portland. 7 minutes to go.
Rosemary's Baby lining up here for the Rosebuds, taking on Frank the Bunny for I-5.
Rosemary's Baby with those hockey shin guards.
Hey, you know, every part of our bodies are important to protect.
Absolutely, those hockey shin guards. Actually, I've seen a few players wearing them, and it makes sense because I've seen the bruisers that come out of those games. Skates hurt.
Yes, yes, they do. Another reason why I'm sitting up here in the booth. Frank the Bunny, your lead jammer for I-5. Rosemary's Baby now out of the pack on her initial. And Frank the Bunny right around the outside, picking up her 4 points, calling off the jam.
So I-5 taking those 4 points the Portland got last jam, taking those back. Extending their lead now to 41, 166-125.
Bad Advice lining up here against Karmic Death. Fatality driving that wall in the back. I-5 with a square wall in the front, but Karmic Death taking advantage, picking up lead jammer.
Karmic Death is off to the races, coming around looking for that pack. Sees a line, nobody really looking. Flash line of defense up front, not able to time the hit. Right on through.
Karmic Death picks up her 4 points. Bad Advice looking for points here as well.
Bad Advice gets a nice screen on the front of the pack, able to get through very quickly as well. This pack getting kind of spread out. I-5 trying to get back together, so is Portland. Portland started moving to offense. Sees the jammer coming around turn 3. Decides, nope, defense is the way to go. Wisely letting her go. That was very close to a multiplayer block.
Forearm being called on Smacky Kennedy. She's on her way to the penalty box as Starship Trooper is on her way out of the penalty box.
Twelve to 8, I-5 winning that jam, extending their lead even further. 4.5 now left to go.
Joella DeVille lining up here for the Rosebuds, taking on Green for I-5.
I remind you here, at the end of this game, we're going to see Lava City versus the Seattle Derby Brats Ultraviolets. In the B division.
Big Mac on her way to the penalty box. Green breaking through to pick up a lead jammer. I-5 with a blocker going to the box as well. Joella DeVille now out of the penalty box.
Very short pack here. 3 on 2. Portland able to get in there, mix things up a little bit. Get the blockers out of position. Nicely done.
Yes, very nice. Snuck up on them. I think they didn't even see her coming. Oh, nice hit there by Barbarian Librarian. But Green breaks through. She's got 4 more for I-5. Penalty box emptying out.
Frank the Bunny, Maryland Manslam putting on a nice little 2-wall clinic there for Portland, able to get in there, play some offensive blocking. Now they're back up there at the front. Frank the Bunny, Maryland Manslam, not able to stop her that time.
Yeah, gets around Maryland Manslam, and Mad Taco picking up 4 more points. That was a 12-8 run in favor of the Rosebuds. I'm running down on the second half, though.
Almost done with the game. 2.5 minutes to go. 186-145. But I've seen 42-point jams.
Yes, indeed. Anything could happen, but you can bet that something will.
Something will happen.
That something is Karmic Death picking up a lead jammer here right off the bat. But Rosemary's Baby is not far behind, about half track behind her.
Rosemary's Baby
Oh,
looking forward, sizing up the pack. Karmic Death decides to let it roll.
finding a wide open gap right up the middle. She gets into the back and calls it off. Picking up 3 more. 7-4 there on that jam in favor of I-5.
I-5 electing to call off the jam as opposed to letting the clock roll. And that gave Portland a chance to call a timeout, slow things down. 193, 149, 141 left on the clock. Rat City and the Seattle Derby Rats would like to thank our amazing photographers that are here today to capture all the action. I've actually already seen some of those pictures from yesterday up on the Facebook event. So if you go to the Northwest Junior Championships Facebook event, you can find some of the pictures from yesterday. One day of great derby down, one more to go. And the winner of this game taking on the Emerald City Reservoir Dolls at 4 o'clock today. Immediately following that game will be the championship game. It will be the Pixies versus the Seattle Derby Brats. And that is going to be a game to watch.
Yeah, I had planned on being on the road back down south by that time, but after the events of yesterday, I decided, you know what? I can sleep when I'm dead. I'm going to stay for that last bout.
I'm going to be announcing that last bout, but lucky for me, my apartment is 15 minutes from here. So.
Yeah, I've got about a 3-hour drive to get home.
Oh, and that's walking.
Nobody likes a bragger.
No, it's one of the reasons why I was like, yeah, okay, I'll announce this tournament. I live so close.
Kind of hard to find an excuse not to at that point. Yeah, I could not pass this up because the Rosebuds are my home team. But also, the Pixies were the very first team I ever announced for, like
Right.
112 years ago. And I've watched those girls grow up. So I try not to miss an event where they're skating as well.
I hear you. I understand how that is. Green took the star for Mad Zaz Jammer of Record, and that will call off the jam. And 4-0 run for the Rosebuds. Whistle blowing official timeout now. We'll freeze the clock at 44 seconds.
Just double checking penalties there, it looks like. And we get the thumbs up from Rob, the penalty box foreman.
And this, I'm going to say this is probably going to be the last jam.
I concur, but you know, the universe has a tendency to like to prove me wrong.
That it does. Very fast pack. Bad Advice of Karmic Death already out on their initial passes. Bad Advice picking up lead jammer, and she gets 4 points. Jam is called. Timeout is called. I was wrong.
See what the universe does?
It does.
Tempt the fates, and they will smack you right in the face sometimes.
So 4 points to 2 points on that last jam. Portland calling the timeout to get one more jam in.
Rosebud's coach letting the girls know, I'm sure, that this may be the last jam, but let's go for as many points as we can here.
Well, you know, there's also the fact that these games are ranked nationally by the JRDA, so you want to kind of get in there, get all the points you can, and that point spread within reason, because that ranking will affect you next year.
Right, it's not just about the win or lose, but the point spread definitely taken into account here.
That's one thing we really haven't talked about is that all of the A division games here are JRDA sanctioned.
Which is why we have such a great selection of highly trained refs and officials here this weekend. Juella DeVille picking up a lead jammer here on, I'm going to say it with 7 seconds left on the period clock that this will be the last jam.
Now I can say definitively this will be the last jam. The period clock down to 0. We're on the jam clock. Juella DeVille working up there against the front. She is your lead jammer. Green pushed to the inside. She'll be recycled.
Juella DeVille taking her time, being very careful. She is through. There's 5 points for the Rosebuds.
5 points the hard way. They used to call that a grand slam.
Announcer bingo. Check.
Juella DeVille, another scoring pass. There we go. Another 5 in the sky for Portland. She'll call off the jam.
And there's another box to check off.
Absolutely.
And you beat me to it. I was totally going to say that.
Your unofficial final, 195, I-5, 166. Portland. 10-0 run by Portland there at the end. I think it's pretty safe to say that I-5 will advance to the next game at 4 o'clock up against the Reservoir Dolls. That will be the third place game. And Portland will take 5th place here at the 2016 JRDA Northwest Junior Championships.
And I have to say that I don't think the Rosebuds have anything to be ashamed of here. They skated hard. They worked hard. They did an excellent job this weekend.
And you know, I just got to say, the Northwest Roller Derby is so strong. It's so many strong programs that the competition we see up here, when other teams come here, it doesn't matter which one of these teams they play, they seem to lose. So, you know, these teams may play against each other, and they really, it's a crucible up here to get that strength. And we really are, I think, Northwest is best. And they're going to prove it at the Junior Olympics.
Yep. That will be exciting. I might even see how I might even be able to weasel my way over to that.
I hear they need announcers.
I am never beyond convincing, that's for sure.
I'll let Scott Chicken know.
Well, thanks so much for joining us for this bout, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a break. We'll be back at 12 o'clock for the next bout.
That we will, and as mentioned before, that will be the Lava City Cinder Kittens versus the Seattle Derby Brats Ultraviolets, a B Division game. And we will talk to you soon.
Take it easy.
Good morning. We're back. My name is Dave O, and I am sitting here with.
Cheyenne.
Hi, Cheyenne. And we are about to announce the second game today of the Northwest Regional Championships for the female division. Coming up, we have a B division bout: Seattle Derby Brats Ultraviolets against the Lava City Cinder Kittens. Of course, earlier we saw I-5 take on these Portland Rosebuds for the second time this weekend, advancing to the third place game, which will happen at 4 o'clock. Only a few seconds to Derby. I want to go ahead and go through the rosters here really quick. For Lava City, we're going to have number 0, Killer, number 18, Kramer, number 22, Twisted Sista, 247 is I'm a B Feisty, 4 is Reckless, 414 Krabby Abby, 5 is Trouble Clef, 530 is Smackajoea, number 711 Frecklenator, number 88 Darth Molly, and number 9 Maylene Anya.
And for the Ultraviolets, we've got number 0, Requiem, 007, Bearing the Pain, 117, Mojo Jojo, 20, Bella DeBrawl, 253, Hella Fitzgerald, 29, Anita Getcha, 36, Sparkling Panzer, 5000, Pepperika, 5608, Ash Kicker, 6, I Stole Your Cookie, 66, Unholy Rampage, 667, Violet Van Helsing, 777, Wheels of Mass Destruction, 789, which is 7 Skate 9, 8 Bradio Flyer, 82 Panda Adorable, 54 Go-Go, and 70 Virginia Wolf.
And very quickly, right off the bat, Darth Molly jamming for the Cinder Kittens, got lead jammer, but is now sent to the penalty box. So just like that, Bella DeBrawl jamming for the Ultraviolets gets power jam and 5 points.
Bella DeBrawl using that great team tactic where she sends her team forward to break up the front line of Cinder Kitten's defense before she can get her way through in the confusion.
Glitter.
There she goes, put another 5 points on the board.
And the power jam is over. Three passes on the power jam, 15 points up for the Seattle Derby Brats. As Darth Molly now through. Pours on the afterburners, gets 4 points up of her own.
A little bit of a shoulder check there from Bella DeBrawl up against Darth Molly.
Darth Molly recycled very briefly, but the pack is way up there. They started to go back and were like, no, we can't.
Bella DeBrawl racking up another 4 points for the Ultraviolets. And she skates through. The Cinder Kitten's looking around. Not really sure where she is, but she does put another 5 points on the board.
Well, Cinder Kittens are currently down 2 blockers. Darth Molly's only got 2 to be able to pick her lane. And they're down to 1 blocker as the third blocker sent to the penalty box. And they are going to start with 1 blocker on the track, 2 blockers standing in the box, 1 sitting for the Cinder Kittens.
All right, coming up, we've got Sparkling Panzer for the Ultraviolets up against 7-Eleven Frecklenator.
I'm a B Feisty, the lone blocker on the track for the Cinder Kittens. 4 blockers on the track for Seattle Derby Brats.
Sparkling Panzer breaks through, collecting lead jammer status straight through the inside of the pack.
And there was a forearm call.
Yeah, she almost made it through the pack, but she did collect that penalty right at the end there and sent straight to the penalty box.
So a forearm call will give the Seattle Derby Brats Ultraviolets another power jam. Second one of the period, and we're only 2 jams in.
Sparkling Panzer seems to favor the inside of the track. She likes getting through on that 1 skate.
And a cut track. So the Power Jam is extended now. Come back onto the track, cut the track back off. And Sparkling Pans are already 15 points on this jam so far for the Ultraviolets.
This is definitely an explosive kickoff for the Ultraviolets. Sparkling Pans are racking up a great lead. It's going to be hard for the Cinderkittens to get those points back up there.
Sparkling Panzer says, go, glitter, be stuff.
And go and do stuff they do, breaking up what's left of the Cinderkittens pack, allowing Sparkling Panzer an easy route all the way through, almost as if they gave her a roadmap.
Sparkling Panther running headlong into the wall up front as STB could not get in there and mess things up. They had to play defense. Power Jam was over. And there we go, finally through his Frecklenator on the initial pass. Only a couple seconds left in the jam. Sparkling Panzer picking up 5 more points there at the end of the jam. So 30-0 run for Sparkling Panzer.
All right. Up next, we got 414 Krabby Abby jamming for the Cinderkittens and 20 Bella DeBrawl for the Ultraviolets. Bella DeBrawl not wasting any time, using her shoulders to get straight through the pack, collecting lead jammer status, leaving Krabby Abby getting knocked out on the inside as she tries to get through that defense. Ooh, swift jump of the apex, and she is through for another 5 points. Bella DeBrawl does a great job.
Krabby Abby still trying to get through, keeping the feet up front. One more to beat. Finally through on the initial pass is Krabby Abby.
Bella DeBrawl, one more hop over that apex before calling off the jam. She does pick up 4 points on the board for the Ultraviolets. That was a 14-0 jam, leaving the Ultraviolets at 77 and the Cinderkittens with 7.
Wheels of Mass Destruction now out there up against Darth Molly. Darth Molly for the Cinderkittens in red. Wheels of Mass Destruction in white for the Ultraviolets. And just like that, lead jammer for STB. I believe that is, of the 4 jams we've had so far, they've gotten it 3 of them. And the first one was a lead jam that got sent to the penalty box almost immediately.
And in doing so, they did lose that lead. All right, Wheels of Mass Destruction turning around after she breaks through the pack, calling off the jam after collecting her points, stopping the other jammer from getting past anyone.
So 9-0 run there. 86-7 so far.
All right. Looks like we've got up jamming for SDB is 007 Bearing the Pain.
And now a team timeout by the Cinderkittens. They need to slow things down a little bit, talk it out. And I gotta say that if you want to get coffee, go to Pierre Coffee, creating strong, clean, beautiful coffee using only perfectly sourced beans, filtered water, and attention to detail. That is Pierre Coffee. Or if you want other coffee, you go to Black Rock Coffee. They care about 2 things, people and coffee. Check out the only Black Rock Coffee bar in Seattle, located at 143rd and Aurora.
I do love our local coffee shops. I'm convinced that their only purpose in life is to prevent the next 9 a.m. zombie apocalypse.
That is entirely possible. As I mentioned in the last game, one of my friends is convinced that Seattle has the best coffee because we have to.
Because we have to. I think that might be true. I mean, technically, we are the home of Starbucks.
We are the home of Starbucks. You can go down and find the first Starbucks ever. I love taking people who come to Seattle down to the Pike Place Market and saying, this is the first one ever. And they go, ooh. And I go, look, flying fish. And they go, ooh.
All right, so we have 007 bearing the pain for the Ultraviolets and 711 Frecklenator for the Cinder Kittens. Immediately taking a shoulder check, having to recycle back a little bit. But she does make it through the pack, collecting lead jammer status.
Way to go, Cinder Kittens and Frecklenator picking up the lead jammer status. Bearing the pain not far behind, only about half the track. One skater is a lone blocker. STB getting a little penalty trouble there. She'll pick up 5 points. Nope, 4 points and call off the jam. So a 4-0 by the, or 4-2, sorry. Right there at the end, picking up 2 points as the jam was being called was STB. So 11-88.
All right, back up to jam. We've got Bella DeBrawl for the STB Ultraviolets and Krabby Abby for the Cinder Kittens. We do each have one team player in the penalty box for both teams, so it is a 4-on-4.
Looks like the jammers were deciding whether or not to hit each other, but Bella DeBrawl is off like a shot, engages the center of that tripod, gets on through. Lead jammer is Bella DeBrawl. Bella DeBrawl engaging the center of the pack on that wall. And there is a misconduct call. We'll send Krabby Abby back to the box. Bella DeBrawl on the power jam.
Bella DeBrawl putting up 5 more points in the air there. She breaks through that pack. Using the same tactic earlier, she lets her teammates know when to go, and they corral the other team off to one side so she can hop through the inside or make her way through the middle, either way. But she did get a skate out of line on the inside, so she does have to go back behind the other players.
And there's Krabby Abby back on the track, gets into the center of the pack. No points scored because she had not completed her initial pass.
All right. Up next, the Ultraviolets, we got 117 Mojo Jojo up against Darth Molly for the Cinder Kittens.
Mojo Jojo takes a couple steps back, decides to get in there. Oh, nicely done by Darth Molly, getting in the way of Mojo Jojo, taking away that momentum. Mojo Jojo, the one to beat on the outside, barely keeps her feet in, getting separation on the pack. Out of play called. They have to let her go. Lead jammer now is Mojo Jojo, but Darth Molly had enough time to get through the pack and is right behind her.
Ooh, an attempted apex jump smacked right into number 82, Panda Adorable, knocking her out.
Mojo Jojo, though, got a back block on the way through the pack, so Darth Molly now with an opportunity on the power jam for the Cinder Kittens.
Narrowly avoiding some of those shoulder checks, she does indeed make it through, putting 5 in the air for the Cinder Kittens.
That she does. And STV with another blocker was one of those hits that Darth Molly was ducking under was the wrong direction. So a full penalty box now for Seattle Derby Brats. And they're looking like a very full penalty box on the blocker side for both teams now.
And it looks like number 18, Kareemer, got out to the penalty box for a failure to reform.
And now things are emptying out. Both jammers on the track right next to each other. 5 up for the Cinder Kittens, 4 up for the Seattle Derby Brats. Cinder Kittens so far on a 15-4 run on this jam. 20 seconds left to go before the whistle.
All right, SDB breaks through the front of that pack. Mojo Jojo putting 4 up on the board. Darth Molly collecting 4 for her team as well.
Both teams trading force. Mojo Jojo up front. And an out of play hit there will send her off. (19-12) run by the Cinder Kittens brings them to 30 points to 115 for the Ultraviolets. And we're going to have an official timeout as they come over, discuss the score, a little bit of questions on the calls. You know, those things that officials do.
I believe they even have a word for it. I think it's called officiating.
Officiating? I thought it was called striping.
Oh, they're all zebras anyway.
That's true. Do they like gum?
That is an excellent question.
So, anyway, the Rat City and the Seattle Derby Rats would like to thank our amazing photographers that are here today to capture all the action. Right now on the Northwest Championships Facebook page, I have seen several of those pictures being posted from yesterday. Go ahead and take a look at those and give your thanks to our photographers. They go out there, they do some hard work getting in the way, capturing all of this for posterity. And looks like they're going to be deciding that a penalty occurred. And they send one of the Cinder Kittens to the penalty box. So they'll be starting short. 2 blockers in the core and their jammer on the track.
All right, jamming for SDB Ultraviolets, excuse me. We do have 7 Skate 9 up against 414 Krabby Abby for the Cinder Kittens.
Krabby Abby out there. 7 Skate 9 is your lead jammer. She got through a low block by one of the Cinder Kittens, keeps their blocker core to 2. And 7 Skate 9 out of nowhere, not even seen, jumps the apex around the entire pack and gets the grand slam for the Seattle Derby Brats.
And there goes 7 Skate 9 around the inside, fighting her way past some shoulders. Krabby Abby still yet to get through that SDB Ultraviolets pack.
And more blocker penalties coming on as they go in there. Both of these teams fighting so hard to keep these jammers back.
Looks like that was a multiplayer block for 777 Wheels of Mass Destruction.
That it was.
But 7 Skate 9 breaks through the pack yet again, collecting another 5 points. Krabby Abby still not making any headway. There she goes around the inside, finding a doorway for her initial pass through. Oh, excuse me. It looks like there was a star pass. That is not Krabby Abby. That is number 4. That is Reckless. Rolling up to jam for the SDB with a big smile on her face, Bella DeBrawl. Up against Frecklenator for the Lava City Cinder Kittens. Showing off some moves out on the track.
Want to send a shout out to Heidi, your boyfriend, one of the longtime refs here in the Northwest in Germany, watching the feed. So shout out to Heidi.
Awesome. All right, that's close, but there she is, Bella DeBrawl. She is your lead jammer. Frecklenator doing a pirouette, escaping the pack on the inside, mohawking for a minute, but she is through on her initial pass. Bella DeBrawl picking up her points and calling off the jam, keeping the Cinder Kittens from gaining any.
And now we've got an official review being called by the Cinder Kittens. We'll find out what that is all about. Scott Chicken headed to the middle there. As soon as he knows, we'll know. But in the meantime, Did you know that the Seattle Derby Brats, Galaxy Girls, Emerald City Reservoir Dolls, and the Inland Northwest Pixies will all be traveling to Lincoln, Nebraska for the JRDA Championships running July 9th through 11th, and you'll be able to tune into the live stream. Streaming information will be coming soon, so check the JRDA's Facebook page or head to juniorrollerderby.org as that event gets closer. They, of course, are representing the Northwest in the female division, the open division also being represented by the Northwest by the Mob City Misfits. So it's very possible the Northwest could come home with first place in both divisions.
It would make sense. I mean, our girls work incredibly hard to become as talented as they are. There's countless hours of skating. I know not just once a week for most of the girls, but they spend maybe even 6 days a week skating after school just to get as good as they are, and they put in tons of practice.
I'm not sure if you were able to hear there, but the Center Kittens are looking for a back block penalty to be assessed against the Ultraviolet's Jammer as she came through the pack. Referees will now decide whether or not that penalty will stand. But yes, it's very possible that both the open division and female division could come home, and that would be very awesome, as I don't know if people are aware, but the RDCL championships happened. So the juniors from here went to the Battle of the Bank and came home. The Peeps won their championship. So it would be very cool if all 3 of those championships for the juniors could come home to the Northwest.
That would be a great year.
Wouldn't it?
It would be. Yeah, it'd be a great season. In other news, I love how excited Scott gets, especially now that he's got his very first wireless mic. He brought that home 3 games ago and just hasn't been, using it too often. But as soon as we get an official timeout, he's so excited. He walks out onto the track, ready to go put it in someone's face.
Absolutely, and Scott really rocking the dad jeans here on Father's Day, looking good.
Well, his daughter does skate for the older division of the Seattle Derby Brats.
That she does. I've been working with Scott for many years now. Back when my daughter skated for the Seattle Derby Brats. And not sure if you're able to hear there, but the long and short of it is that the official review has been denied and all skaters will remain on the track.
All right, up next jamming is Twisted Sister for the Cinder Kittens. Up against Ash Kicker for the Ultraviolets.
Ash Kicker takes a little bit of step back from the line, able to get some momentum up. Oh, very barely keeping control, staying out of bounds. Almost picked up that cut track penalty. Has to recycle. Darth Molly keeping her back. Trying to give Twisted Sister time to get up there and get lead jammer. Twisted Sister, though, recycled now. And that gives Ash Kicker the opportunity she needed. Lead jammer for the Seattle Derby Brats.
In the meantime, Twisted Sister forced to the inside of the pack, having to recycle, and she instead decides that she needs to pass the star, passing to her pivot. Her pivot then tries to get through. Unfortunately, she did pick up a track cut penalty.
So Darth Molly heading off to the penalty box. That'll give Ash Kicker the power jam. Chance to put some more points on the board for the Ultraviolets.
This is now a power jam for Ash Kicker. She does need to put as many points on the board as she can. And pack was called, so they did have to let her go. But nice defensive moves from Trouble Clef.
Ash Kicker taking a little bit of a hit, but Cinder Kittens coming out on the other end of that hit. Ash
Un-
Kicker with another 5 points.
Unfortunately, as Creamer was coming back from the penalty box, she did enter in front of another player, picked up an illegal re-entry, and is back in the penalty box immediately.
Ash Kicker looking over to the bench, calling off the jam as Darth Molly is now behind her. Initial pass completed, about to head to the scoring pass. That'll be 29-0 on that jam for the Ultraviolets.
And jamming for Ultraviolets now is I Stole Your Cookie.
You did not.
I so did.
Oh, man.
And it was delicious. Up against Frecklenator for the Lava City Cinder Kittens.
Little bit of a scrum in turn one, ends up with I Stole Your Cookie finding the inside line, able to step on through for lead jammer, Ultraviolets.
You definitely stole your jammer status.
She definitely stole my jammer status. They all can steal my jammer status. I want no jammer status.
That's a scary title, but she does make it through the pack, collecting another 5 points, lapping the other jammer, Frecklenator. There she is, making it through on her initial pass.
No Grand Slam this time.
But I Stole Your Cookie does make it through on the inside one last time, picking up 4 points before she does call off the jam. All right. Ultraviolets sending out Pepperika. Cinder Kittens giving us number 99, Miley and Anya.
I'm going to say that one's probably Maylene Anya, because it's
Maylene
May.
Anya?
Or it could be Mylene,
I don't know.
Maylene.
All yesterday I was hearing Miley, but I'm not
Okay.
entirely sure. I thought her name was Miley.
Well, maybe somebody will text in or whatever and correct our pronunciation.
I certainly hope so. I need as much correction as I get.
We're on an official review for track repair. You know, you can start your tech career with Dev Bootcamp, where curious beginners learn full stack web development in 19 weeks. Visit devbootcamp.com to learn more about the original immersive coding school. Build something meaningful at Dev Bootcamp, located in Seattle's Pioneer Square.
I'm pretty sure this is like the third track repair we've had today.
Well, you know, those corners get a lot of abuse.
Yeah, especially today, so it seems these girls are really playing hard.
Both teams lined up towards the pivot line, now coming back for the usual scrum start. And there is the end of the timeout. The not quite swoopy whistle.
Pepperika got really lucky on that one. She did not get an early start, but she thought she was going to.
Pepperika gaining distance. She's only got 2 to beat. One more. She's up front. Lead jammer is Pepperika. Nicely done. And Maylene Anya not far behind, completing her initial pass. Pepperika now lining up for that scoring pass. Looking to the outside. Engages there. Looking to the team waterfalling forward. Finds the jammer behind her. Decides to call it off. And picking up 2 points to the Lava City 0.
All right, up to jam for the Ultraviolets. We do have Sparkling Panzer. Facing off against her, we're going to have Frecklenator for the Lava City Cinder Kittens. All right, Sparkling Panzer around the outside of her team, pushing through the inside, causing a bit of a pileup. But it looks like she's trying to get through that team there. Krabby Abby called out on a forearm call.
Frecklenator able to get in there, get separation on those blockers. Got him mixed up a little bit. Lead jammer status now for SDB. Frecklenator, meanwhile, completing the initial pass. And a short pack out there for Seattle Derby Brats as another blocker called for a penalty. Sparkling Panzer Out there gets a little bit of help from a friend in the form of a sliding screen, slowing the skater in front down.
Frecklenator and Sparkling Panders squeaking through on that inside of the turn, both collecting 4 points.
That was actually kind of funny because Frecklenator was like, I'm going to jump the apex. And one of the SDB skaters kind of fell down, and Sparkling Pen is just like, I have to jump the apex.
True, that did exactly happen. All right, Sparkling Pans are approaching the pack, trying to get her way through on the outside with that one weak Cinder Kitten jammer on the outside, but unfortunately,
And Frecklenator making her way to the inside of the track, and unfortunately, looks like we have a skater down.
that would be Panzer. All right, as a sign of respect, we do try to be as quiet as we can whenever a skater goes down while the officials come out and check her out, make sure she's all right. It looks like she just got the wind knocked out of her, but Panzer is out of this jam, ending it, and starting the next one.
Of course, we'll have to sit out a few jams while she goes over there and gets checked out by medical. We want to thank our medical team for all the hard work they do.
All right, coming up next, have number 8, Bradio Flyer, facing off against number 88, Darth Molly. That's a lot of 8s.
A lot of 8s.
8s for days. Ooh, so close. Bradio Flyer forced to the outside of the pack, giving Darth Molly just enough time to scooch by and collect lead jammer status. Unfortunately, that was no pass, no penalty. So lead jammer did in fact go to Bradio Flyer.
Bradio Flyer zipping around the pack, looks over to the bench,
Bit of a pile
doesn't get the call-off sign. So she's going to make her way through, try to pick up 4 points at least. Darth Molly already got her 4 as a very short pack on the track for SDB. Darth Molly threading her way through again, another 4 points, trading 4s, but Cinder Kitten's in the lead on this jam so far.
Bradio Flyer causing more than just her share of pile-ups as she tries to get through. Unfortunately, she collects the cut track penalty and is on her way to the penalty box, making this a power jam for the Cinder Kittens and Darth Molly as she racks up those points.
7 skate 9, giving Darth Molly a little bit of grief as she makes her way back onto the track after the recycle. Now she's through another 5 points for the Cinder Kittens. 13-4 run. Darth Molly putting together a great jam here for the Cinder Kittens.
Now, seeing as Bradio Flyer did go to the penalty box, she loses that lead jammer status, so this jam will go for the full time of 2 minutes, giving Darth Molly plenty of time to pick up more points for her team.
So 3 passes and 3 5-point passes for Darth Molly. That is the end of the Power Jam, or was the end of the Power Jam. It is now extended as Bradio Flyer sent back to the penalty box.
I'm not sure what she got called out on, but I have a 80% probability that it was a back block. She did hit that pack pretty hard coming back in.
That sounds like it probably is accurate. Unfortunately, the way we are set up here, we're not able to see the outside line and the OPRs. I suppose we
need
could.
taller chairs.
We do need taller chairs or a shorter wall or to just stand up.
All of these are viable options.
I know. We're announcers. We're supposed to sit here and talk about roller derby.
I thought our job was to make it fun.
We do make it fun. We make it very fun.
It's 50-50, skaters and announcers. It all makes it fun.
Absolutely. And we also pay the bills. Do you want to train smart, work hard, and get strong like the Galaxy Girls? Check out and Get Strong First, located at the Rat's Nest here in Shoreline, Washington. Learn more at www.getstrongfirst.com. You too could be as strong as a Galaxy Girl.
That's kind of a scary thought, actually.
It is.
Because you may not realize it, but these girls take so many hits, and they're rolling, which makes them going faster, so their centrifugal force is almost twice what it normally is if they were just running at you.
You know, even off skates, when these girls hit you, you fly. I'm a big guy, and my daughter can send me flying.
Oh, yeah. My 12-year-old sister plays for the Div 1 of the Seattle Derby Brats, and we go skating, and she can slingshot me around the track, and she's almost half my size.
It's amazing the things that this sport does for these young ladies, their fitness, their teamwork.
Oh, yeah, there she goes. Frecklenator, not taking no for an answer, taking lead jammer.
And their ability to do things like that.
Exactly.
Frecklenator engaging the pack yet again. Another STB blocker sent to the penalty box. And Frecklenator now being sent in for a forearm. Nope, back block is the call. Saw forearm for the OPR, and that was being signaled for another skater.
Krabby Abby giving chase after Radio Flyer, but not quite catching her. She does pick up 4 points for the SDB Ultraviolets. And skates right past Krabby Abby yet again in this power jam for the SDB Ultraviolets.
Radio Flyer getting a little help from her friends. 2 wall of Wheels of Mass Destruction. And Mojo Jojo.
That is 3 Grand Slams in a row, ladies and gentlemen. That is a hat trick. 4 Grand Slams, 5 in the air and on the board. Radio Flyer picking up the points like she's shopping.
That was awesome.
I got jokes. What can I say? There are 5 more points for Radio Flyer. At this point, I think Skate Tool just needs to keep waving.
He's saying hi. Hi, everybody. Hi.
Well, he is very friendly. See, here he goes again. Up 4 points for Radio Flyer. We do have an end to the power jam, and Frecklenator does try to get out from behind Bella DeBrawl, and she does succeed, as Pack is called. Collecting 4 points for the Cinderkittens before Radio Flyer, who also picked up 4 points, calls off that jam.
$33 points on that jam for Radio Flyer. 8 points picked up for the Cinderkittens. Just under 5 minutes to go in the first half. And looks like we have a timeout called by the Ultraviolets. So coming up, we are going to have stuff. And as soon as I find the schedule, I'll tell you all about it.
It fell under the table. I'll go get it.
I got one right here.
Oh, lovely.
Yes. Right now we're at the Lava City Cinderkittens versus the Seattle Derby Rats Ultraviolets. After that, we're going to have Rodeo City versus the Nuclear Nightmares in another B Division bout. And at 4 o'clock, we're going to have the third place game, and that is going to be I-5 versus the Eugene Reservoir Dolls. And then, of course, we're going to have the championship game, and that is going to be an amazing game between the Pixies and the Galaxy Girls.
All right. We have a definite fan group going down here for the SDB Ultraviolets. Anita Getcha up against number 9, Maylene Anya. That does sound more correct than
It
Maylene
does,
Anya,
yeah.
doesn't it? Yeah. All right. Anita Getcha trying to break through the front of that pack, getting forced to the inside. Picking up a cut track penalty, sending her straight to the box. Meanwhile, Maylene Anya collects lead jammer status and is on her way back to the pack.
Maylene looking pleased that she got that lead jammer status, has the power jam to go with it. And now she is pushed to the inside, able to get back on the track very quickly, not picking up the cut track penalty, but that time she is going to have to recycle, pushed to the inside by a lovely shoulder by Peperica. That one will slow the skater down, but Violet Van Helsing put a little too much elbow into that one, and a cut track by Maylene Anya. So Violet Van Helsing picking up a penalty, but assisting in forcing the penalty on Maylene Anya. And the advantage will go to Anita Getcha and the Seattle Derby Brats.
All right, Anita Getcha going through, picking up another 5 points.
Lots and lots of penalties. I'm going to be very interested to see what the penalty count is at the half.
Right there, it looks like Anita Getcha did hop over another player. Took a little bit of a spill, but she did get right back up, collecting those 5 points. Her teammates let her through. Krabby Abby tries to knock her out, does, but she does crawl back to the out-of-bounds area, avoiding the cut track penalty so that she can recycle back behind the Cinder Kittens.
At another 5 points for the Seattle Derby Rats, just as the jam is ending. Skate tool weaving to the score box.
All right, so coming up to the line, we do have Twisted Sister number 22 for the Lava City Cinder Kittens. Every time I say that, I kind of feel like I sound like Billy Crystal.
Twisted Sister.
Twisted Sister. Yeah. And jamming for the Ultraviolets is Zero Requiem. Talented skater going to the outside, dodging the Cinder Kittens and picking up lead jammer. Wow, our fans are loud.
They are, and they're right underneath us. Trouble Clef sent to the penalty box for the Cinder Kittens. Not quite sure what happened there, but she ended up way behind the pack and went directly to the penalty box.
All right, Twisted Sister still trying to make it through. Falls to the inside of the track, losing her balance a little bit. Requiem not taking no for an answer as she bowls over 414. Krabby Abby collecting 5 more points.
Twisted Sister passing off the star to Krabby Abby. Krabby Abby gets it in the hands and is immediately recycled as she is targeted by SDB.
Krabby
And
Abby doing a fancy
nicely
bit
done.
of footwork there. That was nice.
Fine, you hit me this way, I will just skate backwards through the entire pack.
Ooh, landing inside on a fantastic apex jump. Krabby Abby collecting 4 points on her pass. Requiem collecting 4 points for hers before calling off the jam because she is yet again lead jammer. Doing a great job.
Under a minute to go in the first half. 263 SDB, 82 for the Cinder Kittens. Going into what will probably be the last jam of the half, but just as in last game, I can be proven wrong.
All right, looks like an official review has been called by the SDB Ultraviolets, I think.
Yes, that would be STB because Lava City lost their official review earlier in the half.
Right, we are still in the same half. I've been announcing so much today, everything's blurring together, to be completely honest.
And it'll just get more fun.
There isn't enough caffeine in the world.
We'll try. We're in Seattle. Scott Chicken and his lovely dad jeans are going to tell us what's going on here in just a moment.
Once again, shout out to all the dads that bring their Derby girls here. They are a valued part of our Derby team. And happy Father's Day.
While we wait for that, we can pay some bills.
Half of our job here is announcing. The other half is split equally between ads and, well, making fun of other people.
We do both well. Advanced Manual Therapy and Sports Rehabilitation, staffed with an advanced team of sports orthopedic and manual therapy specialists who offer leading-edge skills in assessment, treatment, and individualized planning for return to competition and daily activities.
Looks like the SDB Ultraviolets are calling for a review on the points awarded to the to the Cinder Kittens on that apex jump. They want to revise that and make sure that the refs were paying attention to how many girls were passed, so how many points were going to be awarded. There does seem to be a discrepancy there, so we'll see how that turns out.
Question, of course, may be whether or not she landed the jump, but I believe that she landed inbounds, so the passes should count.
Yes, I believe it wasn't whether or not she landed it. I believe it was how many girls she passed doing it. I think the ref
Gotcha.
may have given her more or less points than she passed number of players. All right, so the ruling does stand. The number of points that the jammer gained on that apex jump is staying the same, and the SDB Ultraviolets have lost their official review for this half. But with 17 seconds left in the half, I don't think that's going to be much of a problem.
But either way, back to roller derby for at least another 17 seconds.
Indeed. All right. Looks like we've got Frecklenator, who's out in front of the pack like a shot from a gun. Up against 777, Wheels of Mass Destruction for the Ultraviolets.
Frecklenator seeing that inside line before the whistle even blew, I'm betting. Visualizing her way through that pack and made it happen.
She did definitely have her eyes on the horizon.
And that is halftime now. Halftime score 265. Ultraviolets 82 for the Cinder Kittens. And we'll be back in about 10 minutes for the second half of this game. second half. In about a minute between the SDB Ultraviolets and the Lava City Cinder Kittens. Out on the track right now, you can see the Nuclear Nightmares warming up for their game against Rodeo City, coming up here at the end of this one. People beginning to filter back onto the track.
Yeah, right now we do have the Nuclear Nightmares out here clearing the track because they are trying to warm up. They do have the next bout.
So looking through, looks like we have a lot of penalties.
Especially on the Cinder Kitten side, they have been taking a beating.
It looks like the tail of the penalties is fairly even. SDB, of course, with more skaters spreading the penalties out. Cinder Kittens having to skate a little bit tighter on those rotations. Got several people at 5 penalties, so penalties could become a factor here in the second half.
Well, the Ultraviolets do have 7 more skaters slated than the Cinder Kittens do, so there's just more people to take the more penalties. But coming up at the beginning of the second half, our first jam, we're going to welcome 117 Mojo Jojo to the track.
Mojo Jojo taking the opportunity to have a little bit of a dance party on the jammer line.
Hey, dancing is good. Up against Darth Molly, number 88. For the Cinder Kittens.
Darth Molly's like, team, come out here, team, please.
Yeah, well, if they do start without our team, they do have to stay off the track. There is no changing that.
You know, I've seen it start where the coach forgot to send out a jammer. I've seen that happen, but I've never seen it where there were no blockers.
Actually, we did have one where only one blocker made it out to the line. That was a couple of weeks ago at the Kitsap doubleheader, and the team forgot to get to the track, so they only had one blocker and one jammer, and they had to fight the entire jam that way.
And that was the Tootsie Roller tournament, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was the Tootsie Roller tournament.
Mojo Jojo and Darth Molly. So, the battle of the bad people. You know, the villains.
Yes, we do have a Sith on the track, and if I'm sure,
Mojo Jojo. It's
Mojo Jojo, I believe, was an evil monkey for the
he was-
Powerpuff Girls.
Yes, he is an evil
Yeah.
monkey for the Powerpuff Girls.
90s cartoons, I remember those.
If he were in the Star Wars universe, I would be betting he would be a Sith.
I think he'd be more of a gray Jedi, personally. He had his good days. All right, and Mojo Jojo looking for a way on the inside, but doesn't quite make it. Has to crawl out to avoid a cut track penalty. Unfortunately, Darth Molly didn't make that, and she did get sent to the penalty box, giving lead jammer to Mojo Jojo.
Darth Molly called on a back block penalty, trying to make her way through the pack. Mojo Jojo completing the initial pass is your lead jammer. Tries to get to the inside. Both she and the blocker went out of bounds, so she gets up and keeps on going. She'll get a... Nope, she got all 5.
Doing a
I thought there would be a no
fantastic
pass,
job.
no penalty there. Apparently, I did not see it correctly.
Oh. All right, pack was called because the SDB Ultraviolets did hang back, and unfortunately for the Cinder Kittens, if they do have to let the jammer through, but she did pick up a penalty at some point in there, and so we're going to have a jammer do-si-do, where one jammer enters and the other one leaves, kind of like the Thunderdome.
One jammer enter, one jammer leaves. Wait.
But fortunately for the SDB jammer, she only stays in there as long as the other jammer did, so she doesn't have to complete that full 30-second penalty.
But we do now have to complete the full 2 minutes of the jam because of that do-si-do. And that'll be another 30 seconds there. And that gives Darth Molly the chance to complete the initial pass. Mojo Jojo putting points on the board, 10 points so far. Darth Molly engaging that back wall of white, threading her way through the pack, finds her way up front first. She's got her 4. Mojo Jojo a little bit stuck in the pack. And finally forces her way around the outside. And she'll get 4 points there as well.
Just as the jam ends, Darth Molly attempted to get across the inside of the track, but I think she may have picked up a cut track penalty. I'm not entirely sure. Well, I guess we'll find out when she gets there. Yep.
Actually, I'm seeing a low block. A low block being
Low
called
block.
by Skate Duel.
Oh. Completely possible.
And an official review, or not an official review, rather an official timeout is called.
Yep, the timeout to replace the jammer in the penalty box. Darth Molly did indeed receive that penalty, and so she has to stay in the jammer box, or excuse me, the penalty box. One of those boxes.
A box.
Box. You know, they always told me to think outside the box, but I kind of feel like it's safe in there.
I like outside the box rather than inside the box because I'm told that you can actually score points while you're outside the box.
True. But if you put your opponent in the box, you can still score points as you pass them.
That's true. Ghost points. Skate Ghost Coast to Coast.
You know, I never actually liked that show.
Neither did I, but it seemed to fit, so I said it. Looks like our officials are getting everything all caught up, figuring out what's what, and about time to go.
All right, that whistle signals the end of the timeout. We do have 777 Wheels of Mass Destruction up for the SDB Ultraviolets.
Ultraviolets initially in that passive offense decided to get in there and do a little bit of glitter. There we go, lead jammer by Wheels of Mass Destruction. Darth Molly sitting in the penalty box.
And Wheels of Mass Destruction does pick up the lead jammer for this, and she breaks straight through that Cinder Kittens line, picking up 5 points and putting them on that board. And she does it yet again. A little bit of shoulder, a little bit of hip, and she's on her way through, pushing 5 points up to the board again. That signals the end of the power jam as the jammer for the Cinder Kittens is out of the penalty box. She did attempt a star pass, but didn't get anywhere near her pivot. So she put the star back on and didn't gain any points.
Well, that and her pivot was being called for a penalty at the time, so probably not a good idea to pass that off.
No. I do not recommend that. Oh, look, Sparkling Panzer is back jamming for SDB. Recovered from her previous injury earlier on in the game.
That's always good to see.
And we do have 414 Krabby Abby.
Cinder Kitten setting up a 3-wall, trying to hold Sparkling Panzer back. They hold her back just long enough for Krabby Abby to get lead jammer. And both jammers are now off like a shot. Krabby Abby in the lead, Sparkling Panzer about a quarter track behind. Krabby Abby pivoting around the outside of the SDB wall. She's going to have to recycle and Sparkling Panzer, forcing her way through the center of the track. And, oh man, dragged the foot out of bounds on that pivot.
Yep. 414 Krabby Abby, cut track penalty to the penalty box, making this a power jam for the SDB Ultraviolets. Sparkling Panzer calling out to her teammates. She does force them to break up that Cinder Kittens pack. Trouble Clef doing an excellent job chasing after Panzer, but not quite making it as she puts 5 more points on the board.
And all 5 points awarded there. Back onto the track as the blocker that hit her is called for a penalty as she is hit out of bounds. Trouble Clef headed to the penalty box for the Cinder Kittens.
Bit of a pile up through the Cinder Kittens line as Sparkling Panzer knocks her way to the front, picking up 5 points, putting them on the board. So far, this is a 0-24 jam in favor of the Ultraviolets. Looks like I'ma Be Feisty took a little bit of a hard fall, but she is back up. It is no fun when you land on that tailbone. That can knock the wind right out of you. All right, and Sparkling Panzer collected 4 more points before calling off the jam. That was a 4-28 point jam in favor of the SDB.
And Frecklenator now with the star for the Cinder Kittens.
Up against 7 Skate 9. 7 Skate 9 is a very aggressive player as far as these girls go. She has a lot of control as far as directionality. And she uses that to her advantage, picking up the lead jammer status.
And you saw it there. That ability to just put on the afterburners to go the direction she wants. Skipping around the back of the pack, picking up 4 more points for the Ultraviolets.
The score is currently 325 for the Ultraviolets and 90 for the Cinder Kittens.
Just under 23 minutes left to go. And you can see the Cinder Kittens trying to take advantage of just about everything they've got. And there is the timeout. Took the full 30 seconds between the jams and then called the timeout, getting as much rest as the coach can for his players.
It looks like it is a team timeout, as a matter of fact, for the Cinder Kittens.
That it is. And during a team timeout, you know what we have to do.
All right, let's see. Quality Athletics, we celebrate sport. Located in Seattle's Pioneer Square, Quality Athletics is a full-service restaurant and bar, not your usual sports bar fare, with large wood-fired grill, a slushy and snow cone machine, a rooftop garden, an AstroTurf back bar, and outdoor fire pits.
That sounds really cool. And you said that is in Pioneer Square?
You know, I'm not entirely sure. I've never been there, but it's definitely someplace that I would want to check out at some point. Sounds like a great place. Maybe if we're lucky, we'll get them to stream the girls skating.
Yeah, good.
I mean, it is a sports bar, and this is a sport. As a matter of fact, it is the fastest growing women's sport in the entire world.
It is.
Yeah. Looks like we've got 007 bearing the pain up for the Ultraviolets. And number 414, Krabby Abby, who takes lead jammer status as she hops around the inside of that defensive line.
Bearing the pain, getting up in there and mix things up a little bit, going through the pack, giving Krabby Abby an opportunity to find that line on the inside and just skip past everybody for lead jammer status. But unfortunately, that lead will go away as she is sent to the penalty box.
Just as she got through the front of that pack, too. That's got to be a groaner. All right, 007 bearing the pain, picking up 5 points as she crushes through that pack. Ooh. Got herself knocked down a little bit. It came in a little too hot, but not hard enough to get a back block. The Cinder Kittens pack is broken up quite a bit by the SDB defense, and now all she has to do is fight past it. One skater to beat, and she made it through, picking up another 5 points.
SDB keeping one skater back, not letting them form their defense. And there we go. Now they're up front. Krabby Abby tries an apex jump, not quite able to get that off. And misconduct, that is a good call on the part of the ref because she launched herself into the air and hit the other team.
Yes, she did. She came in just a little too hot, didn't slow down. It could have been a back block, but unfortunately, she didn't really... She definitely jumped up before the end of that, so that was a misconduct. All right, Krabby Abby attempting to get through. She is held back by the SDB Hurricane defense here. Doing a fantastic job. It looks like 117 Mojo Jojo is at the head of that defense, keeping her away from the front of the pack. As 007 clears the Cinder Kittens.
Krabby Abby pivots through the pack just as the whistle is blown, picking up 4 points for the Cinder Kittens.
tell you what, though, for the Cinder Kittens, they do have less players, and they are trying really, really hard out here. They're definitely breaking their backs playing against SDB Ultraviolets today.
Kind of see them picking up a little bit of a second wind here in the second half too. Looked like they started off a little bit tired, but they're starting to get it back together. And that timeout really seems to be the break that they needed.
All right, so we got number 253 for the SDB Ultraviolets, Hella Fitzgerald. That one always messes with me, to be completely honest. Up against Frecklenator. Hella Fitzgerald does indeed take lead jammer status. About the same time, Frecklenator makes it through on her initial pass.
Frecklenator making her way through the back on that scoring pass. Recycled to the inside. She'll have to head back. Hella Fitzgerald finds that inside line around the rest of the pack. 5 in the sky.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's the ref's hand.
In the sky. Very
Indeed.
nice. Yeah.
Ooh, Hella Fitzgerald attempts to get through there, but due to a nice shoulder check from Maylene Anya, she does fall, and 88 Darth Molly knocks her to the inside, forcing her to recycle to the back of the pack. This is a power jam in favor of the SDB Ultraviolets, and unfortunately, the Cinder Kittens pack just can't stretch that far. They have to let her go.
Holding her back for several seconds, though. That will eat time off the penalty. Cinder Kittens continuing on the penalty kill, but now the power jam rather is over as Frecklenator back on the track completes the initial pass.
Frecklenator putting on the gas around those curves, definitely catching up. Hella Fitzgerald knocked out on the inside by 99. Maylene Anya forced to recycle to the back of the pack, but does find her way through the outside. Little pirouette there as she dodges another player, but she does pick up 4 points.
Maylene Anya out there forcing her to do that pirouette.
Maylene Anya is doing some great defense work today. She's definitely making the SDB girls work for it.
And back at the line for STV will be I Stole Your Cookie.
I didn't even have a cookie.
That's why you didn't have a cookie, because I stole it. And yeah, that is one of those points where you were talking about. The blockers did not get on the track. 2 of them didn't get there in time, so they have to go back to the bench.
I stole
and
your
it looked
cookie.
like there was also an illegal procedure call, sending one more to the penalty bench. So that is going to be an official timeout, I would imagine, while they sort through all of this. I think there may be a delay of game consideration
Possibly.
there as well.
Possibly. Also, at the end of that, before the Cinder Kittens could call off that jam, I Stole Your Cookie started lapping their jammer, so that was probably the best call they could have made to avoid losing any of those points.
That is entirely possible, yes.
All right. Looks like we're starting to get ready for the timeout to be over. Everybody's
Refs are
getting ready.
talking things over with the coaches, letting them know what's going on.
Everyone's getting back in position. Looks like jamming. We have Maylene Anya. And Ash Kicker for the SDB Ultraviolets.
Ash Kicker taking a page from Aquanacua, standing at the apex between turns 3 and 4 to start the jam.
That is something you will see quite often, is some jammers, I guess, prefer to be farther back so that they can see where they're going before they get there.
Well, that, and it also allows them to get up some speed. You're a little harder to hit, and it's a little harder to take away your momentum and you can use that to spin through the pack a little bit easier. And there's the end of the timeout. Cinder Kittens will start with 2 blockers in the box. And 2 blockers on the track.
Yes, there is a pack disadvantage for the Cinder Kittens. And it looks like Ash Kicker's going to take full advantage of that as she bursts through. Unfortunately, she does get lead. Oh,
No,
lead
she
jammer.
got lead jammer. There was no penalty called there on her.
I was sure she was going to get a penalty. Looks
No.
like the ref couldn't get her whistle out fast enough.
No, I think there was also a matter of they probably, and the way she went in there, she hit one in the front, and the way she plowed into it, it looked like it may have been a penalty, but looked like legal contact from up here.
Well, and then it looked like they were holding arms together, and I think she challenged that, and they did let go, so there was no penalty on either players.
Exactly.
So, as far as I can tell.
And a result, lead jammer.
Yeah. Just took a little while to get the hand signal up in the air there. All right. Stepping up next, we got I Stole Your Cookie for the
Against
STB
one
Ultraviolets.
blocker.
And one blocker for the Cinder Kittens here. That is Frecklenator doing her best. 5:30 for the Cinder Kittens. Smackajawea making her way through on her initial pass as I Stole Your Cookie is collecting some of them points. Doing a great job. There's 4 more in the air for I Stole Your Cookie. Smackajawea forced to the inside on that turn there, having to recycle to the back of the pack. I Stole Your Cookie taking several hip checks. Excuse me.
And very briefly there, it looks like though Paprika lost a toe stop, so we had a little bit of a hazard on the track for just a second.
You know, that happened yesterday, too. Not sure if it was the same skater, but we did have one toe stop that literally flew into the crowd. They had to get it back.
So roller derby clearly not like hockey. When a toe stop goes into the crowd, you don't get to keep it.
No, you don't get to keep it. Whereas a hockey puck costs generally around, I think, $5 or $6. A pair of toe stops can cost you anywhere up to $20 and up.
Very, very true. While roller derby may be cheaper than other sports as far as participation fees go, as far as the gear, it is one of the most expensive sports that I have seen played.
It is indeed. We do love our sponsors, and we love our parents, because without our parents, there would be no skaters. Because I can tell you right now that a bunch of 14-year-olds are never going to be able to afford a $300 pair of skates.
$300. I paid $850 for one pair for my daughter.
I'm sorry for your pocketbook. I can feel it crying from here.
She loved the skates, though, and they did what they were supposed to do. Anyway, we have on the track Maylene Anya jamming for the Lava City and Wheels of Mass Destruction for Seattle Derby Brats.
Yeah, nice moves there. Maylene Anya was forced out of bounds. Number 66, Unholy Rampage, forced her to run back to the very, very start of that turn. Unholy Rampage getting past that last skater. Unfortunately, she calls off the jam. Perfect timing. Cinder Kittens 0. SDB 4.
Cinder Kittens over the century mark, though. 101 now to 387, just under halfway through the second half.
I tell you what, both teams are playing their best today, but these SDB Ultraviolets are not making it easy.
You know, it's a testament to the SDB program is because a lot of these girls are working as hard as they can to get up to the Galaxy girls. And as the system just keeps going, the Galaxy girls are getting stronger and stronger, and it's a testament how SDB has set up their program.
Yep. All right, so this time, Mojo Jojo, our lead jammer for this round. For the Ultraviolets, Twisted Sista still trying to find a way through on the inside. Doesn't quite make it. Didn't collect a cut track penalty, thankfully. She did recycle, and she's now trying to find her way through that pack again.
She did, and barely got in behind 7 Skate 9 instead of in front of her. 7 Skate 9 trying to draw the track cut.
Oh, looks like Mojo Jojo picked up a penalty. I'm not sure if that was it was a low block penalty.
There we go. Twisted Sister makes her way through on the initial pass, and the crowd goes wild.
They did actually. It was quite intense.
Twisted Sister now on a scoring pass, picks up a screen, push to the outside by number 29, Anita
But she
Getcha.
misses it. 7 Skate 9 skating back as fast as she can.
No, that was a direction of play on 7 Skate 9,
Oh, good job.
not sent to the penalty box.
Lucky for you. Your team was on top of that. Yeah, 7 Skate 9, the pivot, is now sitting in the penalty box. Mojo Jojo is out, and she is ready to tussle back with these Cinder Kittens, pushing through that defensive line, causing a bit of a pileup with her own teammates. Everyone is falling down. But
And,
Wheels of Mass
yes.
Destruction, one skater to beat, and she puts those 4 points up on the board. Sorry, that is Mojo Jojo, not Wheels of Mass Destruction.
Way back in that huge pileup that we were talking about just a minute ago, Twisted Sister unfortunately picking up a low block penalty, so she is in the penalty box, and that is where she will start the next jam.
And Sparkling Panzer lost her toe stop. That's the second one in as many jams.
Skaters flying everywhere, skate parts flying everywhere. It's mayhem down there.
I honestly didn't think that was actually something that happened. Like, you see those cartoons of the cars going across the screen, they hit something off screen and the parts just bounce. No, that actually
That
happens
actually
here.
happens.
All right, 007 bearing the pain, jamming for the SDB Ultraviolets. This is a power start for them because the jammer, Twisted Sister, is still in the penalty box for the Cinder Kittens.
Not for long. She is standing up now, bearing the pain. Got the initial pass, now going in for a scoring pass. 2 to beat up front. Oh, takes a nice hit. Krabby Abby throwing shoulder down and forcing Bearing the Pain to recycle. Twisted Sister now out on the track. And she's got all 4 SDB to beat, trying to force her way into there. Find the seam on the outside. There she goes. Oh! Takes a hit.
She did get a skate out. I was hoping she would notice it, but she did not. She got right back up, tried to skate, and picked up a cut track penalty. It is back to the box for Twisted Sister.
Brady O'Flyer laying down the hit that caused that. And Twisted Sister back to the penalty box, bearing the pain. Now extending the power jam.
All right, 007 bearing the pain, put up another 5 points there. She is coming around that next turn, going back into the pack, and let's see if she can get through making the most of this power jam. And yes, she can, right around the outside, knocking over 414 Krabby Abby. Putting up 5 points on the board yet again. This is a 0-20 jam so far in favor of the SDB Ultraviolets. Ooh, one skate, toe stops in only, and she does some fancy footwork, picking up 5 points. I can't believe that. That was a great play.
Krabby Abby can't believe that either. It's a nice hip check. Almost had her out.
Did slow her down a little bit, but not enough to stop her. 007 bearing the pain and puts another 4 points up on the board.
Krabby Abby going for that hit to the outside, bearing the pain, able to get that shoulder to the inside, take the impact with her. And there's the end of the jam.
There was an attempted star pass, by the way, from the Cinder Kittens. They attempted to give it to number 530 Smackajawea, but she did get forced outside, and then the whistle blew, so she didn't quite get enough to make any points. Alrighty now, let's see. We got rolling up to the line here, number 99, Maylene Anya, facing off against 0, Requiem. Requiem comes in smacking right into that front line. The pack is being called, so she does get let go. Meanwhile, Maylene Anya is still stuck behind that triad defense. Wheels of Mass Destruction being a magnet, keeping her locked in.
SDB doing a good job of waterfalling into that tripod. Oh, and that'll take her down. Requiem is out of the front of the pack. 5 points there. Maylene Anya still having trouble.
Unholy Rampage backing up into Melee and Anya. Not planning on letting her through anytime soon. Wheels of Mass Destruction being the front triad. Doing a great job, but Melee and Anya does make it through for her initial pass. Good job.
But I gotta say, Unholy Rampage Paprika
And Wheels of Mass Destruction.
and Wheels of Mass Destruction up there, a wonderful tripod. I wouldn't want to challenge that.
That is the definition of a triple threat.
And once again, that tripod forcing Melee and Anya to the inside. And she'll have to recycle.
All right, that was a great shutdown of that penalty. They killed it right then and there. And it looks like Requiem is back out of the penalty box through the pack like lightning, picking up 4 points. Melee and Anya still trying to find a way through that pack, not getting anywhere.
Looks like Melee and Anya deciding she's going to do a little bit of defense, not able to get through the wall, so changing how she's going to contribute there.
It does look like she's not going very far. Unfortunately, number 5 out in the front, Trouble Clef, keeps trying to chase the jammer Requiem, but the pack isn't moving fast enough, and they don't have enough players to string it out.
That is true. An official review now called by the coach of the Cinder Kittens.
Earlier, we were talking about the amount of money it costs for skates, and I'd like to give a shout out to Fast Girl Skates. Visit Fast Girl Skates for all your roller derby skating supplies, or at fastgirlskates.com. Now, they have a fantastic store down in Seattle, and it's their first brick and mortar store, from what I understand, and they have a great consignment program, from what I've heard.
That they do. They've been open for many, many years over there in Wallingford. And a wonderful store. They really do a great job of supporting our derby community, especially the junior community.
Yeah, they have great service, great placement, actually. And they have an assorted color of laces, from what I hear from my sister. Every time she goes in there, I swear she comes back with like 5 more laces, and I'm pretty sure we've exhausted all the colors of the rainbow, but I could be wrong.
It could be worse. It could be the socks. They have a wall of
it's the
socks.
socks,
Lots
too.
and lots of socks.
I'm just jealous because I can't afford those. They have these really awesome jellyfish socks in there. Oh my gosh.
Oh, man, that sounds awesome.
They're so cool. I love jellyfish. Would never want to touch one.
I have. They feel really weird.
Like, I admire them, kind of the way I admire octopus. I like sea animals. I like looking at them. I like the way they look. I don't want to touch them, though.
I
Nope.
grew up in the Bay Area down near the Monterey Bay Aquarium, so I spent a lot of time in those tide pools.
Yeah. Well, I spent there's some a lot of love on the track today.
That there is. As the refs go through talking about the official review, and it was about something, but we were too busy talking about jellyfish to find out what that was.
Well, no one said anything. Otherwise, I would have been quiet. But I don't think we even know what the official review is about. But Scott's out there. He's going to find out for us.
Scott Chicken, very alert with his wireless mic. And I can kind of understand him being excited about his wireless mic. Way back in the early days of roller derby, Seattle Derby Rats practiced at the Rat's Nest when it was in Ballard, and they had their friends and family bouts. And one of the most exciting things for me was when we finally were able to get a little tiny PA system, so we could do announcements and play music.
Yeah, I remember that. My sister joined the league shortly before they moved here to the Shoreline area. It looks like there is a player who has picked up her 7th penalty, and she has fouled out. That is a Cinder Kitten. I believe that is number 18, Cream Her. That was number 18, Creamer. In roller derby, you can have a certain number of penalties per game. Number 18, Creamer, picked up 7, fouling her out for the rest of the game. She is no longer allowed to play. But she did a fantastic job the entire day. Great teamwork.
And looking at what's on the bench and on the track, I think that brings the Cinder Kittens down to 8 players available to play this last 7 minutes.
All right, that marks the end of the official review. Jamming for the Ultraviolets, we do have Bella DeBrawl, a fan favorite. Up against 530 Smackajawea for the Cinder Kittens. Gosh, I love their names.
Smackajawea working against that floor wall, pushing them forward with all her might. Violet Van Helsing anchoring the back there.
Make no mistake, her name says it all. Bella DeBrawled her way right through that line, picking up lead jammer status for this jam.
And she flashes a smile to the crowd on the way by.
Got to keep those adoring fans happy. There she goes again. 5 more points.
5 points there. Smackajawea is still trying to get through. Passes off, tries to pass off the start. Not quite sure if she got that there.
Not entirely sure. It looks like she's attempting a star pass, but her pivot is behind her. And her teammates look a little confused. They're not really sure who the jammer is at the moment.
Somebody has to have a star in their hands. There's nobody with a star in their head at this point.
Yeah. In this situation, a star in the hand is not doing well. I don't actually see the star, but I know who had it. There she is. She did get out. It looks like what's left of the SDB girls are doing their best to try to get that jammer, which is number 530 in the black helmet, to stay out, successfully killing that penalty as Bella DeBrawl gets back through. She does pick up 4 more points. I'm actually really not sure what happened to the star at this point in time.
Well, either way, every single person out there working for the Cinder Kittens is now acting as a blocker. Although whoever has the star is considered the jammer of record.
Yeah. Yep, it was indeed number 530, Smackajawea. She had it tucked inside of her pads there in the back. I'm not sure if that was... Is that legal to take the star off and pretend to be a blocker to get through?
Yeah, you just don't score any points. It's a matter of if you have the star, you are considered to be the jammer.
Yes, but don't you have to be wearing it in order to...
In order to score, you have to wear it.
Yes. Okay, well that was confusing for me.
And there's only one other person she could have handed it to legally, and that would have been the pivot.
Yes, who was behind her the entire time. All right, coming up next. Well, at the moment it looks like we do have a team timeout for Seattle Derby Brats Ultraviolets.
I think he's
Or is that the Cinder Kittens? I'm not entirely sure.
Cinder
Which direction
Kittens.
is that? Cinder Kittens. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
It is.
Get your facts straight, Cheyenne. I can't think straight. How am I going to get my facts straight? I don't even know.
I don't know, but here in a few minutes you're going to be able to get another monster, so you'll be good.
True, I am looking forward to that. There is not enough caffeine to run this machine. All right, coming up next, we've got 7 Skate 9 jamming for the Ultraviolets. Up against 414 Krabby Abby.
Krabby Abby really does not. Look at that smile on that
I
kid.
know. I'm sitting here going, Krabby Abby. This kind of sounds like an Oscar the Grouch situation. He's not really that grouchy, but I still call him that. Woo! That could have been a beautiful thing. Unfortunately, she did skate back inbounds, skating backwards on one skate. Did pick up a cut track penalty, giving the lead jam to 7 Skate 9, who just steps around all the players on the inside of that track, collecting 5 points. This is a power jam at this point in time. Ooh, pirouette, nicely done. 99 Maylene Anya tried to knock her out, but she did manage to stay inbounds on all 4 wheels.
And Krabby Abby completed the penalty, but not able to continue skating. It looks like she has fouled out, and this puts the Cinder Kittens into a bad situation. She could not go back onto the track as the jammer at the end of her penalty because she has fouled out, leaving no jammer on the track for the Cinder Kittens.
Indeed. 7 Skate 9 does have the lead jammer ability, and she is going to run this to completion, it looks like, especially because there will not be a jammer for the Cinder Kittens. Their best hope right now is to wall up as best they can and try not to let the Ultraviolets get them down. Fortunately, the jam is called off. It has reached the end of the time for that, Jeff.
Actually, what happened there is there was no way for there to be another jammer on the track. So once the jammer sits down in the penalty box, the jam is immediately called dead.
Ah, you learn something new every day. All right, we got a little under 3 minutes left in the second half of this game here.
And an official review to sort all of the everything's out, as Cinder Kittens are down to the very, very few skaters left. They're going to end up with a couple of blockers in the box, a couple on the track, and a jammer.
And if you were curious, the current score is the Cinder Kittens have 111 to the Ultraviolets 474.
And another player looks to have fouled out. So the Cinder Kittens now down to 4.
Ouch.
4 players, but only 2.5 minutes left to go. It's going to be very tough for these 4 players to go, but they are going to give it all they've got.
Looks like the timeout still stands for the moment. The jammer for SDB is in the box, along with the pivot, leaving 3 girls on the track. Starting out this round, we have Pepperika, Radio Flyer, and Unholy Rampage. And Pepperika and Unholy Rampage seem to be doing a fantastic job at blocking today.
And it's going to be Smackajawea currently dancing over here behind the jammer line. She's going to be the jammer for the Cinder Kittens. And there's the whistle. Pepperika looking to guard the outside. Radio Flyer guarding the inside. Now they're coming together. All 3 getting that tripod up in there.
Looks like the Cinder Kittens are going to go for the pack call. They're going to stay back as far as they possibly can.
Well, now is the time to do a passive offense.
Now is a great time to do that.
As long as you're able to keep the players in there, listen to the no-pack calls, get in there so you don't get the failure to reform, avoid the penalties. Because honestly, it is usually the team.
There we go. They did knock her out of bounds. She has to recycle all the way back to the beginning of turn 3.
Pepperika with a huge effort there, getting her out, forcing that recycle. Smackajawea almost out on that initial pass.
Yep, 7 Skate 9 picking up 5 more points. I believe she is our lead jammer. Yes, she is. Coming around the inside, there was an open lane. The pivots having a little bit of a hip fight there. 7 Skate 9 picked up 5 points for that pass. They are fighting, trying to get as many points as they can. Smackajawea stuck behind the Hurricane defense of numbers 8, 6, 5,000, and 66. A full team of defense up against one jammer is always a hard roadblock. But the Cinder Kittens were not giving up. They're doing a great job. The Power Jam does go to them. We do have our jammer in the box.
Smackage away, giving everything she's got. Oh, barely avoids the cut track penalty there, keeping that feet out of bounds. And there is the end of the jam. And we're going to have time for one more.
I think so. We do have about 30 seconds left in the in this last half here. If the girls get started before the end of bout whistle blows, then we will have our last jam for this half, which will be our 16th jam. Looks like we've got lining up number 99, Maylene Anya, up against 777, Wheels of Mass Destruction.
And the Cinder Kittens have everybody available to them on the track, all 4 players, and just like that, Wheels of Mass Destruction through for lead jammer.
Maylene Anya fighting that last skater up there. She had 1 skater to beat, 2 skater to beat, trying to look for a way through. They do knock her out on the inside of the track, forcing her to recycle. Meanwhile, Wheels of Mass Destruction picked up another 5 points. Straight through the inside, picking up another 5 points. Great job, Wheels of Mass Destruction.
Maylene Anya, unfortunately, picking up a back block penalty over in the scrum on the far side, so she's going to have to sit down. Not quite sure of her penalty count right now, and a cut track called on one of the blockers here. Reckless.
Who also happens to be the captain of the Lava City Cinder Kittens. This is a power jam in favor of the STB Ultraviolets, and Wheels of Mass Destruction is not letting it go to waste.
All right, looks like Maylene Anya sent back onto the track, so she has not fouled out. Cinder Kittens able to field the jammer for the remainder of this jam. Which, if Wheels of Mass Destruction just
Maylene Anya.
keeping it going, timer has run out. Looks like she's going to try to run out the jam clock as well.
She did pick up 4 points before she taps the hips and calls off the end of the jam. The unofficial total is Cinder Kittens 111 to Ultraviolets 515. The coaches will deliberate, make sure that the score is correct. And everyone is lining up around the track for the girls' victory lap.
You know, a huge effort by the Cinder Kittens. I'm very glad that they came up. I have not been able to see this team since Big O a few years ago. And they finally got enough players together to get a team up, and they sent them up here, and I'm very happy to see them with the growth of junior roller derby in the Northwest just continuing.
They did. They did a fantastic job yesterday. They did a fantastic job today. They have absolutely been working as hard as they possibly can, and they've been doing really, really well for themselves. This is the first year I've gotten to see them, but I can definitely say that I am a fan.
I'm a fan too.
All right, that is the final on that score. 111 Cinder Kittens, 515 SDB Ultraviolets. The girls are taking their victory lap.
And coming up here next on this track at 2 o'clock, at least that's when it's slated for, 15 minutes from now, Rodeo City versus the Nuclear Nightmares, another B division bout. And following that one will be the 3rd place bout between I-5 and the Reservoir Dolls.
right, we are back for our 2 o'clock game between Rodeo City and the Nuclear Nightmares out of Tri-Cities. Quick rundown of the rosters for Rodeo City, who will be skating in the purple shirts. Number 11, Into Hood. Number 1245, Silent But Violent. 1783 is Freight Train. Number 27, Tomahawk. I keep wanting to put an R in there, and there isn't an R. Number 30, Ms. Speedy Gonzalez. 33 is Lena Klakya. 42-34, Cookie Crusher. Number 5, Electro Cute. 77, Not Gonna Stoppy. Number 77, 34, Nat Out of Hell. Number 8, Vampire Bunny. Number 84, She's So Sarcastic. 88 is Cupquake. 934, Vanellope Von Skates. And 99, Kim Karsmashian. And for the Tri-Cities, the Nuclear Nightmares in the bright nuclear green tops. Number 108, Mad Splatter. 13 is Riot Girl. 15, Sassin' and Bashin'. Number 17, Reign of Terror. 314 is Magpie. Number 357, Black Heart Blocker. Number 414, Love Bug. Number 612, Toxic Bubbles. 666, Killer Barbie. 712, Rainbow Fright. Number 7224 is Pissed Off. Number 748, Punky Bruiser. 813 is Brozilla. 831, Dream Crusher. And 85 is Ruthless. Both teams going through the gear check right now. Have played repeatedly as they are semi-neighbors between the Tri-Cities and Ellensburg, not too far to drive. Rodeo City also borrowing some skaters from the Yakima team and also, I believe, from the Wheat Whackers out of Pullman, and they might even have a couple of Pixies on there. We'd like to thank some of our sponsors. Start out your tech career with Dev Bootcamp, where curious beginners learn full-stack web development in 19 weeks. Visit devbootcamp.com to learn more about the original immersive coding school. Build something meaningful at Dev Bootcamp, located in Seattle's Pioneer Square. Final bits of Nuclear Nightmare outfitting being confirmed. And we will get rolling. We are running a little bit late thanks to the prior game with the Cinder Kittens and the Ultraviolets running a little bit long. Coming up next after this game, we will have our third place game featuring the Emerald City Reservoir Dolls versus the I-5 Roller Girls. I-5 beating Rose City this morning at 10. And that will be followed by our championship game between the Seattle Derby Brats Galaxy Girls and the Inland Northwest Roller Derby Pixies. All right, looks like number 27, Tomahawk, set to jam for Rodeo City. And I think that is number 712, Rainbow Fright, for the Nuclear Nightmares. Rainbow Fright clearly identified by the Rainbow Tutu. And Rainbow Fright almost bumped, but does keep the skates in bounds. But we got Tomahawk is your lead jammer, number 27 for Rodeo. Tomahawk now rolling up to the back, has to slow down a bit as the defense is in the back. jumps through, grabs 4 points, calls off the jam. Rodeo City out to the early 4-0 lead. Setting up for our second jam of the game, Lena Klakya, number 33, jamming for Rodeo City. And 6-12, that is Toxic Bubbles, jamming for the Nuclear Nightmares. Lena Klakya steps on the inside, pushes the crowd towards the middle, and she is out, lead jammer. Second straight lead jammer of the game for Rodeo City. Toxic Bubbles bumped to the outside, had to recycle back, ducks under the arms of her own blocker and clears the pack as Lena Klakya forced to the outside. Lena Klakya recycling back, sees Ruthless standing to the middle, cuts around the outside, taps the hips to call off the jam. A second straight 4-0 run for Rodeo City, taking them to 8-0 with under 2 minutes burned in the game. Very quick back work by Rodeo City. And they're sending out Vanellope Von Skates to jam for the team in purple, Brozilla, with the super sparkly armband, number 813, jamming for the Nuclear Nightmares. And Vanellope Von Skates bumped to the inside. Brozilla bumped down to the ground. Vanellope ends up out of bounds again as Brozilla pushes through, but yes, does grab lead jammer. Vanellope Von Skates right a step or so behind, exiting the pack, but now a step or two in front as both jammers approaching the pack. Nuclear Nightmares lined up to the back, throw the shoulder to Vanellope Von Skates. Jam called off a 0-0 tie. Lining up for jam number 3. Looks like we got number 3. 7734, excuse me. That's Nat Out of Hell jamming for Rodeo City as was lead jammer, but back block. Back block on the way through the pack, so not lead. Lead going to Blackheart Blocker of the Nuclear Nightmares. Nightmares' first lead jammer of the game. And Blackheart Blocker goes to one skate, keeps the balance, rolls out 5 points. Rodeo City on the board, now trailing only by, Nuclear Nightmares rather on the board, now trailing only by 3. Illegal re-entry penalty sends a Rodeo City blocker to the penalty box. That's number 1783 Freight Train. As we have 5 more points up and a lead change. Nuclear Nightmares now up 10-8. And jam is called off before Pissed Off can get back to the pack. And we will leave it with a 2-point lead now. Nuclear Nightmares up after 4 jams, 10-8. Jam number 5 starts. Lena Klakya jamming for Rodeo City. Number 85, Ruthless. Almost clear, but just taking a little shoulder and bump to the infield. Lead jammer, Rodeo City. And Lena Klakya. Ruthless pulled all the way back to the jammer line, now resetting and trying to get past as the 3/4 of the Rodeo City blockers. Keeping her to the back, number 612 for Nuclear Nightmares. Toxic Bubbles heading to the penalty box on a back block penalty. As Lena Klakya through, and we have another lead change, shifting back now 13-10 in Rodeo's favor. Lena Klakya bumping in to the front of the pack. Brozilla there to hold that last line of defense and throw in another shoulder, but Brozilla picking up a penalty. Lena Klakya stepping over a leg almost through, looking to the ref. Did she get called on the penalty? No, that was flagged on a Nuclear Nightmare blocker, Killer Barbie. And Lena Klakya makes it out of the pack for 5 calls off the jam. And that takes us to 18-10, Rodeo City. Number 8, Vampire Bunny jamming for Rodeo City. 77-24, pissed off for the Nuclear Nightmares. And pissed off is your lead jammer with Vampire Bunny just behind a very micro pack. Only 1 to 2 blockers on the track. Now back up to 2-2. As pissed off through with 4-point pass. And misconduct penalty, sending number 5 Electrocute to the penalty box for the Rodeo City Juniors as pissed off rolls out with 5. Vampire Bunny still trapped. Brozilla throwing a hip, and finally Vampire Bunny able to work out the front 4 points up for Rodeo City on that scoring pass. Pissed off 1 lap ahead. Got the lap point last time around. And pissed off pushes through the front for 4 more. While Killer Barbie and Dream Crusher crushing the dreams of poor Vampire Bunny of trying to get through the pack. Killer Barbie throws another shoulder to escort her out of bounds. Pissed off, slides through, does keep the feet and hands in bounds. And that is 5 more. Checks with the bench. Bench says, you keep skating. And pissed off doing just that. As Vampire Bunny trapped behind a heavy 4 pod of blockers for Nuclear Nightmares. Clockwise block clears Brozilla out of the way. And Vampire Bunny, 1 skater to beat. Oh, but the rest of the pack rolling up on top and people tripping left and right. As pissed off goes to the ground, and Vampire Bunny finally out with her second scoring pass of 4 points. Pissed off calls off the jam after collecting 22 total points. So a 22-8 run. Nuclear Nightmares now up 32-26. Rainbow Fright jamming for the Nuclear Nightmares. Ms. Speedy Gonzalez jamming for Rodeo City. And Ms. Speedy Gonzalez, lead jammer. That is her first jam of the afternoon. Rainbow Fright on her second jam. And Rainbow Fright trapped in the back as Speedy Gonzalez, Ms. Speedy Gonzalez, that is, through the pack with 5 points. Finally, Rainbow Fright out of the pack on her initial pass. Ms. Speedy Gonzalez bumps in and rolls back out. And yes, cut track is called. So power jam for Rainbow Fright of the Nuclear Nightmares. Rainbow Fright takes a shoulder from Shiso Sarcastic Cupquake. Trips over Rainbow Fright, and Rainbow Fright not falling small enough, gets called for the low block on that penalty, and she will head to the penalty box. Ms. Speedy Gonzalez will swap out as soon as she sits. Ms. Speedy did just stand up as Rainbow Fright arrived, so Rainbow Fright sitting 26 seconds perhaps, somewhere under 30, I believe. Ms. Speedy Gonzalez back in, no lead jammer anymore, 37 more seconds of jam time on the clock. As our score still sitting 32-31 now as Rodeo City with their 5-point pass narrows it down. Ms. Speedy Gonzalez forced out of bounds right at the end. Magpie runs her back a bit. As we have Rainbow Fright now out of the penalty box and back engaged. Nuclear Nightmares pack thinned down to 3. Ms. Speedy Gonzalez out with 4 points. And that switches our lead once again to 32 Nuclear Nightmares, 35 Rodeo City. As Ms. Speedy Gonzalez bumped to the infield, and finally the jam comes to an end. Rodeo gets one more at the end. I believe I see 4 fingers up for the Nuclear Nightmares, so a Nuclear Nightmare shift back to the lead at the end of the jam, 36-35. Oh, 36-36 now as an extra point appears for Rodeo City. A tie game with 19 minutes remaining in our first half. And Tomahawk number 27 set to jam for the Rodeo City Juniors. Mad Splatter for the Nuclear Nightmares. And Mad Splatter out first, lead jammer. Rodeo City and Nuclear Nightmares trading lead jammer back and forth for the last several jams. Mad Splatter comes in and ducks under the arms of her own team and clears out of the pack 4 points. Meanwhile, Nuclear Nightmares back thinning down as one blocker returns from the penalty box, the other heads out. Mad Splatter engages 9 3/4 Vanellope Von Skates, forces her out and runs back a little bit. But 4 points up for the Nuclear Nightmares. Keeps us at a tied jam 4-4. And now Rodeo City lapping around the outside. Tomahawk quickly through for 4. And that takes us to 8-8. As both lines lining up, Nuclear Nightmares now down to just 2 blockers on the track, but using them effectively, sliding to the inside. So Tomahawk can't quite get there. A sandwich attempt. But Tomahawk evades the shoulders. And bounces clear for 4 points. Now 12-8 run for Rodeo City. As Mad Splatter forced out of bounds and recycling back a little bit. Toxic Bubbles now running Tomahawk back also. And Mad Splatter finally out of the front of the pack with her third 4-point pass as we're down to 24 seconds left in the jam. And Mad Splatter showing no inclination to call it off. As Tomahawk once again rolling out the front. Mad Splatter, no pass, no penalty indicated. This time rolls and ends up out of bounds and follows the skate back out. As she sees the run back. And time runs out on the jam. Mad Splatter with 2 points at the end. But Rodeo City coming out on top 20-14. A 57-50 score with 16 minutes, 33 seconds to go in the game, or in the half rather. Confusing myself and leaping ahead. Next up on the jammer line, number 314, Maggie Pie for the Nuclear Nightmares. Number 5, Electro Cute for Rodeo City, and Electro Cute is your lead jammer. As Magpie also emerges from the front of the pack. Nuclear Nightmares 1 shy in their pack, 3 blockers on the track, 1 standing in the penalty box. As Electro Cute pushes through, grabs her points, calls off the jam. A 4-0 run stretches the Rodeo City lead out now to 10 points, 61-51. Nat Out of Hell now set to jam for Rodeo City. And that is, of course, Rainbow Fright jamming for the Nuclear Nightmares. But Nat Out of Hell is clear and is your lead jammer. Rainbow Fright taking a hard shot out of bounds, trying to determine was she out or not. Yes, the feet had rolled out, and she does crawl back out behind them. So no cut track call there, and 5 points up on the board for Nat Out of Hell and Rodeo City. Rainbow Fright bumped out of bounds once again. Nat Out of Hell engaging the pack. Bit of a pile up at the front, but she's back on her feet and sprints out ahead. And grabs 5 points for her troubles. So a 10-point jam, now a 20-point lead, 71-51. Rodeo City in the lead. Rainbow Fright trapped by the solid straight across four wall of the Rodeo City blockers. Nat out of hell finding a gap on the inside to come through for a third 5-point pass rather. Now Brozilla moving to try and break things up, as is Punky Bruiser. But no doing as Nat out of hell through for a fourth 5-point run, 20 total on this jam. And no relief coming for Rainbow Fright, not quite able to find any seams in the Rodeo City defensive wall. As Rodeo City now, one skater rolling backwards, slowing things down. And a star pass off of the head of Rainbow Fright. Passing it on to Reign of Terror. Reign of Terror now trying to work out of the front as the pack getting a little more tricked up. But number 84, that is She's So Sarcastic, one of our only aging out skater in the B bracket. This will be her final appearance at Northwest Junior Championships. And some excellent work by She's So Sarcastic. And a 30-point jam for Rodeo City. Let's jump that up 3 points more, actually. Make it a 33-point jam, 94-51. Rodeo in the lead with 13 minutes to go in our first half. And now two of the smaller jammers on the track. We've got number 85, Ruthless, jamming for the Nuclear Nightmares, 9 3/4. Vanellope Von Skates for Rodeo City. Vanellope recycled back as Ruthless. Nothing doing in the back, but a clockwise block sending Tomahawk to the penalty box. That will thin things down to 3. Ruthless up, has a gap at the front, sprints out, is labeled as lead jammer. In spite of the fact that she gets reabsorbed into the pack, Vanellope Von Skates uses the confusion to escape the pack. Now Ruthless finds a spot on the outside, and she is out. Out of the pack and on the scoring run as Vanellope Von Skates sees a seam on the inside line and runs through to collect 4 points. Ruthless, lead jammer, checking in with the bench. Bench says, go grab some points, young lady, and she is rolling into the pack. And calls off the jam just as Vanellope Von Skates approaches. Not able to get the hips in front of the Rodeo City defense, but able to hold off any more damage. A 4-0 run for Rodeo City, 98-51. With 11 minutes and 37 seconds to go in the first half. Riot Girl now jamming for the Nuclear Nightmares. Number 5, Electro Cute, wearing the pivot stripe and fooling me into thinking she might be a jammer. But she's not, as the jammer for Rodeo City is in the penalty box. And I believe we're having possibly an official review. I think I saw a big O being held up by Rodeo City. We will see what that is about as Mistress Mouth heads out to the track with the wireless microphone, and we'll figure out what the call is about.
All right, so we have Rodeo City asking to have the back block call on their jammer from the last jam reversed, saying that there was not contact with the back of the opponent. The referees will discuss and let us know the verdict.
All right, thank you, Mr. Smouth, for passing that through. While the referees debate, I'm going to mention coffee because everybody likes coffee. If you're in Seattle and you like coffee, Black Rock Coffee also likes coffee. They care about just two things, people and coffee. So check out the only Black Rock Coffee bar in Seattle. It's located at 143rd and Aurora Avenue North.
The referees have determined that the fall was from contact. It took her a moment to stumble and then fall, but the fall was due to contact. Rodeo City does not retain their official review.
All right, they don't retain their official review, nor do they get their jammer back, so power start for Riot Girl. And the Nuclear Nightmares. Nuclear Nightmares trailing, and power jam just what they're looking for. As Riot Girl bumped down and jumps up and fires through the gap, lead jammer Riot Girl. Using that power start to its fullest effect. That breaks a 3-jam streak of not having lead jam for the Nuclear Nightmares. Nuclear Nightmares again. Riot Girl trying to get through. Tomahawk throws the hip and runs the hips back just far enough. And Riot Girl picking up the cut track penalty on the run back. Just as Vanellope Von Skates comes out of the penalty box. Not lead jammer, of course, as that had gone to Riot Girl. So another 2-minute jam, 1 minute and 8 seconds left on the game clock, or on the period clock, rather. How about the jam clock? That's the word I'm looking for. Too many clocks in my brain. A directional penalty call, play penalty called, I believe, was the signal I saw as Vanellope Von Skates trying to determine if there's a penalty on her or not. Checks with the bench. Bench says, no, get back in and keep jamming. And back in she goes as Riot Girl emerges from the penalty box, finds some space on the inside, and does get up out of bounds just right. Got both hands landed out of bounds and had to crawl to follow them back out. Riot Girl again goes to the ground, but makes enough room and sneaks through. That is her initial pass, or is indicated as the initial pass. Meanwhile, Vanellope Von Skates, off skates, getting an assist drag off the track as the track crew trying to coach for the Nuclear Nightmares, helping her adjust a toe stop on her skates. 5 points up for Riot Girl. And the jam comes to an end, a 5-0 run, 56 Nuclear Nightmares, 98 for the Rodeo City, as Vanellope Von Skates now back on her feet and returning to her bench. And we have number 11, Inda Hood, jamming for Rodeo City, 140. Looks like a 148. Oh, 748. That's why it didn't make sense. Punky Bruiser jamming for Nuclear Nightmares. 7s, 1s, they're similar. Both jammers bumped out, one to the inside, one to the outside. Punky Bruiser were able not having to run back quite as far as the Nuclear Nightmares drag into Hood way, way back. Into Hood both now jammers engaged with their packs. Into Hood throwing a hip check to 357 for Rodeo City. And finally, Into Hood steps out the front and is your lead jammer. Punky Bruiser also clear of the pack as Into Hood spins around and taps the hips and calls off the jam. No points for the Nuclear Nightmares, 3 for Rodeo City. And the jam comes to an end. 612 Toxic Bubbles jamming for the Nuclear Nightmares. And number 30, Ms. Speedy Gonzalez jamming for Rodeo City. Ms. Speedy Gonzalez chest to chest with Dream Crusher and evades the hip thrown out. Is your lead jammer. And a wide open lane on the inside for Ms. Speedy Gonzalez. Pulls her out. Toxic Bubbles also emerging from the back, but Ms. Speedy Gonzalez laps her up before calling off the jam. And that gives us a 5-0 run. Rodeo City 109, Nuclear Nightmares 56. Rosella on the jammer line for the Nuclear Nightmares. Tomahawk jamming for Rodeo City. And the Nuclear Nightmares appearing to be skating one short. I don't see anyone in the penalty box. I think they just only got 3 out on the line. So Riot Girl pissed off. And the pivot whose number I missed as they were lining up is out. Brozilla blocking with the head. So a power jam and lead jammer now for Tomahawk. Not what the Nuclear Nightmares were looking for. Don't want to have your jammer in the penalty box when you're trailing. And certainly not when you're short on blockers. However, lining up to try and slow down Tomahawk. Tomahawk charges straight through the line. And collects the 4 points. Tomahawk knocked into the infield, recycles back, now working forward, bumps off of Pristoff. Maggie Pie sprinting to the front to team up with Riot Girl to try and slow her down as Pistoff trips over in the back. No penalty called as it's incidental conduct. Brozilla now out of the penalty box and re-engaging as Tomahawk clear with 5 on her second pass. That takes her to 9 total, 118-56 with 5 minutes to go in our first half as Brozilla finally clear of the pack. Tomahawk calls off the jam. No points on that final pass. So we sit 118-56, Rodeo City in the lead. 77-34, Nat out of hell, jamming for Rodeo City next. And that is number 15, Sassin and Bashin, jamming for the Nuclear Nightmares. That is Sassin and Bashin's first jam of the game. As Nat out of hell steps through past Punky Bruiser and is clear of the pack for lead jammer. Sassin and Bashin finds a gap on the outside, runs up number 11 into Hood, tries to chase her down, but not able to. Sassin and Bashin out of the pack. Nat out of hell now struggling to get by the front 3 wall. And a beautiful hop over the center by Smashin' and Bashin'. But no points awarded as it must have landed after the 4th whistle blew. So 3-0 run for Rodeo City, 121-56 with 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go in our first half. Number 84, She's So Sarcastic, jamming is Dream Crusher. She's So Sarcastic. When talking to the coach said, yes, she's aging out this year. She gets to play with me next year. She will be advancing to the Rodeo City Adult League as soon as this season ends for the juniors, and she is your lead jammer. She's So Sarcastic lines up some space on the outside and heads. She is also on a power jam as a back block, sending number 831 Brozilla to the penalty box. Or Dream Crusher, rather. I'm sorry, I had the wrong number written down. So a 5-point pass for Rodeo City. She's So Sarcastic as she gets bumped into the infield and run back behind the pack. Now slowly approaching, finds a gap, pushes through it, and collects the 5 points, a 10-point run for She's So Sarcastic and Rodeo City. And a successful star pass. And that goes to Punky Bruiser. Punky Bruiser accepting the star from Dream Crusher. Escapes the back, forces the call off. No points up for Rodeo City, and I do believe the referee's conferring on whether or not any showed up for Rodeo on that last pass. No, they did not. He was bumped out before passing any hips. So we will sit 131-56 with 2 minutes to go in the half. And Magpie, number 314, jamming for the Nuclear Nightmares. Nuclear Nightmares in the nuclear greenish yellow. And in the purple, that is number 4234, Cookie Crusher, jamming for Rodeo City. Low block thinning out the Nuclear Nightmares herd as Lovebug heads to the penalty box. But Nuclear Nightmares out first. Magpie with your lead jammer call. As the pack regrouping, Nuclear Nightmares rolling to the front to try and defend against the Cookie Crusher assault. As Magpie forced in, slows down, forearm penalty, sending Riot Girl to the penalty box. So now a 4-on-2 advantage for Rodeo City. A clockwise block thinning the Rodeo City pack out, and Magpie through with 5 points. As Cookie Crusher finally clears out her initial pass. That 5 points takes the Nightmares to 61. Magpie this time forced out of bounds. Electrocute pushing her, this time though dodging inside Freight Train, committing to the outside block, and Magpie able to duck into the inside, taps the hips to call off the jam. A 9 total run, now 65 Nuclear Nightmares, 131 Rodeo City. And with under 30 seconds to go in our half, we've got Vampire Bunny lined up to jam for Rodeo City. That's number 8 against Reign of Terror, number 17 for the Nuclear Nightmares. And we will just get this whistle off, I believe, as we got 5 seconds to go and 8 seconds on the game clock. And the whistle does, in fact, come before the period clock ends. Period clock now at 0. Reign of Terror, lead jammer Nuclear Nightmares. Nuclear Nightmares ending on a good note for this first half with 2 straight lead jammer calls. As Vampire Bunny also out of the pack and in hot pursuit, but about a quarter track behind. Reign of Terror engaging, trying to get that last point. But Vampire Bunny sneaks around on the inside. I believe she's got 4 already. Gets past Blackheart Blocker. And does collect her 4 as Reign of Terror finally rolls out the front with 4 points of her own. Nuclear Nightmares bench says continue skating as Vampire Bunny rolling up to the pack, back at a standstill. They're trying to turn 1, but a wide open lane lets the Nuclear Nightmares jammer break through, grabs the 4 points. That takes us to the half as our referees conferring 1 more point up for Rodeo City, so that will take us to a halftime score of 73-138. We will take 139, make that. I thought there might be an extra point. We will take a 10-minute break and be back with the second half. we're back for the second half of Rodeo City versus the Nuclear Nightmares. Scott Chicken with you on the Rat City streaming channel at the 2016 Northwest Junior Derby Championships / JRDA Female Division Northwest Regional Tournament. Looking at the penalty board, fairly spread out. The Rodeo City Roller Girls have several people not in trouble. Freight Train has 4 fouls. Tomahawk has 3. Everyone else 2 or 1. On the Nuclear Nightmares side, Brozilla carrying 5 penalties into the half. Punky Bruiser and Dream Crusher each with 3, and then a number with 2 and a lot with 1. So fairly spread out, if reasonably heavy penalty count in that first half. Lead Jammer definitely dominated by Rodeo City. Not heavily, but they had the majority of them. I had a count of 9-6. But there may have been a couple others in there for Rodeo that I missed. Score at the half, 139-73. The Nuclear Nightmares ending on an upswing with a couple of straight lead Jammer runs and a couple of scoreless jams, or jams holding the Rodeo City scoreless or to a lesser score. 8-5 in the last jam of the first half. And Rodeo City now rolling out. Looks like they will send Ms. Speedy Gonzalez to the Jammer line as they start with 2 penalty blockers in the penalty box. While the Nuclear Nightmares with a full contingent of blockers on the track. And they are sending Mad Splatter number 108 out to jam. Nuclear Nightmares in the bright green shirts. Rodeo City in maroon / purple. Officials confirming, and the Nuclear Nightmares now returning to their bench for a moment. To confer with, I believe, head referee to Jabberclock. She wanted to have a word with the team. Keep everything sportsmanlike and happy. And the Rodeo City choosing to just take a little extra warm-up time. Why not? Quake rolling over to a spectator to grab some extra gear, because you can never have too much gear. And while we take this little extra start of the half initial timeout, I would say that the Seattle Derby Brats and Rat City would like to thank the Shoreline Market and Jimmy John's for generously contributing to feeding all of the officials and volunteers that are giving up this Father's Day and the whole weekend to support this championship tournament. Thank you so much, Shoreline Market and Jimmy John's. And now everyone is back where they belong on the track. As Jabberclock checks in with the Rodeo City bench, gives the signal, and the swoopy whistle prepares us to start in 5 seconds. Ms. Speedy Gonzalez starting up on the Jammer line. Mad Splatter getting a run up. Ms. Speedy Gonzalez pushing and bouncing off of the Nuclear Nightmares pack, and she is clear first lead Jammer of the half for Ms. Speedy Gonzalez and Rodeo City. As Mad Splatter finally also out of the pack, not lead Jammer, and a full 3/4 of a lap behind Ms. Speedy Gonzalez. As Ms. Speedy taps the hips, calls off the jam. 3 fingers, I believe, up. Gives us a 3-point run, 142-73, and we are underway in the second half. Next up on this fine stream will be our third place tournament game among our A bracket, featuring the Reservoir Dolls from Emerald City down in Eugene, Oregon, taking on the I-5 Roller Girls from Seattle. I-5 beating the Rose City Rosebuds this morning in a rematch of yesterday's first game. 748 Punky Bruiser jamming for the Nuclear Nightmares. And that is number 88 Cupquake jamming for Rodeo City. Punky Bruiser bumped to the inside and recycled back. Cupquake trapped at the front. Riot Girl holding the back line with some assistance from Reign of Terror. Swinging out the outside, Sassin and Bashin. And holding up the front, I believe that's Magpie in the pivot position. And Punky Bruiser takes advantage of her excellent defensive work ahead of her and breaks out as your lead jammer. First lead jammer of the half for the Nuclear Nightmares. And Rodeo City regrouping forces Punky Bruiser out of bounds. Cupquake still working on an initial pass as Punky Bruiser has lapped her up. Punky one skater to beat. Tomahawk there, and she is around the outside. 5 points for Punky Bruiser. As Cupquake forced out of bounds to the outside, rolls back. Punky Bruiser bumped to the ground, practically folds in half over her knees, a move that I would not find pleasant. But I'm not as flexible as she is, I'm sure. And finally, Cupquake out of the back as Punky Bruiser again bumped to the ground. Pulls off the star, passes it to Blackheart Blocker, who was in the pivot. I believe I announced her as someone else earlier. I apologize. She is now the jammer and no lead jammer, as that was Punky Bruiser. And once she pulls the star off, that goes away. So Blackheart Blocker steps through, had the star on the helmet, so all 5 points go with her. A 10-0 run for the Nuclear Nightmares. Blackheart Blocker now swooping in, almost clear, but not quite. As Electrocute gets in the way, but 5 more points up as time runs out on the jam. I think I see 2 fingers held high for Rodeo City. A 14-2 run, 87-144 now. As the Nuclear Nightmares starting to chip away at the Rodeo City lead. Rodeo City sending back out Nat Out of Hell. Nat Out of Hell had a very strong first half. And a strong game yesterday as well in the Rodeo City game against the Seattle Derby Brats Ultraviolets. Magpie jamming for the Nuclear Nightmares, and Nat Out of Hell just a step ahead, grabs lead jammer from Magpie. Magpie, however, giving chase hot on her quads as Nat Out of Hell slows down to come in contact with the pack and is forced to the inside by number 13, Riot Girl. Taps the hips, calls off the jam. And the Nuclear Nightmare is able to steal a point on that run. So that takes them to 88 now, trailing 88-144. Toxic Bubbles with the star for the Nuclear Nightmares. And Ms. Speedy Gonzalez jamming for Rodeo City. Slowing down, and then Ms. Speedy Gonzalez cutting to the outside. Dream Crusher there to shoulder her to the ground on the inside, but now distracted and caught to the in as Ms. Speedy Gonzalez, showing that speed, cuts across the middle of the backside of the pack and is clear for lead jammer. Half a lap behind is Toxic Bubbles, also out and on a scoring pass. As Ms. Speedy tries to jump the apex, but collides with Mad Splatter and has to tap the hips to call off the jam. 0-0 run. Excellent defense by the Nightmares. And a good job of holding back the opposing jammer by the Rodeo City defense as well at the beginning to give Ms. Speedy Gonzalez the breakthrough. Tomahawk now jamming, number 27 for Rodeo City against number 15, Sassin and Bashin. Jamming for Nuclear Nightmares. Sassin and Bashin jammed once, I believe, in the first half. As Tomahawk rolls across, Sassin and Bashin bump to the ground, but crawls between a couple of skaters, and she is up and out, and lead jammer Nuclear Nightmares. That's a big hit. Takes down 748 Punky Bruiser in the middle of the pack. Sassin and Bashin steps through for 4 points. Tomahawk out of the pack, re-engaging now at the back on her scoring run. 3 blockers on the track for each team as Tomahawk through for 4. So a 4-4 tie at this point. Sassin and Bashin pushing to the front, takes a shoulder, pinballs off of another rodeo blocker. I believe that's Reign of Terror. Or perhaps Manable Wrecker at the front. Or maybe I could look at the right list and see that it's not going to stop me. I'm looking at the Nuclear Nightmares and going, there's no 77. That's because she's on the other team. 4 points up for Tomahawk as she breaks through. And the defense holding Sasson and Bashan down with She's So Sarcastic riding that back line. Tomahawk coming in, taking a shoulder from Punky Bruiser. Sasson and Bashan reassessing, looking forward. Sasson and Bashan still lead jammer. Takes a shoulder as Tomahawk bumped to the outside and comes back. And now another star pass off, so 25 more seconds of jam. As Tomahawk rolls through for 5 points on this pass. That takes her to 13 for the jam. And the star now on the head and rolling through the pack of Blackheart Blocker. And Blackheart Blocker threw for 4 points, so an 8-point run, 13-8, and time runs out on the jam with 1 more point for Rodeo City. So Rodeo City up 14-8 on that jam, 158-96 overall. And an official review being called for, I believe, by the Nuclear Nightmares. And Mistress Mouth will slide out to find out what it's all about. And while she does that sliding, I'm going to mention Pure Coffee, creating strong, clean, beautiful coffee using only perfectly sourced beans, filtered water, and attention to detail. Thank you, Pure Coffee, for sponsoring this event.
All right, so from what I can gather, Nuclear Nightmares are calling for a back block on Rodeo City's jammer from the last jam. All right, so the referees saw the contact, but there was no advantage gained by that forward motion. Therefore, the no call stands, and the Nuclear Nightmares will not retain their official review.
All right, thank you, Mistress Mouth. So we are where we are, 158-96, 22-22 to go in the game. 17-38 and 72-24 on the line. Pissed Off jamming for the Nuclear Nightmares. Nat Out of Hell for Rodeo City, and Pissed Off is the lead jammer. Second straight lead jammer of the half for the Nuclear Nightmares. Pissed Off bumped to the infield, had to recycle back. And finally, Nat Out of Hell is through the pack on her initial pass as Pissed Off rolls through with 4 points. Nat Out of Hell now engaging with the full force of the back of the Nuclear Nightmares pack. Pissed Off forced forward into another skater as Nat Out of Hell came rolling through. Nat's got 4 points. Pissed Off also on her second scoring pass, and that is going to be a back block as she was tripped up and fell on top of the other skater and definitely changed some position there. So power jam for Nat Out of Hell and the Rodeo City Juniors. That bump to the inside, had to recycle back around the back. Now looking for some space on the outside. Freight Train opens it up for her. And Nat Out of Hell through 5 points. That is a 9-point run so far on this jam for Nat Out of Hell, 167 to 100, as Pistoff's 4 points that she took before the penalty got Rodeo City to the century mark. And again, no lead jammer, as Pistoff had that when she went to the penalty box. So we will go for another 18 seconds of this jam. Pistoff now out of the penalty box, looking for space. Freight Train trying the shutdown. And again, Freight Train arms out, slowing things down. Pistoff finally pushes her far enough ahead to get her 4 points. Oh, and a cut track penalty late on Nat Out of Hell. So Nuclear Nightmares rather will start with a power jam, a power start at the beginning of this jam. Nightmares rethinking and sending out Blackheart Blocker with the star to jam. So 171 to 104, Blackheart Blocker is lead jammer, but she did end up out of bounds and has to roll all the way back to the back. And that's actually Mad Splatter. I had the wrong number when I looked it up on my list. So Mad Splatter jamming. I apologize to all Mad Splatter fans who are wondering why I was calling her by a different name. Mad Splatter is now clear lead jammer and complete with her initial pass. And Mad Splatter rolling into the pack. I hear whistles but don't see anyone exiting. Nat Out of Hell out of the penalty box and working through on her initial pass. And now Mad Splatter is heading to the box on, I believe, what was a back block, as she did enter very hot into the pack. So Power Jam going the other direction. Rodeo City, Nat Out of Hell dancing through quickly, collects the 5 points. And a second straight 2-minute jam. Mad Splatter now out of the penalty box and re-engaging again with an extra heavy shoulder to the back, and that is another back block penalty, and she will have to skate all the way around as she just passed that last point of return. Nat Out of Hell, meanwhile, 4 points on that pass as she completed the pass before the penalty occurred. That comes in, lowers the shoulder 2 times, and not quite 3, but does grab all 4 points. Nat Out of Hell now chest to chest with Magpie. Magpie dumps her unceremoniously to the inside of the pack. Magpie trying to work the run back on the outside. Getting closed down, and another heavy shoulder from Killer Barbie sends Nat Out of Hell to the infield. And that jam ends up with 3 points up for Rodeo City, now leading 188 to 104 with 17 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Rodeo City will send Vanellope Von Skates out to jam. As 108 Mad Splatter standing in the penalty box, so a power start for Rodeo City. And now Mad Splatter out of the penalty box as our lead jammer is Vanellope Von Skates, and she finds gaps on the inside, works past Blackheart Blocker, and is out with 4 points. So a successful power start lead jam grab and a successful first scoring pass as Mad Splatter. Now still working on an initial pass and skates past Tomahawk to exit the front of the pack. Vanellope Von Skates through with a second 4 points. Bench cries for calling it off, and off she calls it. And that gives her 8 points on the jam and takes Rodeo City to the edge of 200, 196 to 104. And now Nuclear Nightmares with Magpie on the line. Up against number 11, Inda Hood for the Rodeo City Roller Girls. Juniors, sorry. Rodeo City Juniors. And Inda Hood out first is your lead jammer. Magpie 20 feet behind and both approaching very rapidly towards the pack. Hips get tapped. No points up for Rodeo City. She thought she'd try the jump. The cut across the middle, not able to get it. So a 0-0 run. Burns time off the clock takes us down to 15 and a half minutes to go in the game. 197-104. Ms. Speedy Gonzalez jamming for Rodeo City. And Toxic Bubbles, I believe, jamming for Nuclear Nightmares. Toxic Bubbles trapped towards the back. Ms. Speedy Gonzalez forced out. Toxic Bubbles up and around the outside. Lead jammer Nuclear Nightmares. Ms. Speedy Gonzalez also out, but a third of a track behind, but making up ground very quickly. Ms. Speedy Gonzalez living up to that name. As Toxic Bubbles entering the pack, looking for a gap, finds one right between two of the Rodeo City blockers through very quickly for 4 points. But Ms. Speedy Gonzalez also stepping through the pack rapidly. 4 points, and again, that gap remaining about 30 feet between the two jammers this time. Toxic Bubbles having to slow down a bit more and bumped out of bounds as Rodeo City begins the run back. Ms. Speedy Gonzalez dances around for 4 points. So she is through first. And Toxic Bubbles finds a gap on the outside, keeps the feet in bounds for 4 points. So an 8-8 jam at this point, 205-112. Toxic Bubbles taps the hips, calls off the jam, 3 fingers up for Rodeo City as Ms. Speedy Gonzalez able to get to the pack first and collect the 3. So a total of 11-8, 208-112, 14 minutes to go in our game. Let's thank Fast Girl Skates for all your roller derby skating supplies. FastGirlSkates.com. 5 seconds is called and nobody is in position, so there's going to be a whole bunch of out-of-position delay of game penalties being called. Things come to a halt, and referees will figure out who's supposed to go where. She's So Sarcastic set to jam for Rodeo City, number 84. And that is a Rainbow Fright 712 jamming for the Nuclear Nightmares. They plus a couple of blockers, only ones who were actually in position at the beginning of that jam, as the others were struggling to get there. So we have a 3-on-3 pack right now with, I see skaters from both teams in the penalty area. Now the Nuclear Nightmare skater is being returned to the track after chatting with the penalty box manager. Punky Bruiser back out. Jabber Clock going over to check in, our head ref for this game, with the Reservoir or the Rodeo City coaches. Find out or explain rather, I'm assuming, what's going on. Punky Bruiser checking in with Rainbow Fright behind the jammer line. And it looks like we're having another Rodeo City player report to the penalty box. So Vanellope Von Skates comes out, leaving 2 blockers in the box, 2 on the track. So a 4-on-2 advantage for the Nuclear Nightmares. And once again, She's So Sarcastic jamming for Rodeo City, while Rainbow Fright working on getting through the pack for the Nuclear Nightmares. Rainbow Fright and Tomahawk going face to face. Punky Bruiser trying to break things up. She's So Sarcastic out first. Lead jammer Rodeo City. She's So Sarcastic pushing through on strength alone as Rainbow Fright. Tomahawk not having any of that, throwing a second shoulder to the sternum. Finally has to give up as she was too far ahead of the pack. But at almost a full lap behind, She's So Sarcastic, who is pushing past Blackheart Blocker. Blackheart Blocker also has to let her go. She's So Sarcastic calls off the jam, a 4-0 run. and prevents Nuclear Nightmares from grabbing any points on the run. And with 12:40 to go, we will reset with number 8 Vampire Bunny jamming for Rodeo City. And for the Nuclear Nightmares is number 13 Riot Girl. Once again, Rodeo City in purple, Nuclear Nightmares in the bright nuclear green. And a 4-on-3 advantage for the Rodeo City. And Electrocute takes that as a cue to be a lead blocker fullback practically, but ineffective as number 13 Riot Girl is out first, is your lead jammer. And on the other side, Vampire Bunny forced to the outside. And Riot Girl, not only lead jammer, but also 5-point grand slam up on the board. As she rolls in now for a second scoring pass. Grabs the lap point. Slides down narrowly, avoiding any sort of contact with another skater, which is good because that would have clearly been a low block as she was basically on her knees. This time takes a shoulder, goes to the ground at the back of the pack. Nuclear Nightmares doing a great job of holding Vampire Bunny down. Nat Out of Hell throws out a hip, but not able to stop Riot Girl as she's through for 5 points again. A 10-point jam, taking the Nuclear Nightmares to 122. Now trailing by 90 again. Riot Girl ducking under the outstretched arms of her blockers, but forced out of bounds and run back by Nat Out of Hell. And a heavy shoulder shot from Dream Crusher. Not so much of a heavy impact, but a heavy force behind it as she made contact and then sort of shrugged it forward. And Punky Bruiser goes down as well, but 5 more up on the board for Riot Girl as she steps through. Meanwhile, Vampire Bunny, nothing doing, passes the star off to Nat Out of Hell, and Riot Girl taps the hips, calls off the jam. I see a high block hand signal being sent. I think that's not going to stop you off to the penalty box. So 17 points up for the Nuclear Nightmares on that jam. Takes them to 129, 212 for Rodeo City. 10.5 minutes to go in the game. 4-on-3 in the pack, although Rodeo City has an extra skater on the track. I think the referees will clear that up right about now, as they pull off one of the skaters almost taken out by the jammer for the Nuclear Nightmares, Toxic Bubbles. Into Hood jamming for Rodeo City as your lead jammer. Toxic Bubbles, number 612. As I said, forced out and recycles back now, trying to push through the middle of the pack as Into Hood re-engages. And Toxic Bubbles, yes, keeps the feet in bounds. She is clear, not lead jammer. And through on 4 points is Into Hood. Into Hood giving chase, calls off the jam. Choosing the 4-0 run and a little bit more time off the clock than grabbing more points. So we are at 9.5 minutes to go. 2:16, 129. Once again, our next game for third place in our A bracket, featuring the Reservoir Dolls out of Eugene, Oregon, facing off with the I-5 Roller Girls. I-5 beating the Rosebuds yesterday morning and losing to the Galaxy Girls in their semifinal, then had to beat the Rosebuds again today in the morning in order to make it into this third place game. Lena Klakya, lead jammer for Rodeo City. Jamming for the Nuclear Nightmares, Reign of Terror, number 17. And Reign of Terror, called on the high block as she was clear of the back and thought she was good to go for points, but no, she's good to go to the penalty box. Lena Klakya is through with 5 points on that power jam. This is Lena Klakya's first jam of the half, possibly for the game. I would have to check my other sheet. However, she's doing great with 5 more points, a 10 total run. As Reign of Terror sitting in the penalty box, awaiting the end of her time. 4 blockers on the track for the Nuclear Nightmares, 4 for Rodeo City. Rodeo City choosing to play in the passive mode and let Lena Klakya roll through the pack, and that she does. 15 total on the jam so far, 231 to 129, and Lena Klakya calls off the jam just as Reign of Terror escapes her penalty time. So 15-0, 231, 129. We reset with Nat Out of Hell jamming for the Rodeo City Junior Rollers. And Magpie on the line for the Nuclear Nightmares. Oh, track repair, everybody's favorite part of any roller derby tournament. Track repair brought to you by tape. Tape sticks things together. You got things you need them stuck, get some tape. Coming up in July, more junior JRDA roller derby for your streaming pleasure. The Seattle Derby Brats, the Emerald City Reservoir Dolls, the Inland Northwest Pixies will be representatives for the female division. And the Mob City Misfits out of Everett, Washington, will be the Northwest region's visitors to the JRDA Championships in the Open Division. They will all be performing, playing, participating, whatever word you want to be that has a P in the beginning of it. Traveling to Lincoln, Nebraska for JRDA Championships. JRDA Championships running July 9th through 11th, featuring the top 10 teams in both divisions, Open and Female. Although I will say the Open Division, definitely the top 10. There were some dropouts that couldn't afford the trip in the female side. You will be able to tune in to the live stream. Streaming information will be coming soon. Check the JRDA Facebook page. Head to juniorrollerderby.org. It will be some excellent, excellent action. Galaxy Girls, I believe, are seated second. Pixies seated number 3, and I believe that Emerald City is seated perhaps 5 or 6, somewhere in that gap. So a good chance for some excellent Northwest performances. Mob City Misfits ranked number 2 in the Open Division. And we are back underway. Magpie jamming against Nat Out of Hell. Nat Out of Hell looking to the outside, goes Tomahawk mode and makes it through, but Magpie steps through first. However, Nat Out of Hell on the inside had the angle and took that corner faster. Now squaring up. Does she hit Magpie? No, Magpie not challenging that corner, and Nat Out of Hell slides through quickly. Magpie up to the front as the Rodeo City defense to the front. Both jammers through with 4 points. And Magpie continuing to give chase as Nat Out of Hell pushing the pace forward. No reason for her to stop. She's not the lead jammer. She collides with the back of the pack, knocks down a skater, and takes a heavy shoulder out of bounds. There is a run back, so she has to come back. Meanwhile, Magpie stepping through on the inside for 4 points. Magpie this time calls off the jam. 1 point on the board for Nat Out of Hell. So good work by the Nuclear Nightmares defense, slowing things down for Nat Out of Hell and allowing Magpie to grab the 3-point edge. As we're down to 6.5 minutes to go in the game, 137 Nuclear Nightmares, 236 Rodeo City. 6-12 Toxic Bubbles jamming for the Nuclear Nightmares. Number 30, Ms. Speedy Gonzalez jamming for Rodeo City. Ms. Speedy cuts towards the inside, then dodges back between Killer Barbie and gets through Dream Crusher, I believe, providing the other end of that bookend that she snuck between. Toxic Bubbles is out. Ms. Speedy Gonzalez, lead jammer, finds a gap on the inside, rushes through it, calls off the jam, 4 points up and down. As Rodeo City pads the lead now out to 240-137. And Rodeo City passing the star off to Tomahawk, while Blackheart Blocker, number 357, jamming for Nuclear Nightmares, gives a little hug at the jammer line. Always good to have some sisterhood in the roller derbies. And now then, after the hug, let's just start hitting each other. Blackheart Blocker, 3 taps to the outside of Tomahawk, and then a run up the outside gap to grab lead jammer, but Tomahawk follows her through that gap and is a third of a track through. Blackheart Blocker almost clear, but hooks a leg on the way by and rolls out of bounds. So 4 points up for Tomahawk, who is clear of the pack first. And this time, Blackheart Blocker is clear with her 4. But Tomahawk now half a lap ahead, re-engaging on her second scoring pass. Nuclear Nightmares defense trying to slow things down and grab it as the Rodeo City defense squares up, still rolling forward. So not a back block called there as Blackheart Blocker trapped at the back. Tomahawk on the back block, so now a power jam for Blackheart blocker. And she is clear with 5 points on this pass. Punky Bruiser heading to the penalty box, thins the Nuclear Nightmares back down. No pass, no penalty called, so the fingers go up. And it is a 4-point run. Hard to tell from this angle. She had 4 of the thumb out. Oh, nice little hop over the corner and an excellent open up of the lane from Rainbow Fright. Nuclear Nightmares putting on a run now, 18-4, 155-244. Time running down, perhaps not enough to catch up all the way, but putting on an excellent show here towards the end of the game as Tomahawk now out of the penalty box, cuts through the inside. Blackheart blocker taps the hips. Calls off the jam. I believe I see 3 up on either side, so 7-21. Definitely your highest scoring jam, I believe, for the Nuclear Nightmares. And Rodeo City passes the star off to 934, Vanellope Von Skates. And Brozilla, number 813, out to jam for the Nuclear Nightmares. Vanellope Von Skates dumped towards the inside. Brozilla also tripped up, narrowly avoiding landing on the outstretched leg of Vanellope Von Skates. That wouldn't have been fun for anyone. As Brozilla challenging a gap in the middle, nothing doing as she steps through. Vanellope almost had a lane there, but Lovebug lowers the shoulder and it called out of play too far back. So Vanellope now pushing again as Nuclear Nightmares stretching the pack back as far as they can. Brozilla through with 4 points on her initial pass. Or clear on her initial pass, rather. I thought I saw points up, but not. Now they're up. As Vanellope Von Skates out for the first time, finishing her initial pass. A 5-point run for Brozilla, who taps the hips to call off the jam. And we're down to 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. 247 Rodeo City. Nuclear Nightmares 163. Mad Splatter jamming for the Nuclear Nightmares. Ms. Speedy Gonzalez set to jam for Rodeo City. 3-on-4 advantage in the pack for Rodeo City. Rodeo City lined up towards the back, nearer to the jammer line. Mad Splatter makes contact quickly, but Ms. Speedy Gonzalez out and through. Lead jammer Rodeo City. As the Nuclear Nightmares tripod trying to spread across. Dream Crusher running forward, but not able to get there in time as Ms. Speedy Gonzalez squeaks through a gap on the inside. And has the lap point. Mad Splatter, drags the foot out of bounds, and that is a cut track penalty as she rolled back in after passing a skater. So she is off, and we have a power jam with 5 points up for Ms. Speedy Gonzalez. And 1:10 left on the game clock. Game clock ahead of the jam clock by about 10 seconds exactly. So Ms. Speedy Gonzalez could run the game out here if she chooses to. She is through, has the 5 points up and the point. No signal from the bench to call off the jam as Mad Splatter still sitting in the penalty box. Nuclear Nightmares rolling the pack forward, but at a standstill and hard to cut left and right when you're standing still and not moving. And Ms. Speedy Gonzalez through very quickly. Nuclear Nightmares also down a skater. As I see Lovebug in the center of the track getting a skate repair. She's now looks like she is back and ready to re-engage and comes back in behind the pack. Ms. Speedy Gonzalez calls off the jam, and we do have 23 seconds left on the game clock. We'll see if anyone calls a timeout. Yes, Nuclear Nightmares signaling for the timeout. So a 20-point run in our next to last, the penultimate jam, if you will, for the Rodeo City Junior Rollers. Takes them to 267. Nuclear Nightmares 163. And I will mention that in addition to the JRDA Championships Tournament, which I mentioned earlier would be running July 9th through 11th, the following 2 days, July 12th and 13th, will see the JRDA partnering with USA Roller Sports, bringing roller derby to the AAU Junior Olympics. That also will be in Lincoln, Nebraska. It will feature teams from the 6 U.S. JRDA regions and 2 from Canada The Northwest All-Star team will include players from the Galaxy Girls, the Reservoir Dolls, the I-5 Roller Girls, Inland Northwest Pixies, as well as members from the Cherry Bomb Brawlers out of Spokane and the Mob City Misfits from Everett, Washington. And if I've missed any teams, I apologize. Those leagues, plus the leagues from the other regions, will be playing in a round-robin first-day tournament, followed by an elimination over the next two, playing for actual gold medals from the AAU. Once again, streaming details coming soon, so check the JRDA Facebook page or juniorrollerderby.org. And now for our final jam of the game, She's So Sarcastic, our age-out skater for Rodeo City, jamming in possibly her last jam as a junior. Reign of Terror jamming for the Nuclear Nightmares. Reign of Terror clear and lead jammer, and then slides out of bounds, because why not slide out of bounds? She's So Sarcastic is clear of the pack. And as she rolls up, takes a cut on the inside line and rolls through for 4 points. She's So Sarcastic. Also so point scoring right now. 4 points up as well for Reign of Terror as the game clock has run out. Jam clock still with 1 minute 23 seconds to go. She's So Sarcastic, not lowering the boom on Toxic Bubbles, just finds a room to dodge around her to grab 4 more points. As Reign of Terror also rolling through, so 8-8 on the jam, down to 1:10. Both teams back at full strength. Square line across the back for Nuclear Nightmares, now moving into a Triforce Campfire Bridge type of scenario. She's So Sarcastic, taken to the ground, but didn't end up out of bounds. Blackheart Blocker thought she might have been and ran back, but no dice. As Reign of Terror clears the pack. And showing 5 points, 4 points up for She's So Sarcastic. And Reign of Terror grabs the last points, calls off the jam. We're getting a check on the number of points showing out as our jam ref for the Nuclear Nightmares will confirm. It looks like she grabbed 1 or 2. But we will call this game done. She's not going to find the 100 points necessary in the hand, but rather a couple. So our unofficial final score, 279 Rodeo City, Nuclear Nightmares 178. And while the Rodeo City Junior Rollers take their roll around the track, we will take a break. We will be back at 4 o'clock for our third place game between the Emerald City Reservoir Dolls and the I-5 Roller Girls.
Good evening and welcome to the penultimate championship game here at the Northwest Junior Championships. For the third place slot, we have the Reservoir Dolls playing against the I-5 Roller Girls. I'm Dave O.
And I'm Cheyenne. And today, we're starting a little early because our introductions ran over last time. But skating for the Emerald City Reservoir Dolls, we're going to have 00 Death Wish, 11 Bashful Babe, 113 Block and Roll, 13 Psychotic Angel, 23 Gal of Frey, 27 Lethal Ivy, 30 Instigator, 32 Tough Cookie, 33 Slam Shady, 44 Tipsy Terror, 74 Barbie Hurl, 76 Mally Boomer, and 88 Move Fasta.
Mufasa.
I feel like I should laugh here, but I would never be able to pull it off like Ed.
And for the I-5 Roller Girls skating in the blue uniforms today, number 00 Elaphobia, number 12 is Lucy Cannon, number 15 Rose Blood, number 2 is Green, 20 Martial Law, 25 is Sierra Sagos, 4 is Watson, 52 is Benkin, 55 is Karmic Death, 66 Frank the Bunny, 7 is Mad Zaz, 75 Berlin, 81 Lynn Sanity, and number 9 Marilyn Man Slam. They are your I-5 Roller Girls. Proceed to cheer.
Rah, rah, yay.
They will start roller derbying in about a minute. That is now a verb, roller derbying.
Roller derby-ing. I like it. Doesn't roll off the tongue quite as well as I thought it would, but we can work on it. Right now, the girls are still going through their gear check.
I know. Roller derbing.
Roller derbing.
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 Derbing, yes. Drop the Y, add an ing.
But then it's no longer derby.
Well, it's kind of derby because it sounds derby, but it's derbing. It could work.
Maybe. We'll talk about it later.
All right.
We'll contact Webster. All right. The girls are getting ready to line up for the first jam. Looks like we've got number 13, Psychotic Angel going up against 2 green for the I-5 Roller Girls. And it's all smiles out here on the track. We do pride ourselves on sportsmanship.
Absolutely. Everybody out there having fun, ready to go. Swoopy, swoopy whistle means there is now time for Derby. And it'll all start in 5 seconds. There we go. We're off. Green going for that inside line, but it is Psychotic Angel. Oh, unfortunately cut the track trying to get around and over those blockers. Right off the bat, Green going to have a power jam. She has to get past number 27, Lethal Ivy, who sent her to the inside. Last line of defense, 1 to beat. She is through. Lead Jammer. Everybody staying together. Power jam. I-5 gets up there trying to make some differences. Able to split one off. Green will take that line.
All right. Psychotic Angel out of the box. Trying to catch up to that pack. She does have to get back through the pack. Trying to swing over the apex there. Doesn't quite make it. Recircles back. Shouldering through. She does manage to keep one toe stop in. But she gets a forearm call and is back to the penalty box. That is 2 penalties in a row. And that is the end of the jam, which means that the I-5 Roller Girls will get a power start this next jam.
That they are. I want to point out that despite the fact that there was a full penalty served and then came back onto the track immediately back off for a penalty, I-5 only able to score 5 points. So the Reservoir Dolls defense really locking down in that first jam. And we'll see if they can continue it going with Death by Beth Bankin. Now jamming for the I-5 Roller Girls. 4-on-4 in the blocker core. Death by Beth is off like a shot. Goes inside out. Takes the inside line. Going to the outside. 1 to beat more. Little bit of a waterfall forward. She loses her feet. That's going to give him time to get there. Pack is coming back together, so there's not going to be able to string that one out. And now it's back into more of a scrum.
Yeah, the Reservoir Dolls are effectively killing this penalty right about now.
That they are. Jammer standing in the penalty box. 10 seconds to go. There we go. Full penalty kill. Nicely done by the Reservoir Dolls.
All right. Benkin forced to the inside by the Reservoir Dolls. And there is Psychotic Angel. She does take lead Jammer from Benkin. Just within her grasp. She does a fantastic job. A little bit of a pileup on the track. Psychotic Angel getting forced to the inside as she has to recycle past the I-5 Roller Girls again.
And I got to say, Mufasta, she may have taken a low block penalty there, but the alertness to come from the back to the front of the track and be exactly where she needed to be for that jammer was impressive.
That is the third penalty for Psychotic Angel. Yet another forearm.
Refs are calling this one very, very close, which is only really appropriate since we're into the championship games. And, of course, these games are sanctioned by the JRDA, so the rules have to be enforced very, very strictly.
This is true, yes. At this point in time, we do have 55 Karmic Death wearing the star for I-5 Girls. There was a star pass, and she did pick up the slack, making it through for the initial pass.
Bankin passing the star off to Karmic Death. Karmic Death tried to get around rock and roll there. Not able to do so. Now looking for the inside line. Once again, that tripod pivoting to meet her. Psychotic Angel back off the penalty bench, and now she is through. And already having completed the initial pass, that will be 4 points scored for the Reservoir Dolls. 5 more for I-5, 10-4 after 2 jams.
So far, this has been a fantastic start for this game. Neither team giving an inch.
Not at all. It's almost like they really want to win.
Yeah, no kidding. It is third place. All right. Up for the Reservoir Dolls, we got 00 Death Wish up against 66 Frank the Bunny.
Oh, Frank the Bunny got the split on that. Yes, that is in fact a penalty there. She split the difference right into the middle of the four wall, but not able to get through. Death Wish had enough time to be able to thread her way through the pack. She is your lead jammer for the Reservoir Dolls. 2 in a row for Reservoir Dolls on the lead jammer.
Frank the Bunny coming back around. She did get knocked out on the outside and had to recircle to the back of the pack, but she did just break through on her initial pass, doing a very good job. She now has to work double time as Green gets sent to the box.
And finally threading her way through is Reservoir Dolls, getting 4 points as the jam is called off 10-8.
All right. Sending their captain up to the jammer line, the I-5 Roller Girls with Karmic Death.
And Bashful Babe looking to make a score change here, or a lead change, and a score change.
Yeah, score changes are always
Score
good.
changes will happen, but a lead change is what they want to have happen.
True. All right, Karmic Death forcing her shoulders up through that defensive line in the front. She wants that lead jammer position, but it is snatched by Bashful Babe.
Bashful Babe able to make her way around Lynn's Sanity, find that inside line, able to get past her own pack, and Karmic Death picking up lead jammer for the Reservoir Dolls. Karmic Death is through the pack on the scoring pass. Bashful Babe will get through the pack, pick up her 4 points, and call off the jam. There we have that lead change that I was talking about before.
All right, here we go. All right, up to jam for I-5 Roller Girls is number 4, Watson, up against number 13, Block and Roll. Oh, no, excuse me.
That is Psychotic Angel.
I can't read. Excuse me. They got 13 and number 113 right next to each other.
You're looking at them at NSO order.
I know. What was I thinking?
And another penalty.
For Psychotic Angel, it looks like that one was a back block penalty.
You know, despite all of the penalties and all of the power jams, this defense is really holding together tight.
They really are. The I-5 Roller Girls are definitely having a really hard time scoring any points over the Reservoir Dolls at this moment in time particularly. Watson trying to use what's left of her pack right now to break up that front line of defense and keep the Reservoir Dolls separated. 2 skaters to beat, but she does get forced to the inside.
2 skaters to the beat. I-5 was holding one of the blockers back, but now she has popped loose. Everybody coming together. That pack will, in fact, reform, and another impressive penalty kill.
All right.
Psychotic Angel completing her initial pass. Now it's going to come around for the scoring pass. And the star has been passed, so we will see another 42 seconds as Green is now the jammer of record for I-5. Psychotic Angel now through, picking up 4 points. The initial pass, of course, is completed for I-5 by Green. So she'll be able to pick up at least some points as this pack is speeding up. And she'll get a couple as Green gets to the front, picks up 4 points for I-5. Psychotic Angel is recycled, trying to get around the 4 wall now.
Yep, I-5 is indeed back up to full pack strength out on the track. The Green doing an excellent job shouldering past what's left of the Reservoir Dolls blockers, picking up 4 points before the jam is called off.
4 points for I-5, 2 points up for Reservoir Dolls, and that means that we have a tie game. 18-18 after 5 jams, and that is some impressive defensive derby.
Looks like up next we got Death Wish for the Reservoir Dolls and Karmic Death. There's a lot of death out on the track here.
It's Death Derby.
Derby to the death, more like it. And Karmic Death picks up that lead jammer nod.
Karmic Death saw that line on the inside of turn 1 and decided to take it. Death Wish not far behind her, only about a quarter of a track. Karmic Death engages the 4 wall, gets a 1 hip in, and picks up 3 points. Looks like she got her hips around all 3 of those blockers. So I-5 takes the lead 21-18 after about 10 minutes of play.
They've got Green back out on the track for their jammer, and we've also got Bashful Babe, number 11, back up to jam. I-5 was missing a girl, so they did send another out right before the whistle. Good job. Good hustle. Ooh, bit of a pile-up. Sending Green straight through, chasing after the lead jammer, which Bashful Babe picked up that nod right there.
Green also threw on the initial pass. Bashful Babe now engaging the back of the pack on that scoring run and will call off the jam. Not able to pick up any points. Actually, no, got 3 points.
It is a tie game
points,
again.
The ghost points, of course, counting. And one person that she got her hips around. So 3 points up and another tie, as you mentioned. Wow.
Stepping stones. All right, coming up to jam for the Reservoir Dolls, we got Lethal Ivy going up against the captain of the I-5 Roller Girls, Karmic Death.
3-2 pack advantage to the Reservoir Dolls. And that, of course, means that I-5 is going to do a little bit of defensive jamming, trying to hold her back while waiting for another blocker to come in. There we go. Now she's going to pop loose. Is Karmic Death trying to bring a little bit of separation. No pack. They had to let her go, but it closed off very, very quickly.
Bit of a pileup for the I-5 Roller Girls as they get knocked around.
And a forearm call on Karmic Death. That's going to give a power jam now to Lethal Ivy,
who also picked up lead jammer status. She came back into that pack, didn't get very far, but took a moment, reassessed the situation, and ran through on the inside with an open lane, picking up another 5 points.
You know, I've seen video of a jammer going into a pack like that, and it is amazing what they see and how they're able to get through there. It's impressive. Lethal Ivy threading her way on the inside. Calls off the jam, and there was a forearm call on somebody. Nobody going to the box, though.
Sagos got a forearm call.
That'd be it.
All right. Stepping up to the line, we got number 66, Frank the Bunny for the I-5 Roller Girls. 00 Death Wish for the Reservoir Dolls. Pack strength is down for I-5 Roller Girls. They only got 2 blockers. The rest of their team is still in the penalty box, but full strength for the Reservoir Dolls. That doesn't seem to stop Frank the Bunny from trying her best anyway.
Reservoir Dolls stringing a lot together here, getting lead jam after lead jam. They are really turning it on here in this first half. Already making her way around on that scoring pass is Death Wish. Frank the Bunny has completed the initial pass, but about to be lapped. Yes, Death Wish swung the hips in, picking up 2 points for Reservoir Dolls. 1 point scored by I-5. So 6-1 run brings Reservoir Dolls to 36 points to 22 for I-5. I'm impressed.
Honestly, I am too. They're doing a fantastic job. Up next, jamming for the Reservoir Dolls is number 11, Bashful Babe, up against 55, Karmic Death for the I-5 Roller Girls, and they take off like a shot as soon as that whistle blows. Karmic Death throwing her shoulders and doing as best she can. She does step over another player, collecting lead jammer status. Bashful Babe still stuck in that pack.
Karmic Death getting lead jammer, but also causing the multiplayer block penalty. And 2 blockers now down for Reservoir Dolls, so the penalties are going to start picking up on them. Bashful Babe is through for the initial pass. Karmic Death on a scoring pass. And wow, Reservoir Dolls now down to 1 blocker.
Man, Karmic Death has that lead and she is not going to drop it. The Reservoir Dolls have 1 blocker out on the track. This is not looking so great for their team. They are getting their pivot back, however, who is going to help break up that pack, reinforce their blocker, and try to get that jammer through. But Karmic Death spins right around on the outside, picking up another 5 points.
That was impressive work by Karmic Death, keeping that skate in bounds. It looked like it was about to slide right over that rope.
Yeah. Fantastic job by Karmic Death. She picks up those last 5 points, taps her hips, calls off the jam. Doing a great job.
And a 23-6 run brings I-5 into the lead, 45-42.
Lead change.
As we're about halfway through the first half. And wow, more and more lead changes. Drink that sparkling cider.
Yep. All right, so next up we've got number 13, Psychotic Angel, up for the Reservoir Dolls, up against 2, Green, for I-5 Roller Girls. Green goes down, almost giving Psychotic Angel that lead jammer status, but she snatches it away. Psychotic Angel, getting forced out on the inside, had to recycle.
And a cut track called on one of the I-5 blockers, so that'll loosen that up a little bit. Psychotic Angel has completed her initial pass. A Green on a scoring pass gets recycled, decides to call it off, and that'll go scoreless. But you know what? You're in the lead. The other blocker's coming around, and you're recycling. Why not?
Yeah, at that point, it's just sort of like, well, I'm recycling. You're going to go through, most likely. I'm going to call it off before you get any points. And I'm like, neener. You get no points.
I don't necessarily know that I would put it like that, but
Probably
I
not.
suppose so.
Probably not. Strategically, it's just like, this is the smart thing to do. Good job. Oh, and she lost
completely
her
lost an axle.
wheels.
Completely lost her front axle off of her plates, but she got in lead, able to call off the jam.
Oh. I've actually never seen that happen.
I have seen a wheel come off, but never a full axle.
That is most likely a broken truck. That's the only thing I can think of. That's, I've seen toe stops come off, but never anything like that.
And that is an emergency repair, and the track needs to be looked at as well, so an official timeout. And while we're official timeouting, you know what we need to do?
Pay some bills?
We need to pay some bills.
All right. Let me move my energy drinks out of the way here because I have no coffee. However, if you do love coffee and energy drinks as much as I do, check out Black Rock Coffee. They care about 2 things, people and coffee. Check out the only Black Rock Coffee bar in Seattle, located at 143rd and Aurora.
Karmic Death, lead jammer now for I-5 Roller Girls, able to sled her way through. Psychotic Angel jamming for the Reservoir Dolls on this jam, also through on her initial pass. Allophobia racing to catch up with the pack, staying right in front of Psychotic Angel as she comes into the pack. And 3 points up for Psychotic Angel, 4 for Karmic Death. And that'll bring it 49-45.
Ooh. I love the name of this skater. Number 23 coming up to jam for the Reservoir Dolls, Gallifrey.
Gallifrey, woohoo!
I am a severe Doctor Who fan.
New or old? New or old?
Doctor number 4 is my favorite. That scarf.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Tom Baker. Absolutely. All right, the whistle's off. Number 2, Green, jamming for the I-5 Roller Girls. Gallifrey taking off like a shot, breaking through that pack, taking lead jammer status.
Green coming around, not your lead jammer. Jam is called off before she can do any damage. 3 points up, bringing us to 48-49. Reservoir Dolls inching up on that lead change.
Also, the Reservoir Dolls are actually going to lose Gallifrey this year. This is her last year with them. She will be aging out.
That is true. We have a lot of skaters aging out. Reservoir Dolls, of course, are going to head to Lincoln, Nebraska. So some of them will get to skate in at least one more tournament. But this is the last time in the Northwest some of us will be able to see these skaters.
All right, Karmic Death using that technique she has, her shoulders, pushing her way through that front defensive line, getting lead jammer, leaving Lethal Ivy to defend against the I-5 Roller Girls. Not happening. That solid wall of blue deterred her for a long time, but she does indeed make it through the pack, but not before Karmic Death manages to make her first point scoring pass.
And that would be a grand slam as Skate Tool is waving to the crowd.
And she taps her hips and calls off the jam, collecting 9 points that time around.
So 9-0 run, delaying the score change, lead change that Reservoir Dolls were trying to put together there.
All right.
Frank the Bunny on the track for I-5.
That is a
And-
lovely tiara that the coach is wearing there.
Yes.
Very fluffy. All right, so it is Frank the Bunny indeed up against number 13? Yeah, 13, Psychotic Angel, who picked up another penalty. Track cut penalty, as a matter of fact. Frank the Bunny does have lead jammer status.
So that would put Psychotic Angel at what, 4 penalties, 5 penalties
Five
already?
penalties
5
already.
penalties. Wow.
And we still have 10 minutes left in the first half here. Frank the Bunny bouncing off players like a pinball, but she does fantastically well, scoring 5 points for a grand slam. This is a power jam. Let's see how long she can keep it up.
That it is, but each one of those hits is slowing her down, eating a little bit of seconds off the clock. Now she's going to call it off. Saw the jammer standing, able to freeze Psychotic Angel. Nope, looks like she was released just as the whistle was blowing.
Yeah. This looks like it's almost going to be a 5-on-5. The Reservoir Dolls do have one player in the penalty box. Looks like up to jam for them is Gallifrey again. And for the I-5 Roller Girls, we got number 55, Karmic Death.
Reservoir Dolls taking that middle of the box as their own territory. Karmic Death comes forward, engages very, very fiercely into that wall, trying to force her way through. Gets up one. There she is. Wow, that was close. Almost didn't get lead to Karmic Death. She's forced to call off the jam.
Yeah. Karmic Death, realizing it was basically just a speed race at this point, calls off the jam before anyone can make a scoring pass. That is a 0-0 jam.
You know, when you're only ahead by 19 points, that could swing so quickly, and it's a really big risk to try to do a foot race.
It really is. All right, looks like up to jam again. We've got Psychotic Angel up against Karmic Death, jamming for her second jam in a row. All right, and they're off. Karmic Death using that shoulder technique, but not quite making it. She did, however, get far enough to collect lead jammer status before the pack collected her again. Number 13, Psychotic Angel, spinning around those players as she goes, but she did pick up another penalty. This is a power jam in favor of the I-5 Roller Girls.
So 6 penalties for Psychotic Angel as a back block, sending her to the penalty box. She'll sit there in the box with Marilyn Manslam. I-5 down 1 blocker.
I could be counting these wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's 6 penalties, meaning if she gets one more penalty, she will be forced to concede the game, and she will not be allowed to play for the rest of the day.
Very true, and we need to emphasize that our counts are not official. We're just announcers.
They just happen in such quick succession that we'll see.
10 more points on the score for I-5 in that last jam, and also freezing Psychotic Angel in the penalty box. So for a power start being given over to Green. And looks like 4-3 pack advantage in there for Reservoir Dolls. Whistle goes. Pack is moving forward. Green engaging right there at the apex between 1 and 2. Trying for the outside line. Now getting her shoulder into the middle of that diamond formation. Trying to force her way in. Got one more to beat, but now they're waterfalling forward. And there we go. Got her hips around. Lead jammer is Green.
Fantastic job. Psychotic Angel back out of the penalty box, breaks through the pack very easily from what I see on her initial pass. Ooh, Green knocked out of bounds, but does tap the hips, keeping the other jammer from gaining any points. She does pick up 1 point that jam.
And you know who laid down that shoulder? Mufasa.
Mufasa. Oh, it's a tongue twister. I can't even say it more than 3 times.
It more than 3 times. I'm a dad. You don't even know.
Oh. I have an idea, though. All right, looks like we got Bashful Babe up for the Reservoir Dolls. Up against 55, Karmic Death for the I-5 Roller Girls. Bashful Babe does pick up lead jammer status.
Lead jammer for Bashful Babe coming around for the scoring pass. She's got 4 to get around, going for the inside line. Nothing doing there. Sierra Sagos putting that hip out, forcing her to the infield. There we go, forcing her hips through. Found the seam with her shoulders, calls it off, 4-0. And that begins the comeback here in the first half.
All right, we got about 6 minutes left in the first half here. We got 52 Benkin up against Lethal Ivy. Empty penalty box. We have ourselves a 5-on-5, a Derby Unicorn.
That we do. Lethal Ivy trying to get in there, and a high block given. That will pop her loose. Lethal Ivy is now lead jammer, and several high blocks happening in there, and only one really called.
Wow. We had practically 2 pile-ups right in a row on that. Lethal Ivy through again, picking up 5 points, lapping that other jammer.
Bankin being stood up by the reservoir wall here, still trying to get through on that initial pass. Psychotic Angel and Mufasa now anchoring the wall there. Mufasa taken down by Bankin, but a low block there. That will slow her down, though.
Benkin looking for a way through on the inside, doesn't quite see it, but is definitely trying to fight the last of the Reservoir Dolls. There she goes, makes it through on her initial pass as Lethal Ivy meets up with the back of the pack, pushing her way through that full I-5 Roller Girl defense before she can call off the jam.
62 now to 78 with a 10-point run by the Reservoir Dolls. And Bankin just being punished by the Reservoir Dolls wall on that run.
Aw. Yay. Gallifrey and Frank the Bunny. All right. I-5's got a full defense out here on the track. They got a hurricane defense going on. Meanwhile, the Triad up in front is going to do their best to keep Frank the Bunny from hopping over him. Which they
Frank
do
the
not
Bunny,
succeed.
Nice. Frank the Bunny with a little bit of speed there, spreading out the wall, able to get past there between turns 1 and 2. Gallifrey completed the initial pass about half a track behind, and this pack is just speeding away as Reservoir Dolls are racing forward. No pack called, they can't, or out of play called, they can't engage. And they get back in there.
Wow, the entire team put on some gas around those curves. I'm surprised, actually.
You know, that we used to see that a lot way back when, and the rules were changed to kind of eliminate that as a strategy because teams would just simply run and run and run and run and run, and nobody would be able to score. But if you're gonna run and they're gonna let you, why not?
All right. Up next, we got Bashful Babe up against number 2, Green. Green heading for the inside. Bashful Babe made it through on the outside, though, collecting lead jammer status. Green getting knocked around on the outside curve.
Green gets a screen for Maya Sagos, able to get through now.
All right, there's Bashful Babe going through on her first point scoring pass, picking up 5 points. Green making it through on her initial pass, doing a fantastic job. Ooh, she passes. Let's see, Bashful Babe passed 3 players on that before she called off the jam, sealing off any points that Green may have been able to pick up.
And
It
that'll
didn't
be a
quite catch.
12-point lead now by I-5 Roller Girls as Reservoir Dolls putting together a few 3 and out, 4 and out. Little
people.
points here and there, closing the gap.
You people in your math. All right, looks like we got number 55, Karmic Death for the I-5 Roller Girls. Ooh, throwing a shoulder immediately right there up against number 44, Tipsy Terror for the Reservoir Dolls.
Karmic Death trying to get that immediate, nicely done by Tipsy Terror, getting there and getting the lead. But as I was saying, Karmic Death trying for that immediate cut track penalty, not able to get it. And then slowed down enough to where Reservoir Dolls able to get lead jammer. Tipsy Terror calls off the jam after getting a couple of points. 1 point up for I-5. So they'll win the jam 2-1 and close in on the lead. Now 11 points.
Rolling up to jam for the Dolls, we've got Gallifrey. And number 2, Green for the I-5 Roller Girls. Both teams at full strength for this jam.
A couple of different strategies here on how they're setting up. I-5 going for that hurricane defense. Reservoir Dolls 2 forward, 2 back, and then closing into a diamond formation.
Excellent job by Benkin, running back. Puts Gallifrey in the penalty box for a cut track penalty because she did not recycle far enough. She missed Benkin completely.
That is
Green.
one thing these skaters are very good at, is this heads-up play, especially at this level.
Yeah, all right. So your lead jammer is Green. She did collect that by tiptoeing around the outside of the skaters, doing the best she could.
And 2 blockers now headed to the penalty bench for Reservoir Dolls. And that's going to make it a little bit easier for Green. Green takes a nice hip check for Mufasta.
She does, and it almost sends her out of bounds, but she flips around backwards over that apex, manages to land inbounds, collecting her 5 points, and calling off the jam.
A nice effective penalty kill, though, by the Reservoir Dolls to close the half, only allowing 5 points. 88-72 is your halftime score. I-5 with the lead. This game is really great.
It's been really, really close, and all the girls are working hard and doing their best.
So you have about 10 minutes to go and do whatever it is you need to do and get back to your computer, because you do not want to miss this second half.
No, you don't. This is going to be the deciding factor right here. We'll see you guys when we get back.
All right, we are back live. Just under a minute left of this halftime. Hope you got everything you need because you're not want to get. You're not going to want to get up. I had things that I thought I was going to say and did not say them.
Your English box is broken.
It is. I think I need more caffeine.
Well, I'd make a run, but we're already streaming, so sorry. And I would share, except for I'm not in the sharing mood. Mine, my coffee, my precious.
That's okay. It has sugar. I don't want it. Gallifrey out here with the star on her head. Karmic Death with the star on her head. I think we've seen that before.
Yes, we have. Actually, a couple of times they have jammed against each other, but they do seem friendly enough. Having a little friendly convo out there on the field. Just to check in, we do have a few players that are in danger of fouling out of the game here. We have Psychotic Angel and Gallifrey getting pretty close up there, both on the Reservoir Dolls team.
And on the I-5 side, we don't have anybody really in danger, but we have one at 4, a couple at 3, and a lot spread out across the team. Just a testament to how hard these two teams are playing, but the high level of play, keeping it clean.
Looks like we got a who's going to be on top fight going on between Watson and Green here on the track.
They're all setting up, but we haven't even gotten the swoopy whistle of Derby back on, so
Hey,
they really want to go.
I don't think there's any such thing as being too prepared.
Oh, maybe.
All right, looks like the Dolls are going to start with a pack disadvantage. They do have 2 blockers in the box. Excuse me, 1 blocker, 1 pivot.
That's 2 blockers, just one with a stripe.
But that stripe, it's so important.
True. There's the swoopy whistle. And the 5-second call. We are ready for roller derby, and there we go. Karmic Death engaging very quickly up there at the front of the pack, as she usually do. There is a whistle, so one more blocker down for the Reservoir Dolls. Lead jammer by Karmic Death.
That's all right. It looks like the other 2 are about to step back out of the box. They are blocking that 1 blocker. And if you don't know, your time for the penalty does not start until your butt is in that seat.
That is very, very true. Gallifrey and Karmic Death both are on scoring passes now. There is the call off. No points up for the Reservoir Dolls, and no points up for I-5 either.
Correction,
So-
the I-5 Roller Girls did pick up 4 points on that last
On the
jam.
first pass.
True.
And
All right, rolling up next, we got number 66, Frank the Bunny, up against number 11, Bashful Babe.
it looks like we have Psychotic Angel having fouled out of the game now. So she will not be able to be out there. And Bashful Babe picking up the slack, getting lead jammer for the Reservoir Dolls. Very fast behind her is Frank the Bunny. It is a foot race back to the track. Reservoir Dolls trying to get to the front. I-5 trying to match them. It is now a foot race to see who can get there first. And Bashful Babe very wisely deciding, I'm going to call this off.
Good job, good job. Some great plays as far as strategy goes. Some great defense being worked out there by both teams today. Rolling up, we have, once again, Gallifrey and Karmic Death. I'm starting to think maybe these guys are friends.
Just a bit. Or they just have a very tight jammer rotation.
All of these are possible alternatives.
They are, and look at that 4-on-4 in the blocker core, 5-on-5 roller derby, however you want to call it, whichever one of the announcer bingo squares you needed to fill, but it is Karmic Death as your lead jammer.
All right, Karmic Death picking up that lead jammer.
Sarah Saga is sent to the penalty box, so that's going to make it a little bit easier for Gallifrey, as she is now through for her initial pass.
Oh, looks like Frank the
Oh,
Bunny.
yes.
Oh, no, not Frank the Bunny, excuse me. Karmic Death out. This is now a power jam for the Dolls.
Gallifrey, a good jammer to have that power jam. She is now up front, 5 points up, 92-77, bringing it back only 15 points.
Stepping through
Oh,
the inside,
nice.
right past Benkin. She did a great job avoiding that skate, picking up another 5 points.
Signals to her team that she is coming through. Gallifrey is there. Karmic Death is back on the track, competing the initial pass. Nope, that is a scoring pass. So 5 points up for Gallifrey as she got that jammer lap point as she went around before Karmic Death came out of the pack. Karmic Death now engaging with the pack. And of course, we have no lead jammer, so this is going to go the rest of the distance.
Which is about 40 seconds for all of you listening at home. Karmic Death pushed out to the inside, having to recycle at least to where her team is.
That she did. Almost stepped back onto the track and was going to draw a cut track penalty. Heads up play by Karmic Death.
Watson trying to position herself so she can break up that roller team right up there for the Reservoir Dolls. Gallifrey making it through, collecting 4 points. Same for Karmic Death.
Both teams kind of slowing it down. I-5 getting into the Hurricane defense.
Looks like Karmic Death is going, but she didn't quite make it on that last 5 seconds.
Gallifrey saw what was happening, decided, I'm just going to kind of hang out here. Now there's only a couple of seconds. It's going to get called off.
Well,
So 21-10 run brings it to 102.93. So close.
all right. Looks like up for the Reservoir Dolls, we've got Tipsy Terror and Green for the I-5 Roller Girls.
Tipsy Terror engaging against that four wall of I-5. Green engages and falls down and takes a... Oh, that is a back block on Green. I thought she was going to be the victim of the back block, but unfortunately her skate is the one that took the pile down. And we're going to have a jammer swap out now as there's a back block on
Jammer
Tipsy Terror.
Do-si-do. All right, the great thing about that is that by the time Green sat down, Tipsy Terror was also sent, so they're practically out of the box at the same time because one jammer doesn't sit for longer than the other jammer had to if a situation like that occurs.
That is very, very true.
They are both through on their initial pack. There is no lead jammer, so this game will run for its full 2 minutes.
So about another 1 minute, 10 seconds of roller derby in this jam. Tipsy Terror is through 4 points. Reservoir Dolls doing what they need to do, locking it down, trying to get Green slowed down, but she is able to get through the pack now. And a back block that's going to hurt I-5 as Elaphobia called for the back block sent to the penalty box. Tipsy Terror still
Green.
working.
Green did make it through, looking for that inside lane, knowing it was going to get shut down, so she sort of pivoted, heading back towards the outside, but she did get pushed back and has to recycle.
Nice hit by Linsanity. The follow-up hit on Tipsy Terror, pushing her to the outside. Tipsy Terror now working on the pack. Falls down, not able to call it off. Tried to. No matter how much you try, if you're not lead jammer, you can't call it off.
Especially in a game where there is no lead jammer, especially if you lose that, it does leave the girls a little confused sometimes. And it doesn't matter how hard you hit your hips, it's not going to do any good. There is Green avoiding that last hip check at the last second as pack is called, collecting 4 more points before the end of this jam.
That she did. We'll have to see if Tipsy Terror picked up any. She did. She picked up 4, so 8-8. A tie jam after all of that. 2 minutes and a total of 16 points scored.
And it looks like I-5 is going to start with one of their blockers in the penalty box. Watson picked up a penalty right before the whistle blew. So now we've got number 11, Bashful Babe, going up against Karmic Death.
Karmic Death pulling very heavy jamming rotation duty. Bashful Babe kind of doing the same thing for Reservoir Dolls. Bashful Babe pushed to the outside. Karmic Death also having to recycle. Karmic Death looking for that inside line. Bashful Babe now against her own people. She's only got a Sagos and a Benkin to beat. Benkin is up there. Lead jammer now. Reservoir Dolls. Karmic Death right behind her.
I think for a moment when Karmic Death tried to run back and force Bashful Babe to recycle behind her, she forgot she was the jammer, and it is legal to come in front of the jammer. So that made her lose a little bit of footing.
Bashful Babe calling off the jam just as she engages with the pack. Karmic Death getting 2 points right behind her, of course, and 4 points up for the Reservoir Dolls. 112-105. Reservoir Dolls getting 2 more points on that lead.
All right. Coming up next, we got timeout.
Coming up next is an official timeout.
See, this is what happens when you jump the gun.
Wow, we just got so excited. We're talking so fast.
Ah!
But if you want to train smart, work hard, and get strong like these girls that you see on the track, you can check out Get Strong First, located here at the Rat's Nest in Shoreline, Washington. Learn more at www.getstrongfirst.com. And there's the swoopy whistle. Whatever they needed to solve, they solved. And we are ready to go.
All right. Up for the dolls, we got 23 Gal of Frey. Biggest number 66, Frank the Bunny. Jamming for the I-5 Roller Girls. And Gallifrey looks for a way out on the outside, doesn't find it, as the two I-5 girls slammed that door shut. Both jammers out, neck and neck. Ooh!
Oh,
Frank the Bunny.
Gallifrey getting past Frank the Bunny. Frank the Bunny now trying to catch her up. It's a foot race. Both of the packs are going forward, so here we are now engaging on the scoring pass. Gallifrey up front gets a hip whip from Mufasa. Slides in and cuts the track. There was a cut track called by the OPR. We'll see who that goes against. And it's Gallifrey.
Our sound technician and mixer here is having a little bit of a meltdown as we're seeing that. That looks like that was Gallifrey who picked up that penalty. The cut track. That was an amazing jam. Both girls neck and neck the entire time.
Green now picking up the power start and the power jam for the I-5 Roller Girls, working their way through the hurricane. Slowing things down a little bit is the Reservoir Dolls as they chip away at this penalty. There she is, lead jammer. And they're able to cycle up. A little bit more waterfall, getting her up there. Getting her up there. And there's the out of play call. They were really stretching that pack out as far as they could.
All right, and that was block and roll. They picked up that one.
And another penalty out there against the Reservoir Dolls as well. So they're down two blockers. Gallifrey back on the track though. Green gets 4 points. And that will force the call off. So another effective penalty kill.
I think this has been the most exciting second half of the game of the day for me personally.
Oh, I agree. Both of these teams really want that bronze medal.
Oh yeah, Frank the Bunny setting up. She looks like she's about to rocket off that line there. And setting up against Bashful Babe. The whistle blew. They went into the pack, and Frank the Bunny is out. Severe pack deficiency for the for the Reservoir Dolls. Excuse me.
But you know what? Frank the Bunny got lead jammer. Bashful Babe got out there right behind her. Oh, Frank the Bunny loses her feet. Bashful Babe passes her up. Bashful Babe with 4. Frank the Bunny with 4. Frank the Bunny has lead jammer, though, so Bashful Babe.
Man, it really looks like
may
for
not be
Frank
able
the
to get up
Bunny.
there.
For Frank the Bunny, speed is key today. She's lapping the pack.
Frank the
Ooh.
Bunny, seeing the penalties coming, and decides to keep it on going, getting 4 points as Bashful Babe caught up in the pack, so she will get 4 of her own. And she'll keep it rolling. Everything's spread out. Only one blocker on the track right now for the Reservoir Dolls, and I-5 going to surround.
Bashful Babe tripping up a little bit as she tried to re-enter the pack there. Getting pushed out, having to recycle all the way back behind Karmic Death.
And there's the call off. A 17-10 run, 138-118, only a 20-point lead, but a great jam. Finally, a high-scoring jam in this half.
Oh, I'm so excited. This is actually a lot of fun. We do have to contain our excitement slightly as announcers, but trust me, I'm doing a happy dance on the inside. This is a lot of fun.
And there is a timeout called by the Reservoir Dolls. Team timeout. Quality Athletics. They celebrate sport. They're located in Seattle's Pioneer Squares. Quality Athletics is a full-service restaurant and bar, not your usually sports bar fare, with large wood-fired grill, a slushy and snow cone machine, rooftop garden, and AstroTurf back bar and outdoor fire pits. And I am laughing because down on the house mic, they decided to do the same exact commercial.
Exactly. About 5-second delay there, but they did do the same commercial, and it was hilarious.
So in other words, just as you were hearing it on the feed, they were saying it in the house.
Just about.
There's the swoopy, swoopy whistle. That is going to bring us back to roller derby. Green on the track for I-5. And that is number 14, I think. Nope, Tipsy Terror, that is number 44. And a 3-2 pack advantage for I-5. Referees coming back onto the track after their conference.
All right.
And there's a whistle. Green engaging up against the two blockers up there of Reservoir Dolls. Reservoir Dolls able to effectively get her to the inside. Not able to get her out, though. Green now on the outside, going against her own team. Using them as a screen, gets through lead jammer. Green.
Tipsy Terror still trapped in that ocean of blue over there, trying to find her way through, but she does pick up a penalty.
Cut track for Tipsy Terror. That will give Green a power jam and an opportunity here. She's already got 5 points. Reservoir Dolls getting a blocker back. Now they've got 3 up there. I-5 getting in there, trying to mix things up, get things going. Green looking for the inside line, using her own player as a screen. But Reservoir Dolls recycle everybody back up front. Now they've got to stretch it out, getting separation on the pack, and Green has to call off the jam. And she'll get 8 points, 9 points total on the jam.
Coming up to the line for I-5 Roller Girls, we got Frank the Bunny, and this will be a power start for the I-5 Roller Girls. They do have a full team out on the track. 2 of the Reservoir Dolls are sitting at the penalty box line, waiting to be released.
1. Oh, 2 girls, yes, sorry.
Yeah, 2 girls, 1 blocker, 1 jammer.
That is true. Frank the Bunny is now through. Tipsy Terror is out of the penalty box. Power jam is over, but the power start is effective. Tipsy Terror completing the initial pass, and Frank the Bunny now on a scoring pass. Very fast jam there.
Yep, as soon as Frank the Bunny made it through and saw that Tipsy Terror had not made it through the pack, she did call off the jam, preventing any point scoring for the Dolls. Looks like we've got Gallifrey up against Karmic Death.
And for the first time in a while, 5-on-5 roller derby.
All right, Karmic Death heading for the inside, using her shoulders. Classic tactic, does go out of bounds, has to recycle. Meanwhile, Gallifrey looks like she's trying to get tipping over through Maryland Manslam, who does pick up a penalty.
Maryland Manslam taking one for the team there. Tipsy Terror thought there was a penalty against her, but there wasn't. She is called back onto the track. Unfortunately, because she was called off, she went around the pack, not able to score any points because she was out of play while she passed just about everybody.
Looks like that was her initial pass.
Very possible. I'm not quite sure what happened.
I don't know. Apparently that's what Skate Tool says.
Either way, 4 points for I-5 on that jam.
Good job, girls. All right, coming up next, Frank the Bunny and Bashful Babe.
1 blocker down for each team. 3-on-3 in the pack.
Both teams favoring that triad defense.
And now we are just now at halfway through the second half. 155-118, I-5 in the lead. Frank the Bunny looking for that inside line. Nothing doing. She's going to skip to the outside around Tipsy Terror. That is the time that Bashful Babe needed. She is now your lead jammer. Frank the Bunny right behind her, though. It is a foot race.
Frank the Bunny looking to lap her on the inside, putting that skate right up, right alongside her. But as 33 comes back out of the penalty box, she puts the brakes on that. That slams Shady. Doing a great job keeping Frank the Bunny away from her jammer.
That she was. Slam Shady getting in front of her, not quite to the back yet, but slowing down ever so slightly. And giving just enough time for that to call off. Got 3 points up on the board, 121-155.
All right, up again, Karmic Death and Gallifrey.
So Coach Vito has handed off the tiara over there to Coach Hendrick, looking a little more fancy.
All right, Gallifrey taking your lead jammer.
A couple of lead jammers in a row now for Reservoir Dolls as they begin to put something back together. Gallifrey pushed out of bounds, and she'll take her 2 points and call off the jam.
All right, rolling up to the line, we got number 4, Watson for the I-5 Roller Girls, and number 11, Bashful Babe for the Reservoir Dolls.
Everybody on the track. And there we go. Watson engaging up against the Reservoir Dolls wall after waiting for Reservoir Dolls jammer to go.
Marilyn Manslam picking up another penalty there. Failure to reform. Frank the Bunny did make the jammer have
there
to
we
come
go.
back.
Bashful Babe lead jammer barely got the hips around and got the call. And a forearm call on Watson. That gives Bashful Babe the power jam. And we'll have to see if the Reservoir Dolls are able to capitalize on this opportunity. The Bashful Babe gets into the back, gets her 4 points, and calls it off, so they will go for the power start.
All right. Up next, we've got a timeout.
That we do. Timeout called by I-5. Coach Vito wanted to talk something over with Mike Hammer. And the team wanted to slow things down, go over, take a look at Chuck Hendrick's tiara. And hello to our largest crowd yet this weekend. Rat City and the Seattle Derby Rats would like to thank our amazing photographers this weekend that are here today and to capture all of the action. There are pictures already up on the Northwest Junior Derby Championships event page up on Facebook. Go ahead and head on out there and check out all of the action yesterday that has been posted so far. Our photographers out there documenting everything that has happened over the weekend and putting out lots of quality product. And I think that my fellow announcer is crazy.
I'm not crazy. There was lint floating across my vision, okay? I wear glasses. I don't want that stuff on my face.
I hear you. Gallifrey is the lone jammer on the line. Everybody's starting up near the, I think that's called the pivot line.
That is the pivot line, yes.
It's so confusing. I hardly ever have to say it.
Yeah, the only reason I know that is because yesterday there were quite a few people who were starting on the pivot line, so I heard it frequently, but today not so much.
Gallifrey, lead jammer. Reservoir Dolls getting up in there. She's got a full power jam.
Ooh, tries to jump past Karmic Death, doesn't make it over her hips, though, and has to recycle to the back of the pack after she's even forced the inside.
Oh, nice. Got some separation through, got Karmic Death separated out from the tripod, able to get in there and through. There is a 5-point pass for Gallifrey. Power jam is over. Gallifrey got one pass off of it, including the initial pass, or in addition to the initial pass. I-5 with an effective penalty kill.
All right, there looks like there's going to be a star pass here from Watson to Karmic Death. Yes, there is. All right, and she uses her shoulders to her advantage, picking up, looks like no points, unfortunately, but she did the best she could.
7 points picked up by the Reservoir Dolls, bringing them to within 20 points, 155, 135. Oh, just over 10 and a half minutes to go. Or just under 11 minutes to go, however you want to put it. Lethal Ivy picking up the star for the Reservoir Dolls. I-5 will send that to green.
Up to green? Up to green? It is up to green.
Yes. It is now up to green. Green is pushing forward, and it is a scrum. Everybody in their multiplayer blocks, forearms being called.
On Lethal Ivy.
Called on a forearm, and that will send her to the penalty box. Elaphobia, one of the blockers for I-5, also heading to the penalty box. That would be for the multiplayer that I saw earlier. And another forearm, that one on green, so this will be a jammer swap out.
Jammer do-si-do. As soon as one jammer hits the box, the other jammer may leave. But the second jammer to reach the box only sits there for as long as the first jammer did.
It's the jammer hokey pokey.
So effectively, it does cut the time that the jammer spends in the box. Lethal Ivy making it through on her initial pass.
Green already standing in the penalty box, of course, on that abbreviated penalty. Lethal Ivy now in a scoring pass. Gets around Elaphobia. Working around Sierra Sagos. Stretching it out. There we go. 5 more points. 140, 155.
Green did some fancy footwork, slid to the outside around those other players, making it through on her initial pass.
That was the initial pass. 30 seconds to go. Cannot call it off. Lethal Ivy. Green now in a scoring pass. Lethal Ivy kind of caught in the pack. They thought they had her out. Went back to recycle. And that ends up with another penalty for Sierra Sagos.
As well as Elaphobia.
There we go. Lethal Ivy, 4 in the air. Green being held back. Everybody on the track now for the Reservoir Dolls. Only 2 blockers for I-5. 1 more second in the jam. Nicely done by Lethal Ivy. 9-4 run by the Reservoir Dolls. 159, 144. 15 points.
That was a fantastic jam, especially against that defense.
If you're not jumping up and down in front of your computer, what is wrong with you?
Everything. That is the correct answer and the only answer. All right, we got our dynamic duo, Karmic Death and Gallifrey. The I-5 Roller Girls do have a drastic team deficiency.
Gallifrey, nicely done. Inside out. Oh, there we go. Ramp break the bunny. Got her turned around. Lead jammer. Karmic Death caught up in the middle of the pack. Loses her feet. Still trying to fight through. Oh, there's the penalty. Low block called on Karmic Death. Gallifrey got the power jam. 5 points already. 149, 159. Right here, we could be looking at a potential lead change.
Fantastic. She thought she was going to get pushed out.
159.
But she managed to keep her skates inside the line. The skater fell before she could get her over that line, and she just went around, oh, so close, being forced to recycle to the back of the pack.
But she can call off the jam because she got all 4 of those points before she had to be recycled.
Yes,
She'll
she
take
did.
it as she freezes the jammer in the box as well.
That was a 14-0 jam in favor of the Reservoir Dolls. Things are finally getting to heat up here. This is crazy, you guys.
158, 159, 1 point separating these 2 teams. I-5 Roller Girls calling the timeout. Coach Vito wanting to talk to his players. Hollywood Chuck Hendrick looking beautiful in that tiara.
I like the fluffy feathers on the front of it.
I like that red gem.
Oh, yeah. Is it red or pink? Is it red? It's red.
It's red.
It is red. Okay.
It's
I don't know.
it's very Steven Universe.
All of it is sparkly and fabulous.
Absolutely.
Goes great with his shirt.
Coach Wade coming out, giving his team a little bit of a pep talk, talking to him about the jam ahead of him. 1 point separating the two teams, 7 minutes to go, and a power start that they're handing to Bashful Babe. Still on a team timeout. There's the minute. Team timeout is now over. And of course, we'll have the 30-second count off as the refs are getting back into position.
All right, whistle blows, and Bashful Babe is off like a shot, breaking through the inside of the pack. Picking up lead jammer.
Karmic Death out of the penalty box just as the whistle blew. She only had 1 second left on her penalty, but that was enough for Bashful Babe to pick up lead jammer status. Now she's coming around looking to score. Karmic Death completing the initial pass. Bashful Babe rotates the hips around, push to the outside. There we go. Only a couple to beat. Karmic Death in there. She's going to be able to score. Bashful Babe calls it off. 3 points, 3-1, lead change.
And right before that whistle was blown, Barbie Hurl managed to pick up a penalty, so she's going to spend the rest of the time in the penalty box, and she will be able to come back in the next jam.
Oh, no, not a lead change. 3-2. One more point awarded to I-5. 161-161.
This game is getting insanely close. All right, we got Frank the Bunny and Gallifrey. Frank the Bunny getting knocked out, having to recycle. Pack is being called, but Frank the Bunny, round the inside, slips through a sliver of an inch there, picking up lead jammer status. Gallifrey completing her initial pass and trying to put on the gas to catch up with that lead jammer.
Oh, Frank the Bunny right through the middle of the pack, getting 4 points. Securing the lead, 165-161 I-5. 5.5 minutes left in the game. Karmic Death sent to the line with a star. And she'll be jamming against Bashful Babe for the Reservoir Dolls.
I-5 Roller Girls got 3 defenders out there on the field. Reservoir Dolls only got 2, but we'll see how that works. Karmic Death using that shoulder, heavy shoulder usage. Picking up and securing that lead jammer status.
Bashful Babe not far behind, not even a quarter of a track. And the pack is just running away. We've only got 2 blockers. Karmic Death trying to catch it up.
I think the idea is if you can't catch us, you can't score against us.
Karmic
There's one,
Death able to
there's
catch
2.
him up.
Gaining those points.
4 points in the sky for I-5. Bashful Babe pushed to the outside. Nicely done by Sierra Sagos.
All right. Bashful Babe back behind us, Sagos. But she does dodge around on the inside. Sagos throwing that hip, knocking over 74. Barbie Hurl.
Bashful Babe getting 4 points. 8 points so far in the sky for I-5. And there is the call off. 173-165. I-5 with the advantage. 4 minutes left in the game.
Gosh, I love this sport.
So exciting.
No, I'm so excited too. This is great. All right. Looks like popping up to jam. We got Lethal Ivy for the Reservoir Dolls. And Frank the Bunny for the Roller Girls.
Slight pack. No, there is no pack advantage. 3-on-3. Frank the Bunny. Oh, right around the outside. Nice head fake by Frank the Bunny. Gets her around the wall. Lethal Ivy trying to get her way through the center. Sierra Sagos and Green anchoring the front. And that's going to send Lethal Ivy to the back of the pack. Frank the Bunny, meanwhile, on a scoring pass. Pivots around. Keeps her feet. There we go. Grand slam. Frank the Bunny.
That was a lovely pirouette as she came out of that pack. I thought she was going to go out for sure, but she didn't pick up a cut track penalty because she didn't go out. Frank the Bunny hopping through, breaking right through the center of that pack. Picking up another grand slam, 5 in the air and on the board.
Frank the Bunny learning how to take those hits as she is coming through. Lethal Ivy takes a hip check from Sierra Sagos, taking it to the inside, slowing it down.
Block and roll, trying to push Frank the Bunny out as best she can, but she keeps her at bay with one skate around that curve. That was hard.
Frank the Bunny very much putting in nails into the coffin that is this game. Another 5 points in the sky for Frank the Bunny. 20-point run to 0 so far. 193, 165.
There is
32
a
seconds left in the jam clock. 2 minutes left in the period clock.
There's a star pass giving the Reservoir Dolls their initial pass through with Tipsy Terror right before the whistle blows.
21-point jam, taking that 8-point lead to a 29-point lead with under 2 minutes left to go. And a timeout called by the Reservoir Dolls. Want to remind you that right after this game at 6 o'clock, we are going to have the Inland Northwest Pixies against the Seattle Derby Rats Galaxy Girls for the championship bout. And as exciting as this one was, I am sure that one's going to just about match it.
I gotta tell you though, seeing these girls work really hard gives me a lot of hope for the future of Derby, and I've heard talk of Derby making it to the Olympics in 2018.
There is that talk. Not quite sure how that's going to go. We'll have to see. There's a lot of international governing bodies that have to be talked to and everything like that. But we can say that JRDA has partnered with the USA Roller Spurts to bring roller derby to the Junior Olympics this year in July 12th and 13th over in Lincoln, Nebraska. The Northwest All-Star team includes players from the Galaxy Girls, you'll see in a minute, and the Reservoir Dolls and the I-5 Roller Girls you see in front of you right now. So look forward to seeing some of these girls playing in that Olympic movement.
All right. Slight pack disadvantage for the I-5 Roller Girls. They do have their pivot in the penalty box. We've got number 2 Green up against Gala Frey, 23. Gala
Laura Green working on that front wall. Oh, feet taken out of her. And a cut track. Green called for a cut track penalty. Gala Frey with an opportunity here. Lead jammer Reservoir Dolls. She's got 1 minute 21 on the period clock, 1 minute 30 on the jam clock. We'll have to see what she's able to do with it.
She does indeed pick up another grand slam. This is a power jam for her, and she's doing an amazing job keeping her body low, light, and speeding through that pack. Her teammates picking it up.
There we go. Gala Frey, 10 points on the board so far. Sierra Sagos up there now, anchoring the wall. Linsanity up there as well. Watson. And back and forth goes Gala Frey, mixes up the blockers. Another 5 points in this guy. 180, 194, only 14 points.
Slam Shady and Tough Cookie doing a great job trying to keep that pack back there. Number 88, Move Fasta, doing a great job trying to pull that pack apart, letting her jammer through.
And here is the big problem that I-5 has right now. This probably is the last jam, and they have no jammer. Green has fouled out of the game. She cannot come back on the track. Gala Frey has full control right now.
There we go.
Another 5 points, 185, 194. If she can score another 9 points, another 2 passes in the next 20 seconds, she can win this game for the Reservoir Dolls.
Oh, she's almost out, but does make it through. One skater to beat as Sagos,
Sierra
and she's
Sagos,
through.
there we go.
Picking up another
5 more
grand
points.
slam.
190, 194, but she is not going to be able to do it. The jam clock runs out.
That was so close.
So close. Only 4 points separating the two teams. Your unofficial final, I-5 194, 190 to the Reservoir Dolls, and you know they're going to be over there checking everything on this score.
That was a beautiful game, I have to say. These are the moments that we live for here in Derby, because games that are as close as this and as amazing as this, with all these skaters that are doing such a great, fantastic job pulling out all the stops.
That is what the people came to see, and that is why you sat down and opened up the feed today. I want to thank everybody for being a part of watching this game. I-5 Roller Girls right now shown in the lead on the unofficial final. The officials still working through the score, trying to make sure they got everything right. Of course, only the last jam can be corrected if there is any problem with the score.
This is true.
Gate tool over there, waiting to give the thumbs up. Both teams waiting for that final indication. Everybody on the track. And I'm sure everybody on your computers is ready to virtually give high fives to whichever team gets to skate.
Yes, please don't high five your screen. You may break it.
Then a virtual high five. Unless you have a touch screen, then you can high five it. Just not very hard.
Yeah, still wouldn't suggest it. Taking a
Still-
little bit of a while to get our final score up here on the board, but
Well, they would rather know that they got it right.
especially with a game that's this close.
And now they're waiting. Mike Hammer coming over, talking to the scorekeepers. Still waiting on something. And there we go. That is your final score. I-5 194. They will take third place in the 2016 Northwest Junior Championships.
These are your bronze medalists, ladies and gentlemen. They are taking their victory lap.
But let's not forget the heart and soul that was shown in this game. An incredible game for the Reservoir Dolls.
They did a fantastic job. They came, they skated their hearts out, and they did absolutely amazing things on the track today.
Every single skater on that team gave everything that they had trying to win this game, and it really showed. That is high-level roller derby, and that is what the Northwest is all about.
All right.
So in about 33 minutes, we will have the championship game, the Inland Northwest Roller Derby Pixies and the Seattle Derby Brats Galaxy Girls. Wow. I will see you later. I will be on the house call, and I believe that Cheyenne will be on the stream for that game as well, so listen for her.
That's news to me, but thank you all so much for coming and watching this game on your computers. Stay tuned, and we'll see you later.
Inland Northwest Roller Derby Pixies. And we will once more rip very quickly through the JRDA Code of Conduct because you've heard it 9 times already this weekend. JRDA exists to help everyone involved, from the skaters, parents, and officials to league volunteers and spectators, learn and grow in a safe, fun, and supporting environment. In order to facilitate that environment, JRDA has a code of conduct that will be enforced during this sanctioned game. Here are your highlights. The good side: JRDA Roller Derby, a welcoming, positive, drama-free learning environment for everyone, both on and off skates. All participants, including the fans, will uphold this environment at all times. Mutual respect and support is encouraged, and all participants will be treated with respect. All conduct on or off the track will be sportsmanlike, family-friendly, and professional at all times. And then on the bad side, participants, again, including fans, will not engage in any behavior that will endanger the health, safety, or well-being of any attendees on or off the track. The use of undirected profanity is discouraged, and profanity or insults directed at anyone is forbidden. Please use positive tones when encouraging the skaters. Refrain from negativity towards or about any of the participants. And finally, please refrain from coaching the skaters unless you happen to actually be a JRDA league coach coaching the whole team. So in short, Daddy-O, how would you summarize that?
Don't be a jerk.
That's right, don't be a jerk. All right, as soon as our gear checks are done, we will have our skate out intros. Yes, Lord.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome here to the broadcast of the 2016 Northwest Junior Championship bout, sanctioned by JRDA. We are going to have the number 2 seed, the number 2 seed Pixies taking on the number 1 seed Galaxy Girls. Going to turn it down to the floor here for the rollout.
Number 007 is Annihilator. Number 113 is Daisy Juke. Number 123 is Tap Out. Number 13, Ginger Slap. Number 25, Alley Oops. 357, Black Heart Blocker. Number 4, Twisted Blister. 5150 is Lucky Harms. Number 54, The Crusher. Number 64, Kick and Ash. 666, Slim Reaper. Number 7 is Stinger. Number 813, Brozilla. And number 99, Irene Your Neck. They are your Inland Northwest Roller Derby Pixies.
And their opponents. In black, your defending Northwest and JRDA champion, Seattle Derby Brats Galaxy Girls. And the internet broke for your song. I'm sorry. Number 00 is Cookie Dozer. Number 1000, Deathina. Number 113, Snow Fright. Number 15, Threatening Thunder. Number 206, Helen Huntress. Number 2, Webster. Number 180, Rival E. Number 33, Aqua, Knock You Out. Number 363, Nona Larson. Number 411, Fist Fight. Number 471, Frida Klobber. Number 5, Ellie Like. Number 60, Assaulting Carmel. Number 911, Annihilate Her. And their alternates today, number 35, Fuller. And number 500, Indy 500, they are the Seattle Derby Brats Galaxy Girls.
All right, there you have it. The two teams duking it out for the Northwest Junior Championships. I'm Mistress Mouth.
And I am Jim Diesel.
And we are just about ready to get underway here.
I have heard that this match is going to be an interesting contrast in styles, that the Derby Brats prefer a little bit slower, more deliberate style of play, and the Pixies have been recently going into a much more high-speed, high-impact style. So we're going to see a real styles clash here.
We're going to have number 666, Slim Reaper, leading off here for the Pixies up against number 33, Aqua Knock You Out. Slim Reaper getting recycled to the back. Aqua Knock You Out, trying to get around Kick and Ash. Neither jammer making a whole lot of leeway. Slim Reaper up on her toe stops to stay in bounds, but there goes Aqua Knock You Out, picking up lead jammer. And Kick and Ash gets her first penalty of this game.
Held on just a little too long onto that jammer.
Power jam here as we've got Slim Reaper in the penalty box. Aqua Knock You Out now approaching the pack, swing and a miss there by Annihilate Her. Daisy Juke slowing her down momentarily, but Aqua Knock You Out gets around the front of the pack, picking up 5 points for the Galaxy Girls. Annihilator and Daisy Juke, the only blockers on the track for the Pixies here. Giving her the hit, but she just spins through it. 5 more points in the air for the Galaxy Girls. Slim Reaper out of the penalty box and into the pack, gets knocked to the inside. Aqua Knock You Out gets knocked out on the outside lane.
That's a forearm penalty on Slim Reaper, sending her back into the penalty box.
Well, her seat will still be warm.
Now, it's a good thing to note here that there is a skater on the Pixies named Annihilate Her, and there is a skater on the Galaxy Girls named Annihilate Her. There's no relation to them, between them.
That we know of.
That we know of. So we have a power jam, power start here for the Galaxy Girls. Threatening Thunder in her extremely sparkly skirt.
I like sparkles.
Hangs on by a toe stop, but not enough. She's recycled a little bit on the outside. Pixies defense eating up that clock on this power jam here. But she is out and grabs a cut track. Slim Reaper standing up. Looks like... Yes, she's going to get released just like... So it's going to be maybe a second difference. Maybe a 29-second penalty instead of a 30. But not that much. So now power jam Slim Reaper. And since Slim Reaper was not on the track at the beginning of it, she is now lead jammer. Slim Reaper looking to the inside, manages to beat out the Galaxy Girls defense. Power jam has now ended, but she's picked up 5 points. Slim Reaper got a narrow lead, but she's knocked to the outside. Threatening Thunder skates on through, but the jam is called off. No points up for the Galaxy Girls. Total of 9 points on that jam for the Pixies. 15-9 now.
Daisy Juke here lining up for the Pixies, taking on Little Fist Fight for the Galaxy Girls. 3-on-4 pack advantage, kicking Ash in the penalty box again for the Pixies. And Daisy Juke sneaking right through on that inside lane. She's your lead jammer. A swing and a miss from Ginger Slap on Little Fist Fight. And she's through on her initial pass. Daisy Juke, getting called on the cut track there. She will head to the penalty box, and now we have a power jam for Fist Fight. Fist Fight getting around Ginger Slap there, but getting pushed to the inside is going to recycle to the back. Only 2 blockers on the track at the moment. Irene Neck and Ginger Slap kicking Ash, rejoining the pack, and there goes Fist Fight picking up 5 points for the Galaxy Girls. Little Fist Fight now. Oh, taking a big hit there from Kickin' Ash. And she is going to go to the penalty box for that low block. 5 more points there for Little Fist Fight. And Daisy Juke now out of the penalty box and through the pack, gets her 4 points. Little Fist Fight right behind her, picking up 4 of her own. 14-4 on this jam so far in favor of the Galaxy Girls. Little Fist Fight cutting through the middle there, gets around the Crusher. She puts 5 more on the board. Daisy Juke just getting shut down there by that wall of black jerseys. Taking a shoulder there from Kickin' Ash and 1 from Ginger Slap. Kickin' Ash runs her to the outside and recycles to the back as Daisy Juke approaches the pack, cuts to the inside, gets that toe stop out of bounds, gets recycled back. And Ginger Slap with the hit on Little Fist Fight, running her to the back. And we have got Assaulting Carmel going to the penalty box, and that was one hell of a jam.
Indeed it was. Looking at it, looks like 23-12 on that jam. High scoring jam all around. And as a quick note here, if this is the only game that you are watching after this is posted, after it's stopped being live, if it's the only one, you owe it to yourself to watch the 3rd place bout between the Reservoir Dolls and I-5 Roller Girls. That one was an amazing bout, and everyone should watch it.
Came down to the very last jam in that one, and that's how I love my roller derby. We've got Slim Reaper here.
And she's up against Aqua Knock You Out. Aqua Knock You Out has made her way through and is your lead jammer, but Slim Reaper just has to beat out Cookie Dozer, and she does so. Aqua Knock You Out in there. Picks up a couple of points, calls off the jam. A 2-point jam for the Galaxy Girls. Aqua Knock You Out and Cookie Dozer both wearing Stars and Stripes skates out there. Cookie Dozer, of course, has a Star and Stripe helmet, giving her the edge in patriotism.
We've got Stinger on the line here for the Pixies, taking on a number 15, Threatening Thunder for the Galaxy Girls. And Stinger right up, just pummeling through that pack. Threatening Thunder working her way through, but getting hit by Annihilate her. Stinger has been given lead jammer, but swallowed up a bit. And Kickin' Ash comes up, and to get Webster out of the way, Stinger picking up lead jammer. Oh! Yeah, I would need about a week to recover from a hit like that.
Yeah, I good, excellent presence of mind to call that one off right there. So now we are going to see Tap Out for the Pixies. She will be facing off against Aqua Knock You Out. Tap Out looking to the inside. Aqua Knock You Out going to the outside. More success on the inside. Tap out is now lead jammer. Aquanocu out, also looking to the inside. Manages to skip around on her toe stop, so she is loose. But Tap Out has also taken that inside door and is right behind her. He decides after everything speeds up to call off the jam. That is 4 points up for the Pixies.
If you've been following Northwest Junior Roller Derby for more than a few years, you know that the Pixies are kind of new on the scene here, kind of making their stand in the last couple of years. And we are going to have number 113, that's Daisy Juke, jamming for the Pixies, up against Little Fist Fight, who gets around on the outside. Little Fist Fight is your lead jammer, but Daisy Juke is not going to make it easy on her. And Daisy Juke just decides, nope, I'm going to call it off.
The Pixies, also the winner of the 2016 Jim Diesel Award for Best Uniform, with the flames down there at the bottom.
Yes, that teal and purple, or teal and pink, they used to be hot pink and neon green, which was a little jarring sometimes.
A little rough on the eyes. Threatening thunder out for the Galaxy girls. And that is number 7, Stinger. Stinger goes head down, rushes right through. Dangerous maneuver there, but one that paid off. She's lead jammer. Nice block by Ginger Slap there to open up that Galaxy girl defense. She rolls through, picks up 5 points, calls off the jam. Calls it off quick enough that there is no points scored. There's some conferring now, and it looks like possibly... Yes, timeout called by Galaxy girls.
Pixies having brought it within 10 points. It's a good time for Galaxy girls to try to stop their momentum. Refocus, doing their, I'm guessing, focusing exercises.
And hey, if you want to train smart, work hard, and get strong like the Galaxy girls, you should check out Get Strong First, located at the Rat's Nest here in Shoreline, Washington. Hey, that's where we are.
Hey.
Learn more at getstrongfirst.com.
Yeah, big thanks to the Rat City ladies for letting us use their space this weekend. We are broadcasting from what has been temporarily renamed as the Sparkling Cider Room.
Yes, because there are no other fizzy beverages of the adult nature that would be allowed at junior JRDA events, so it's the Sparkling Cider Room.
If it were up to me, it would be Black Cherry Fresca, but that's just because I'm a little strange.
Slim Reaper in once again. And there is a Salting Caramel. Salting Caramel getting a start right off the line. Slim Reaper taking a run up at that defense.
Getting shut down there by Crusher and Kickin' Ash.
Neither block or jammer having much success. However, the pack is thinning out towards the front. The Salted Caramel battering down the last wall of defense, which is number... Not able to see that there from this high vantage point, but she is loose. She's lead jammer. But she's knocked inwards. Ah, there we are. That was Kickin' Ash, number 64. That was the last line of defense up there. Slim Reaper hanging on by a single skate, but she is now out and on a scoring pass. The Salted Caramel is getting assaulted inside the pack. Trying to make her way through there, but the pack is stretching out once again. Slim Reaper still struggling on the inside. Out of play called against the Crusher. And the calling off the jam there. So there's going to be a 1 blocker advantage for the Galaxy Girls going into this next jam. 4 points up for the Galaxy Girls to 2 for the Pixies, 44-31.
And we're going to have number 33, Aqua Knock You Out, jamming for the Galaxy Girls up against Tap Out for the Pixies. 3-on-4 pack advantage, the Crusher in the penalty box for the Pixies. Aqua Knock You Out going right up against Ginger Slap. And Twisted Blister, Alley Oops in there as well, pushing on Ginger Slap. And Twisted Blister getting that multiplayer block has got to let Aqua Knock You Out go, and she's your lead jammer. Tap Out getting recycled by Cookie Dozer, giving it another go while Aqua Knock You Out is picking up 5 points for the Galaxy Girls. Alley Oops taking a stand up at the front, trying to take down Aqua Knock You Out. She takes the hit, she's through. There's 5 more for the Galaxy Girls. Tap Out getting hung up at the back, trying to get around, will make some progress, fall down and get eaten up by the pack. Aqua Knock You Out, knocked out to the outside. It's going to recycle back behind Alley Oops. And she's had enough of that. 10 points for Aqua Knock You Out on that jam. Nope, scratch that, 13.
Excellent defensive work being done there by Alley Oops. Going to be one of her last bouts as she is aging out of the league this year. Now we've got Little Fist Fight back in. She will be up against Kickin' Ash from the Pixies. Both teams up to full strength right now. Oh, nice shoulder thrown there by Stinger right off the bat. The Little Fist Fight has to recycle, and Kickin' Ash shoulders her way through the pack to become lead jammer. Little Fist Fight had to recycle. She is now out. 1 blocker to beat. Cannot do it. Nice hip check, knocking to the outside. Lucky Harms doing an excellent job there as the last line of defense for the Pixies. Kickin' Ash comes in. She darts around 2 blockers, calls off the jam. Bringing us up to a nice 8-0 jam for the Pixies. 57-39 with about 15 minutes left in the half.
Sending Daisy Juke to the line for the Pixies. Number 15, Threatening Thunder for the Galaxy Girls. And we've got a 3-on-3 pack situation. Both teams with a blocker in the penalty box. And Daisy Juke playing blocker right off the line. And direction of gameplay, she's going to go to the penalty box. That's going to put Threatening Thunder in a power jam. Oh, and a tough hit there by Twisted Blister, sending Threatening Thunder to the inside. No pass, no penalty. She gets to keep going. And the Crusher trying to get a piece. And the cut track being called on Threatening Thunder. That's going to get Daisy Juke out of the penalty box. Daisy Juke now looking for an opening. Going down in the middle of the pack, right back up again. She's got Cookie Dozer now to get around. Goes down but stays inbound. Now we've got number 206, Helen Huntress, in the mix as well. Helen Huntress going to the penalty box, and Daisy Juke is out on her initial pass. And Threatening Thunder passes that star over to Cookie Dozer. Cookie Dozer having a heck of a time getting past the Crusher and Twisted Blister. And there is 4 points for Daisy Juke on the board. 1 minute and 30 seconds into this jam, and we finally have some points on the board. Nice clearing the path there by Ginger Slap. That's 5 points for Daisy Juke.
A mile later, the only Galaxy girl standing alone until just now when she's reinforced.
Indeed. And while they're trying to get regrouped, she picks up another 5 points. Daisy Juke now 14 points on this jam, creeping up on the Galaxy girls. That was a 14-point jam. Smoking hot up here at the Rat's Nest.
14 points to 1. Puts us at 58-53 with an official timeout called. And after that very brief break there, Irene Yonek going to be in for the Pixies. Aqua Knock You Out jamming for the Galaxy girls. Irene Yonek moves to the inside, finds the door wide open. She is lead jammer, but Aqua Knock You Out darts between them. She's also out maybe a quarter lap behind him. Irene Yonek gets out, finds an opening on the outside that time, and zips around. Aqua Knock You Out takes a couple of hits. She's only got to beat Lucky Harm. She manages to pivot around her. Oh, nice hit as she ends under the rear of the pack. It's going to call off that jam, making it a 4-4 jam. It looks like 62-57 now.
Salt and Caramel here, lining up to jam for the Galaxy girls. Take it on a Kick and Ash, taking a little way back start there. Give her some momentum heading into that triangle wall being set up by the Galaxy girls. Salt and Caramel right off the bat up against that wall of pink. Ginger Slap having to push her to the inside, Stinger running her back, and Kick and Ash picking up lead jammer for the Pixies. Here comes Kick and Ash looking for points and knocking blockers out of her way in the process. Little hop there. And there's 5 more points for the Pixies. Oh, tough fall there, but she's right back up again. Kick and Ash just pushing through that pack there, being driven by Ann Larson. Crusher tries to get a piece of Salt and Caramel, but she is now out of the pack. And Kick and Ash, incredible job, and calls it off, picking up another 5 points. The scoreboard, it's changed. I think they're just doing that to mess with us. That is indeed a lead change, 66-62, a 10-point jam there for the Pixies.
It's good of them to give the correct team that 4 points.
It helps.
All right, we have Aqua Knock You Out up against Lucky Harms. Lucky Harms is your lead jammer. She moves in to re-engage, goes for the hop on the inside. Nice apex jump, perfectly executed. Picks up her 4 points, calls off the jam. 4 unanswered points there.
Physics be damned. Gravity what? I don't know.
Kick and Ash coming in for the Pixies once again. She'll be facing off against Snow Fright. Snow Fright looking to go up the inside with a little bit of outside. Kick and Ash finds an opening on the outside. Kick and Ash is through, but unfortunately through with a little forearm action, so she is going to the penalty box. Snow Fright now through, and she is lead jammer and on a power jam. Galaxy girls look to disrupt that formidable Pixie defense. But Ginger Slap is there to knock her to the inside. So Snow Fright hanging on by a toe stop when she comes back in. Spins around but gets knocked down just enough. Pixies try to reform in front of her. Can't hold on, so she is through and picks up her 4 points. Snow Fright knocked to the inside. Very nice work by Irene Yonek. And yep, as I thought, that should have been 5 points on that last one.
Oh boy.
6 points unanswered on that jam by the Galaxy Girls, bringing us to 71-68 for the Pixies. 8 minutes left. The half.
We've got number 7 lining up Stinger for the Pixies, taking on number 33. That is Aqua Knock You Out for the Galaxy Girls. Empty penalty box here. Everyone here for this party. Both jammers just pushing and shoving their way through there. Stinger getting pushed to the outside, recycled by a little fist fight. Lucky Harms taking a hit on Aqua Knock You Out, slowing her down, but she's lead jammer. Stinger now out of the pack as well. Aqua Knock You Out has to clean off her face guard. Hit there by Lucky Harms and a follow-up by Slim Reaper. There's 4 more points for Aqua Knock You Out. Stinger getting held up behind, little fist fight. Aqua Knock You Out feeling the business side of Lucky Harms, but she gets around her. There's 5 more.
Amaya later anchoring down that Galaxy Girl defense.
Blocking with the head called on Stinger.
Now annihilate her. It's rallying the Pixies defense. Little fist fight goes in to disrupt just a little bit. And it is enough. Lucky Harms sees an opening, gets in front. Can't hold on to her though.
Gonna be out of play, blocking there on Lucky Harms, sending her to the penalty box. And we had another lead change there in that jam, a 19-point jam for the Galaxy Girls. Takes them 87-73. The crowd is losing their minds.
2 such excellent games in a row. I understand completely. Starting off on a power jam here, we have Rivalee. Galaxy Girls enjoying a 1-blocker advantage. She takes a hard hit from Kickin' Ash, but I think that might have been in the wrong direction. But they're now down to 2 blockers for the Pixies. Rivalee putting on some speed. Beats out Annihilate her. Picks up 5 points. Ooh, not able to beat out that Pixies defense that time, but she is right back up on another shot. That is by the Crusher, who is living up to her name. Now the power jam is over. Stinger comes back in. She's backing up to get a wind up on that, but nope, jam will be called off.
I think she had quite enough abuse there. Took a last hit there from Annihilator. Probably didn't want to come across the Crusher again. And we've got a little fist fight lining up for the Galaxy Girls, taking on Irene Yonek for the Pixies. Oh. We have an official timeout. Like to take this chance to mention that the Seattle Derby Brats Galaxy Girls, the Emerald City Reservoir Dolls, and of course the Pixies will all be traveling to Lincoln, Nebraska for the JRDA Championships running July 9th and through 11th. You'll be able to tune into the live stream. Information for that will be coming soon, so check the JRDA's Facebook page or head over to juniorrollerderby.org.
And it looks like their conference is over, and if my lip-reading skills have not let me down, I believe that they have voted down your idea of this being the Black Cherry Fresca room.
Darn. That's all right. I have like half a case in the trunk of my car. I'm good.
All right. Everyone goes home happy then. Irene Yernek in for the Pixies, and she is out like a bullet and makes it through, and his lead jammer, Lil Fist Fight, works her way through just shortly thereafter. Irene Yernek now hitting into that 4-strong defense. Looking to the outside as Lil Fist Fight darts from the inside to the outside. Manages to beat out the Pixies defense, so she makes it out ahead of Irene Yernek. Irene Yernek still, of course, lead jammer. And she's going to call off the jam before any more points can be scored. 4 up for both teams, making it 101-77 now for the Galaxy girls, just under 4 minutes.
All right, and we're resetting here. We're going to have Kick and Ash taking on Aqua Knock You Out. 3-on-4 pack advantage. Ginger Slap sitting in the penalty box for the Pixies. The Crusher driving that wall, that triangle up at the front. Aqua Knock You Out taking the hit from Tap Out, and the Crusher being held back by Lucky Harms, but they got to let her go as Kick and Ash gets hit to the inside and is getting called. Somebody's getting a forearm penalty. We have Kick and Ash down. All right, we do love to see them get up and skate off. She will sit out for the next 3 jams at least, as the jam was called for injury. Four points for the Galaxy girls there on that last jam.
Of course, a big shout out and thank you to our medical volunteers.
Absolutely.
We really hope that they just get to watch the game without doing anything, but we are always grateful when they are here to help out in those situations.
Power start here for Aqua Knock You Out. I'm sorry, that's Snow Fright.
I was going to say, I did not see any stars and stripes on those shoes. Snow Fright is through on this power jam. She is on a scoring pass now. The Galaxy girls go into more of a deep, into a passive defense. A little fancy footwork there by Snow Fright. She looked like she ran into another opposing player's elbow on the way through there. But she is still skating, still going at high speed. Snow Fright back through the pack. Lucky Harms now out, ending the power jam and engaging with that pack her own team working the defensive angle, but she is knocked to the outside by a little fist fight. Annihilator has knocked out Snow Fright. Both jammers recycle, and Lucky Harms comes out first. Meanwhile, Ginger Slap knocking Snow Fright around. The jam is called off. A high-speed jump attempted by Lucky Harms to pick up a few more points, but not able to do it. 11-point run there for the Galaxy girls, so we are up to 116.77 with 140 left in the half.
Next up, we're going to have number 99, Irene Yonek, on the line for the Pixies, taking on number 33, Aqua Knock You Out for the Galaxy girls. Nobody in the penalty box here coming into this jam. Irene Yonek with some fancy footwork. No, but she gets the forearm penalty, and she's going to the penalty box. Aqua Knock You Out now in a power jam, puts the burners on, and starts blasting her way through the Pixies. Taking the shoulder there from Ginger Slap and giving a forearm to the Crusher. Maybe that was a shoulder. Anyhow, into the pack. Five more points there for Aqua Knock You Out in the Galaxy girls. Irene Yonek exiting the penalty box. A Crusher with a hard hit there. An Annihilator coming in to reinforce. Aqua Knock You Out gets past the Crusher, and there's five more for the Galaxy girls. Irene Yonek through the pack. Now on her initial pass. Aqua Knock You Out gets pushed to the outside on turn 3 and picks up 2 points and calls off the jam.
Galaxy girls starting to open that lead up with that 13-point jam. As we roll into halftime, it's 129-77. Galaxy girls, still anyone's game. The high-scoring point jams we have seen going on here.
Well, if the Pixies can get together during this halftime and bring it together and bring their focus back to where it needs to be, they're still definitely in this game.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see you back here in about 9.5 minutes for the second half of the Northwest JRDA Championships. Welcome back. We're about ready. We got 30 seconds or so left on halftime. Before we rejoin the action and get underway, quick rundown of the penalties in the first half. The Galaxy girls doing pretty well. The only one that's even in any vague sort of trouble is Threatening Thunder with 3 penalties. Everybody else, 2 or less, a lot of them with nothing. On the Pixies, though, a little bit of a different story. Kickin' Ash is sitting at 6 penalties right now, so she is in definite danger. Stinger is at 5 right now, also in trouble. But everybody else pretty clean, 2 or less. But 2 of their players in a little bit of trouble there with the penalties.
Yeah, the Pixies will have to get their penalties under control if they're going to have any chance of coming back in the second half. We're going to start off here this first jam of the second half with Annihilator on the line for the Pixies up against Rival E for the Galaxy girls.
Annihilator. It's going to be one of her last games. She's aging out along with Alley Oops and Twisted Blister from the Pixies. And Annihilator pushing her way through the inside becomes lead jammer. Rival E still working her way, forced to recycle back behind Lucky Harms. She nimbly manages to dodge around, but Lucky Harms once again interposes herself between Rival E and Freedom. Slows her down long enough that Annihilator is now right on her heels. Annihilator decides to call it off before any points can be scored, making that a 4-0 jam for the Pixies, bringing us to 129-81.
Galaxy girls sending Snow Fright to the line to jam to take on number 666 Slim Reaper for the Pixies. And Slim Reaper right up against that 3-wall. Galaxy girls with a blocker in the penalty box here, and Snow Fright getting hit to the inside. Slim Reaper picking up a lead at jammer, taking that hit there from number 2, Webster, and she is through. Snow Fright spinning off Ginger Slap, getting around the Crusher. She's through on her initial pass. Slim Reaper gets into the pack, picks up 0 points, and it calls it off.
Aqua Knock You Out coming up to jam. You'll be joined by Annihilator, having another go at it. Both teams at full strength. Aqua Knock You Out looking like she was going to get a little bit of a running start, but just kind of a slow one. Annihilator starting to push her way through, ends up at a pile up, but she is pushing and pushing and keeping on going on the inside. Just one to beat now. The pack thins its way out. She is pushing against Cookie Dozer. That no pack about to be called. There it is. She readjusts her knee pad, but she is lead jammer and on her way. Meanwhile, Aqua Knock You Out still having some trouble working her way through that Pixie defense. She accelerates around a hip check from the Crusher to get free. Annihilator pushing on the inside. She will call off the jam, picking up 2 points. 3 points. Now that the thumb swings into our view. And a Pixie timeout called.
Just so you know, the JRDA is partnering with USA Roller Sports to bring roller derby to the AAU Junior Olympics July 12th and 13th. This event will feature teams from 6 U.S. regions and 2 from Canada. The Northwest All-Star team includes players from the Galaxy Girls, Reservoir Dolls, I-5, Pixies, and other leagues from the region. Streaming information coming soon, so check out the JRDA's Facebook page or juniorrollerderby.org.
And we are back in action. Pixies down one blocker. Slim Reaper in jamming for the Pixies. A little fist fight in for the Galaxy Girls. Little fist fight running into that 2-wall up at the front. They can't hold on to her. She is out, and your lead jammer, Slim Reaper, running into a little difficulty at first, but puts on a burst of speed to go around to the outside. Just one skater to beat. Webster cannot hold on to her long enough, so she is out now on a scoring pass. Little fist fight gets through the pack, calls off the jam. That is going to be 4 points. 4 points up from for the Galaxy Girls, putting us at 133-84.
Pixies send Irene Yonek to the jam line to take on Snow Fright from the Galaxy Girls. Empty penalty box. Everyone here to party. Ginger Slap telling her team, telling her blockers where to go. Ginger Slap dropping back to try to help Irene Yonek through the pack. Snow Fright knocked to the inside by the Crusher, and Irene Yonek picks up lead jammer for the Pixies. Nice control there. She knew she didn't stick the landing. She stayed inbounds to recycle back, avoiding the cut track penalty. And now she is trying to skate around the outside, gets pushed out, and decides she's had enough of that and calls off the jam. No points, either jammer there. Looks like we have an official timeout for some track maintenance.
That turn two is always coming undone this entire weekend, it seems. And of course, for all this track maintenance and all these sticking things to one another needs, the JRD recommends tape. Tape for all your sticking together needs. And scissors for cutting that tape.
Two great tastes that taste great together.
And we've got a little robot dance-off down there. Lucky Harms treating us to her mechanical best.
Oh, trust me, those Pixies, they're party animals. They got the sick moves. And we will get back underway here with Annihilator on the line for the Pixies up against Aqua Knock You Out for the Galaxy Girls. Aqua Knock You Out, not really wanting to take some big hits from Annihilator there. And Annihilator decided she's just going to start plowing through the pack. Aqua Knock You Out, getting slowed down here by Ginger Slap, as well as Daisy Juke in there and the Crusher. Lucky Harms trying to break up that wall for Annihilator. Back block being called on Ginger Slap.
And now Lucky Harms trying to get back to the front there to help out the Crusher. Can't hold on to Aqua Knock You Out. She is out in lead jammer.
Swing and a miss there by Annihilator on Aqua Knock You Out, and she gets through. There's another 5 points for the Galaxy Girls. Only 2 blockers on the track for the Pixies. Lucky Harms and that's Daisy Juke. Aqua Knock You Out, a little backward skate there, picking up 5 more points for the Galaxy Girls. The Lucky Harm on her way to the penalty box. As Big Sister Ginger Slap is getting out of the penalty box. Aqua knock you out with another 5 points. And Annihilator kissing the track there. That didn't feel good. Aqua knock you out, getting around the Crusher. 5 more. Taking him to a 20-point jam for the Galaxy Girls.
Reset. Pixies down by 1 blocker. Got Rival E up against Tap Out. Tap Out eyeing that 4-strong defense in front of her. And darts to the inside, just gets right around it because the best way to deal with a strong wall of defense is to go around. She is now your lead jammer. Ginger Slap fielding a nice hip check. Ginger Slap doing another little dive check into it, not letting Rival E get through without a fight. Lucky Harms now teaming up in the front with Alley Oops. They're having to bridge out. Can't hold on to her and have to disengage. So Rival E is finally out, and she is on a power jam now. Rival E now running into that 3-strong defense up there as the pack starts to spread out. Kicking Ash. Throwing a shoulder in to slow her down. Lucky Harms now throwing out a shoulder that gets her out of bounds. They're going to force her to recycle as Tap Out comes back in, ending the power jam. Tap Out takes advantage of the confusion. And she is through. Tap Out coming on the inside, holding on by her toe stops, but now running into that strong tripod defense. And it looks like we're going for a star pass here. Rival E trying to swap out to Cookie Dozer, but Cookie Dozer is anchoring that defense right now. Galaxy Girls have swapped out relatively smoothly to hold on to Tap Out. They push Tap Out to the inside. One of her skates goes out. She wisely recognizes it, crawls to the inside. Cookie Dozer now out. Kicking Ash going into the penalty box. Looks like a high block call. Tap Out moves through the pack again, and that is going to end our jam with another 4 points up. A 9-5 jam. Up, nope, another 4 up. So now it's a 9-9 tie on that run. And an official timeout called because I'm going to guess that Kickin' Ash has
That
fouled
indeed.
out.
Yep, that was her 7th. And she will go and watch from the stands.
Ginger Slap will be sitting out the remainder of that penalty. And a little lip sync going on down there by Snow Fright. Pixies have huddled up. Hopefully gotten back on the same page. They will be feeling the loss of Kickin' Ash. She was excellent player out there, both on jamming and on defense. Crusher now jamming. She will be up against Snow Fright.
Crusher looking on that outside lane, gets knocked out, recycled it back. Snowfright still looking for an opening, and a pile up right past the pivot line. Snowfright going up against Irene Yonek, getting stuck in the pack here. And Crusher still, up on 1 foot, stays in bounds, but then gets the knockout. She's going to run back behind a little fist fight. And the Crusher going to give it another go, knock to the inside that time. Snow Fright still not having much luck getting past Irene Yonek, tap out, and Ginger Slap. Lucky Harms are running her to the back, and Snow Fright going to give it another go. Crusher knocked to the inside there. Snow Fright getting knocked around in circles. Assaulting Caramel on her way to the penalty box. And we are more than a minute into this jam and still no lead jammer. Snow Fright getting run to the back by Irene Yonek. And the Crusher there, finding that opening, cleared by Ginger Slap, and she is your lead jammer. 1 minute and 20 seconds into the jam. And making quick work of the pack that time with a nice little hop over that apex. 5 points for the Crusher. As Lucky Harms and Irene Yonek head to the penalty box. Tap out and Ginger Slap, the only line of defense there in the pack. Snow Fright getting a run to the back. And the Crusher going to the penalty box for a cut track. Snow Fright getting run to the back by Tap Out.
Tap Out backs her up long enough for the jam clock to expire. Ending that jam. 7 points up for the Pixies. Takes them up to 100 points. And I love being able to do this easy math. So there's a 62-point spread, 162 to 100. Just about 18-15 left in this bout. Aqua Knock You Out coming up to the jammer line. Little slip up. But it obviously lulled the defenders from the Pixies into a false sense of security. She was able to move through them, but there's only 2 up there, Ginger Slap and Annihilator. She goes through the corner, hops right through, picking up her 5 up, but now there are 2 more, Lucky Harms and Irene Yonek coming back on. So the Pixies' defense is back to full strength. And here comes the Crusher. Power Jam is now over as Ginger Slap and Lucky Harms. The pack stretches out, still trying to hang on. Manages to knock down Aqua Knock You Out, but not knock her out of bounds. But delayed long enough that the Crusher was able to make it through. Crusher giving a little love tap there. Pushes Snow Fright to the outside, where Snow Fright will call off the jam. But the Crusher gets 4 points up, so it's a 10-4 jam.
The Pixies sending Slimmer Reaper to the jam line to take on a little fist fight for the Galaxy Girls. Empty penalty box, both teams full on here. A little fist fight getting up against the business end of Ginger Slap and Annihilator. Tap out being called on a forearm penalty. That is not going to help the Pixies right now. Little fist fight in a power jam. She just needs to get through the pack. And she does. She's your lead jammer for the Galaxy Girls. Only 2 blockers on the track for the Pixies. That's Lucky Harms and Annihilator. But Annihilator with one of those massive hits, sending her out of bounds. Fall there by Lucky Harms, looking for a penalty, but I don't think she's... Oh, yeah, looks like Assaulting Caramel going to the penalty box on that one. 5 more points for a little fist fight. And she's coming around looking for more points. Sneaks past Lucky Harms and Annihilator. There's 5 more. Tap out. I'm sorry, Slim Reaper out of the penalty box. And little fist fight calls off the jam. That was a 10-point jam for little fist fight, taking it to 182 to 104. 15 and a half minutes left here in the second half.
Rivalry coming in up against Irene Yonek. Galaxy Girls down by one blocker as everyone moves over to the pivot line. A little bit of a run-up gathered there as Irene Yonek goes to the outside. Beats out the Galaxy Girls defense. Hard shoulder, though a little high there from the Crusher, I believe. Yes, and the Crusher's going in. Irene Yonek hops over on the inside, picks up her 5 points. She's going to call off the jam. So a quick 5 and out for the Pixies. Now under 15 minutes, 182 to 109.
Pixie sending Slim Reaper back out to jam up against Aqua, knock you out. 3-on-4 pack advantage to the Galaxy Girls. Crusher in the penalty box. And Ginger Slab driving that triangle defense with tap out and Annihilator. And Annihilator forcing the cut track, and Aqua knock you out goes to the penalty box. Slim Reaper here in a power jam. She's through the package. She is your lead jammer.
One thing that the Galaxy Girls were calling out right at the beginning of the jam, but they didn't have any time to do anything about, is that they have no pivot on the track right now.
Slim Reaper here trying to push through up on one skate, trying to stay in bounds, pushing against that front wall. They get her to the outside. I'm going to run her back. And Slim Reaper's had enough of that. She's going to call it off, reset, refocus, and carry on.
Annihilator frozen in the box, so there will be an initial 4-on-3 advantage for the Galaxy Girls. Irene Yonek facing off against Assaulted Carmel. Assaulted Carmel getting a quick jump, running into that sufficiently strong Pixies defense. Irene Yonek trying to push her way through between Cookie Dozer and N. Larson. Assaulted Carmel almost free, stumbles a little bit though, and that gives the Pixies time enough to reform around her. She manages to make her way around Ginger Slap, so she is out and lead jammer, but only seconds ahead of Irene Yonek. Irene Yonek putting on the speed here. Assaulted Carmel makes contact with the pack, knocked to the outside, calls off the jam. I believe that she's going to pick up 1 point there. Yep, 1 point up. 1 point for the Pixies, 2 points for the Galaxy Girls. 184-115, just under 12 minutes left in the game.
Arrival E here on the line for the Galaxy Girls up against Slimmer Reaper for the Pixies. Slim Reaper about to get through to the front of the pack. She's got one more. That's a little fist fight to get around. And now one more joins the pack. Slim Reaper, your lead jammer for the Pixies. Arrival E still having a tough time getting around Ginger Slap, the Crusher, Lucky Harms, and getting run back by Alley Oops. And we have a team timeout as called by the Galaxy Girls.
All out in that last jam, the excellent defensive work done by the Pixies there, just rotating in and out and around that jammer, getting him to recycle, and then if that jammer gets ahead of him, oftentimes it's Lucky Harms that gets in front of him, but just gets in front of him, slows him down just enough, and the rest of the team just reforms right around that person. Just really fluid, really excellent, high-speed maneuvering inside the pack. And speaking of high-speed maneuvering, you can visit Fast Girl Skates for all your roller derby skating supplies or at fastgirlskates.com.
And we will get back underway here with the Crusher on the line for the Pixies. Up against, that is number 33, Aqua Knock You Out for the Galaxy Girls. Multiplayer block being called on Lucky Harms. Aqua Knock You Out picking up lead jammer. And Crusher trying to get around Cookie Dozer here as Aqua Knock You Out sneaks through on the inside. 5 more points for the Galaxy Girls here. Annihilator getting in there trying to break up that wall that is slowing down the Crusher. Aqua Knock You Out again on the inside. 5 more points. And Aqua Knock You Out. Oh, taking a big hit there from Ginger Slap. Trying to push her out of bounds, but no go. Now she's trying to get around Tap Out. Takes that hit from the Crusher and gets the cut track. Power jam here for the Pixies. Annihilator with the star now. And Annihilator coming into the pack here, looking for points. Nobody wants to take that hit. They let her through. There's 5 points for the Pixies. Pixies now with all of their blockers back out on the floor as Annihilator takes another scoring pass right on through there for another 5-point grand slam. Annihilator now looking for another scoring run as Aqua Knock You Out exits the penalty box. Cookie Dozer, the last line of defense, slowing her down so that number 206, Helen Huntress, can get up there and help slow her down. Aqua Knock You Out gets her 5, and Annihilator calls off the jam. Well, that's the first for this bout, an official review called by the Galaxy Girls. We've got Seymour Carnage down there to see what's going on, and I'm pretty confident that head ref Rock there will be happy to inform us of what's going on.
Surprisingly, the Galaxy Girls are requesting a review of the cut call on Aqua Knock You Out in that last jam.
The Galaxy girls were reviewing the cut call on their jammer. The jammer's knee touched out of bounds, and then she re-entered in front of the initiating blocker. The cut call will stand. They will not retain their official review for the half.
Thank you, Rock. And just want to take the moment to send a great big thank you to all of our officials, both skating and non, plus all of our volunteers here this weekend. And of course, the Rat City girls for letting us use their space this weekend.
But let's not forget about the real heroes, which is us, the announcers, who just sit here and talk the whole time.
We do what we're good at.
That's right. 199-132, just over 8.5 minutes left in this game. Irene Yonek going to be facing off against Lil Fistfight. Yep. They're also putting some time back on the board. So now it's just under 9 minutes left. One blocker advantage for the Galaxy girls. And here we go. Irene Yonek looking for the outside track, not finding much to go through on there. Lil Fistfight manages to bowl her way past Slim Reaper and get lead jammer, but she is right behind Irene Yonek, got a cut track. So it is a power jam for Lil Fistfight right now. The Galaxy girls go into more of a passive defense. But she's got to fight her way past Slim Reaper and Stinger. And a forearm called as she fights her way through, so a little fist fight. Maybe it should be renamed Little Forearm Fight. Oh, yeah. Ring your
Zing.
neck back out now. We do the jammer swap out in the bin. Ring your neck building up a little bit of speed. Comes in. Almost hits a back block there, but she slides off of her. And then goes to the outside and finds a door wide open. She's out and on her scoring pass now. She calls for her team to start doing some disruptive jamming into that defense, and they do. But she's knocked to the outside and forced to recycle. As Webster sends her all the way back, but she gets through, pushes her way through, finds an opening on the outside. Fistfight now out of the penalty box, gets past Slim Reaper. And a back block called on Irene Yonek. So now it is back to a power jam for Lil Fistfight. I think this is one of the heaviest penalty jams that we have seen in a while. Fistfight works her way through the defense there of the Pixies. Picks up 5 points. Galaxy girls go in for the disruption defense. And a hop over apex jump by Lil Fistfight. She sticks the landing. Time runs out, but she picks up her 5. So that is 15 points up, unanswered for the Galaxy girls. 214-132, about 6:40 left in the game.
Galaxy girls starting off with a power start here. Irene Yonek in the penalty box. Putting the star on is number 33, Aqua Knock You Out. All blockers present and accounted for. And Aqua Knock You Out quickly through that fast-moving pack. Irene Yonek out of the penalty box and approaching. Aqua Knock You Out, trapped in the back there. Ginger Slap and Annihilator. Knocking her to the inside. She's had enough. Calls off the jam.
Scoreless jam. Just under 6 minutes now left in the game. Both teams will be at full strength for this jam. As we send in a little fist fight. She'll face off against Lucky Harms. Lucky Harms, a jammer we don't often see in this game. Both jammers getting a little bit of a run up as the teams set up on the pivot line. Little Fistfight looking to the outside. Lucky Harms looking to the inside. Now switching to the outside. And now both jammers just going right up the middle. Lucky Harms pushing her way through, but she is hit by Webster and forced to the inside where she'll have to recycle. Lucky Harms now running up against Tap Out. She hops over to the inside but does not make the landing, so it is a cut track called on Lil Fist Fight. Lucky Harms now on a power jam. Her squad goes in to try and clear the way for her. She's knocked to the inside. Lucky Harms taking a nice hit there. Salted Caramel almost getting her out of there. But 5 up for Lucky Harms as she comes in for another one. Tap Out clears the way towards the inside, so Lucky Harms takes the outside door, gets right through, another 5 up. Lucky Harms coming in one more time before this power jam ends. She tries to go for an inside jump, but the door is slammed shut in front of her. So now Lucky Harms fighting her way through the hard way. She's going to call off the jam before Lil Fist Fight can come in and make contact with the pack. She picks up a couple more points, making that a 12-0 jam for the Pixies. 2:16-144, just under 4 minutes left.
Pixies send Irene Yonek to the line to take on number 33, Aqua Knock You Out. Empty penalty box. And we have a timeout called by the Pixies. Might as well. They needed to get a 4th blocker out on the track.
So while we take this brief time out here, do a quick word about Black Rock Coffee. They care about 2 things, people and coffee. Check out the only Black Rock Coffee bar in Seattle, located at 143rd and Aurora.
I'm going to need some coffee for my drive back to Vancouver tonight.
We are also sponsored by Pier Coffee, which creates strong, clean, beautiful coffee using only perfectly sourced beans, filtered water, and attention to detail. I am shocked that 2 coffee companies are sponsors of a Northwest roller derby event.
Crazy. That's great. A team timeout turned into a huddle between both of the teams. They're far too nice to each other sometimes.
I have a feeling that's not going to last very long.
No, they love each other between the whistles.
Irene Yonek is now up against Aqua Knock You Out. Irene Yonek finds an opening on the outside as Annihilator and the Crusher open the door for her. She is out and the lead jammer. Aqua Knock You Out makes her way out through. Irene Yonek tries to go for the apex jump on the inside, cannot make the landing, has to recycle, and is pulled quite a ways back by Helen Huntress. Starts working her way around the outside, gets forced out, so she's going to call off that jam. 3 points up for the Galaxy Girls, 1 point up for the Pixies. 3 minutes left in this match.
Galaxy Girls sending Threatening Thunder to the line. Pixies sending number 7, Stinger. 3-on-4 pack advantage to the Galaxy Girls. Crusher sitting over in the penalty box. And Stinger trying to go up the middle, but Threatening Thunder goes on the inside lane and picks up lead jammer for the Galaxy Girls. Oh, and a collision there with Tap Out. And Threatening Thunder has had enough. Calls it off, picking up 3 points for each jammer there.
And we've got just about 2 minutes left in this game. Alley Oops coming in to jam for the Pixies. Should be facing off against Aqua Knock You Out. We've got a 4-on-3 pack advantage for the Galaxy Girls. Irene Yonek putting in an early hit there.
Annihilator slowing down Aqua knock you out, but only for so long. Lead jammer goes to Aqua knock you out.
Both teams back up to full strength now. Aqua knock you out. Makes her way up to the front of the pack. Weathers a hit from Irene Neck, and she is out and picking up 5 points. And it looks like the Crusher picks up a back block. So Pixies are back down to 3 blockers out there. One of whom is Annihilator, who is being a human wall against Alley Oops.
The way she
rather
blocks, she could easily be counted as 2.
Rather against Aqua knock you out.
A lot of tough hits going on there. Aqua knock you out coming up into the back of the pack. Irene Yonek taking that star and becoming the jammer of record. Aqua knock you out is right behind, having picked up 4 more points. The Crusher trying to get in there and break up that wall for Irene Yonek, but Aqua knock you out around on the outside, picking up 5 more for the Galaxy Girls.
And they're saying, keep going, keep going.
Galaxy Girls in command of the clock, as it looks like Irene Yonek having a tough time getting up here. She is... And we have an injury timeout. Good to see her getting off the track up right there, Irene Yonek. That was her last jam, obviously. Okay, Pixies are going to call an official review here.
All right, the Pixies are asking for a review, believing that a back block penalty should be assessed to the Galaxy Girls jammer in that last jam.
And while the officials ponder this official review, of course, regardless of the outcome of this bout, these teams are going to be going off along with the Emerald City Reservoir Dolls to Lincoln, Nebraska for the JRDA Championships on July 9th through the 11th. And then members of these teams, plus the I-5 Roller Girls and the Reservoir Dolls, will be joining other leagues from the region on the 12th and 13th of July at the Junior Olympics. So this is not the end for any of these teams.
Oh, no, indeed not. And I think the Pixies, even though they may be down in points and it's not looking for good for them at this point, they have nothing to be ashamed of. Just a couple years ago, nobody had ever heard of this team before in the junior verse, and they've really made a showing. They've really grown immensely, and first team I've seen in a while give the Galaxy Girls a run for their money.
Absolutely true. Such strong defensive work there, as I've mentioned, for the Pixies. They've got some solid jammers out there, and these are, of course, the Galaxy Girls. They're the last year's JRDA champions. So giving them a run of 244 to 152 for a very new team. It's excellent work.
The Pixies are reviewing for a potential back block by the Galaxy Girls Jammer. Galaxy Girls Jammer initiated to the shoulder, and this is what knocked her down. There was incidental contact to the back, but this was not what caused the Pixies Jammer to fall. The no call will stand. The Pixies will not retain their official review for the half.
And there you have it. We've got 5 seconds remaining here on the period clock. I think we'll get one more jam in.
I think a minimum of one.
A minimum, indeed.
Tap out up against Rival E for this last jam. Tap out pushes her way through the inside to become lead jammer. Or Rival E, rather. I think I said tap out, but Rival E came out for the Galaxy Girls. She's going to call it off once the time clock expires. Unofficial final, 244 to 152. I'm going to be shocked if they can find enough points in there to close that gap. But so I'm confident in saying that is probably going to be our final. And there it is. That is the official final score. Again, amazing work out there by the Pixies. I was thoroughly impressed by their defense. And they had some solid jamming work out there.
Yeah, and over the next 2 years, too, they'll just get better and better. A lot of their really key players are a lot younger than most people think, and they're going to be around for a while, and they're definitely going to keep making their mark on this inland north or this Northwest junior scene.
And, of course, the Galaxy Girls showing why they are the defending champions of the JRDA with a victory here at the Northwest JRDA Championships. And so now the Galaxy Girls take their victory lap. And now outscored but never outclassed, the Inland Northwest Pixies.
All right, folks, that is going to do it for us. It's been my pleasure. I'm Mistress Mouth.
And I am Jim Diesel.
And be good to each other. Good night.